ठीक वाले
नियोलिथिक वाले।
बीसी, तो बीसी तो 12 हो जाएगा, 2000 और जोड़ दीजिए, 12 हो गया, ठीक है ना। हाँ, तो अब जो ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन का जो बात होती है, इसकी जो लाखों में कभी बात होती है, कभी हजारों में बात होती है, लेकिन असल जो है वो आदम पीक जो दिखाई देता है वो श्रीलंका में, उसकी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट, और कोई दूसरा एविडेंस नहीं है वहाँ पे लग रहा है। कि कल वो प्रेजेंटेशन सुबह ही था वो, तो उसमें ये था कि उनका
निकाल देंगे।
फुट प्रिंट है उनका 17 इंच लंबा है, और कहीं मैं पढ़ रहा था, सुना भी कि 60 हाथ या 60 फीट लंबाई थी, और वो अलग बात है, ठीक है ना।
ये हमारी पुस्तक है सिक्किम पे।
अरे वाह, अरे वाह, अरे हाँ जी जी जी, बहुत बढ़िया।
सिक्किम गवर्नमेंट ने इस पर पुरस्कार दिया है हमको 1 लाख रुपया।
अरे वाह, बताइए सर। अरे आपके डॉक्टर राव जो थे ना आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे में, वो आते थे हमारे मीटिंग में।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा।
और मंडल साहब, डॉक्टर मंडल थे। एंथ्रोपोलॉजिकल और आर्कियोलॉजिकल दोनों अलग अलग थे ना वो,
अलग
तो
अलग।
हाँ, दोनों के लोग आते थे, हमारे आर्कियोलॉजी वाले भी आते थे और एंथ्रोपोलॉजिकल भी आते थे, तो दोनों
मैं
में।
तो अनीस साहब उस जमाने में जब मैं जाता था तो मुख्यमंत्री, राज्यपाल और जितने वहाँ के ब्यूरोक्रेट्स थे, डीजी पुलिस, चीफ सेक्रेटरी, सबकी क्लास लेता था। उनको मैं कहता था तुम हमारे विद्यार्थी बनो, और बताता था कि ये टूल क्या है, नियोलिथिक टूल क्या होता है। वो कहते थे कि साहब ये तो पत्थर है, इस पत्थर को कैसे आप 10,000 BC बता रहे हैं। तब मैं उनको समझाता था कि ये सेल्ट क्या होता है, तो वो सब सीख गए थे। बाद में वो मेरी लेक्चर के बाद वो लोग भी लेक्चर देने लगे थे, और उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि आपने हमको एडुकेट कर दिया। वहाँ एक मिस्टर प्रधान करके होते थे, वो चीफ मिनिस्टर के प्राइवेट सेक्रेटरी थे, तो वो ही वॉज वेरी एक्टिव। उन्होंने बहुत मुझे मतलब सपोर्ट किया गवर्नमेंट की साइड से। गाड़ी घोड़ा वो हर डीआईजी एसपी को बोल देते थे कि ये लोग जाएं तो इनको सब मदद कीजिए। तो हम लोग ने
जी
बहुत
जी,
2 साल काम किया वहाँ।
हाँ हाँ। किस किस साल की
हाँ
बात है
अभी
ये?
तो गुड मॉर्निंग। मैं एक वेबिनार में बैठा हूँ, तो मैं तुमको फिर कॉल करूंगा। तुम आ गए हो, ऑफिस आ गए हो क्या? अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा। मैं एक इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार हो रहा है जिसमें मैं अभी चेयरमैन हूँ एक बोर्ड का, तो आई विल कॉल यू आफ्टरवर्ड्स। ठीक, चलिए।
सर मिश्रा सर आ रहे हैं, वो चौबे जी।
चौबे जी आ रहे हैं, ठीक है ठीक है। अरे अरे मैं तो सुबह सुबह जानते हैं हम परेशान हो गए थे, फिर हमने ऑफिस फोन किया, हमारे कंप्यूटर के एक्सपर्ट को बुलाया, उसने तुरंत ठीक कर दिया। हमने कहा उससे पहले हम आपको फोन कर दे, कहीं असुविधा ना हो आपको, लेकिन सब ठीक हो गया, सारा इंटरनेट आ गया।
एक्चुअली उनकी क्लास थी अभी, तो वही वो बोले कि हाँ क्लास सुन के मैं आ जाऊँ।
अनीस साहब आप कलकत्ता आइएगा तो मिलिएगा हमको, मैंने आपका नंबर
जी
नोट कर लिया है।
हाँ, असल
आपको
में उम्र की वजह से अब ऐसा ना कि अब गार्डन जाना मुश्किल होता है, कहीं जाना ना कम होता है। चलिए इंशाल्लाह मिलेंगे। किस इलाके में आप रहते हैं?
साल्ट लेक में।
ओ साल्ट, अपना अपना हेड ऑफिस वहीं है, साल्ट लेक में है, वो सेक्टर 1 में है। ज्योति बसु का जो ज्योति बाबू का जो घर है उसी के पास ही में है वो।
हाँ तो वहां से मेरा 1 किलोमीटर का भी डिस्टेंस नहीं है, बिल्कुल नजदीक में हूँ।
अरे मैं, बड़ा अच्छा एरिया, तो जाए बहुत दूर पड़ता है हम लोग के लिए, क्या किया जाए।
आपके
हेडक्वार्टर लोग
हावड़ा
कहते हैं
से
आइए
तो दूर,
आइए।
हावड़ा से
जी
दूर पड़ता होगा।
जी जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी। अभी
ये हम
नेशनल
लोगों का
लाइब्रेरी में
सब
कहा जी?
ये हम लोगों ने जितने गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स रिटायर हुए सब लोगों ने यहाँ बना लिया
अच्छा अच्छा, नहीं बहुत अच्छा
अपना।
किया। अभी न्यू टाउन तो बढ़िया, न्यू टाउन तो और बढ़िया हो गया
ये
है।
न्यू टाउन ही है, समझिए न्यू टाउन ही है। ये 30
हाँ।
मंजिला फ्लैट है, 26
अरे
26
वाह,
26 फ्लोर पे हम रहते हैं।
अरे
ये मेरे ख्याल
वाह,
से
तो बिल्कुल भगवान के पास पहुंच गए। अरे वो कहते
और
थे कि जब भगवान से पहाड़ों पे रहिए तो भगवान से मिलिए, वो बोलते थे।
और सामने सामने आईटी सेक्टर है, पूरा सेक्टर 5 वाला आईटी
अच्छा अच्छा
सेक्टर है।
अच्छा। ओ, तो नहीं ये है, ये एक बार एक पॉश एरिया है, साफ सुथरा है काफी है। और अनलाइक हावड़ा में हम लोग यहाँ रूल क्वार्टर के पास ही में है, जो गवर्नमेंट क्वार्टर है।
अच्छा
तो
अच्छा।
हाँ, ये यहाँ के मेंटेनेंस अच्छे नहीं है। मैं 77 में ही आया था, 1977 में एज ए प्रोजेक्ट प्रोजेक्ट ऑफ इंडिया में आया था, जब वही PhD सबमिट करके। तो मैंने गोरखपुर से किया है पूरा।
अच्छा
हम,
अच्छा।
हाँ, हमारे गुरु जी सर PC मिश्रा भी रहे। डॉक्टर KC मिश्रा जो BSU के थे, वो हमारे एग्जामिनर थे कभी कई बार। तो
डॉक्टर
MSc में
पाठक हुआ करते थे वहाँ आर्कियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट के हेड। पता नहीं आपकी भेंट है कि नहीं, वो मेरे भाई थे।
नहीं, अच्छा।
हाँ हाँ, हम तो
अरे
बहुत
तब,
गोरखपुर जाते थे, बहुत भाषण देने गए हैं वहाँ पे, बहुत लेक्चर्स हुए मेरे।
ओ तो मतलब आपका भाई मकान घर ही है मतलब?
हाँ, वो तो अब
हाँ,
रिटायर होके वहीं गोरखपुर में घर बना लिए हैं, वहीं रह रहे हैं, रिटायर
अभी
हो गए हैं।
मैंने डिप्लोमा किया था रशियन लैंग्वेज में, उस टाइम था। तो आर्ट फैकल्टी बहुत जाते थे हम तो, काफी लोगों से मुलाकात भी थी, हॉस्टल में लोग थे। अब तो काफी, अब जो 70 साल मेरी हो रही है, काफी लोग रिटायर भी हो गए हमारे।
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत
गोरखपुर
बढ़िया।
ऐसे बहुत अच्छा। प्रोफेसर KS भार्गव थे हमारे बॉटनी के, बहुत काफी। और ऐसे दीक्षित साहब थे हमारे गुरु जी।
नहीं चलने दीजिए, कोई बात। देसी चला दीजिए। देसी चाय ले गई क्या आप?
वेलकम सर, चौबे साहब, प्रोफेसर चौबे साहब, वेलकम। हाँ, वेलकम। Hello, unmute yourself, sir. Professor Chaube, sir. Today, eminent speaker, Dr. Fanikant Mishra, sir, Director, Heritage Cell, Macau, Calcutta, and formerly Regional Director, Archaeological Survey of India. Our eminent speaker, Professor Gyaneshwar Chaube, Professor, Department of Zoology, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Welcome, both of you, sir, and I am requesting to Dr. Fanikant Mishra, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Professor Gyaneshwar Chaube.
Namaskar. I am Dr. Fanikant Mishra from Calcutta. So let me welcome Professor Gyaneshwar Chaube. Professor Gyaneshwar Chaube, I should say that he is one of the very eminent geologists, a scholar of this country, who is professor in geology department of Banaras Hindu University. He is an expert in several ethnic groups of South Asia, including Himalayan, Andaman, Austroasiatic, Dravidian, Indian Jews, Siddhi, Roma, and Parsis. He has been honored with several fellowships and awards. His PhD is in molecular biology. Today he will be introducing us, today he will be speaking to us in very important topic. I would request all scholars to listen very carefully his lectures, because he is going to introduce a very new thing, that what is the recent development in the DNA technology. This DNA technology, all of you know, all scholars here, what is its importance. So how this DNA technology has helped now more precisely the geographic origin of unknown samples. This technology the speaker would and his team has used in 100 years old bone samples, and how the research is in progress as they have found hundreds of human skeleton from the abundant well of Ajnala, Punjab. I hope I am telling as per your subject, Professor Chaube, our good wishes on behalf of this organization, and I welcome you again and again to enlightening us with such a interesting and knowledgeable topic. All the best for your lecture. We are curiously sitting to listen you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, respected Chair. I'm grateful to be here to all the organizers to invite me for this presentation. With the permission of respected Chair, I would like to start my presentation,
Yes,
which
yes.
is associated with one of the thank you, sir. Thank you very much. This presentation is associated with one of the very exciting discovery related with the history, which have been abundant since few hundred years, and this history is associated with our own people, associated with our own region, and why it is exciting that the DNA technology, which is emerging as a very important tool, that is helping us to understand our forgotten history in a much better way. So, this story is all about Ajnala. Ajnala is in Amritsar. This is one of the very fertile region. So, the history of our people, how it has been started to discovered by our own people, how it has been abandoned even by our own people, including people who have been dealing with the colonial time. So, but let us understand that how this DNA technology is trying to to understand our population history. So the initial slides would show you that the DNA technology, how it comes from our own body, how it comes from our own people, and how it comes from our own region. So in normal human body, all of us usually have 37.2 trillion cells. As you know that all our body is made up of cells. So we all are made up of trillions of the cells. And roughly there are 37.2 trillion cells. Each and every cell has several organelles. So these cells has one nucleus. Nucleus is here. And then it has DNA in the nucleus, that is known as nuclear DNA. Also in cytoplasm, there are several mitochondria. So these mitochondria also has DNA. And what is important with mitochondria, that it comes only from mother. Whenever it comes, the name of mitochondria to a science students, we all always think that it is the powerhouse. So indeed, mitochondria is the powerhouse. And what is interesting fact about mitochondria is everyone has the mitochondria, but only mother can pass this mitochondria to the next generation. And probably the worship of Shakti which is associated with Hindu culture, probably associated with this mitochondria only. So, and what is another interesting fact about mitochondria is that you all may know about this coronavirus. So when the virus was very smart, and as soon as this virus enters to the cell with a specific mechanism, it hijacks our mitochondria. So the cell knows that what is the powerhouse of this, the virus knows that what is the powerhouse of the cell, and as soon as it enters into the cell, it controls the main power mechanism of the cell, and this is how it manipulates. And this was very successful with our human intervening, and it was distributed all over the world. So we study the mitochondrial DNA as well as the autosomes. So autosomes is present in our nucleus. Half of the autosomes comes from father, half of the autosomes comes from mother, and then there is gender specific chromosomes, that is XX and XY. XY makes a male and XX makes a female. So these are our basic structure of our genetics, and this genetics separates us, makes gender specific separation of male and female. And we study the Y chromosome, the mitochondria, and the autosomes. For example, each of us, if we look back to our previous generations, everyone has parents, that is father, mother. Then parents has their own parents, that is grandfather, grandmother, and that this is at maternal and paternal side. Then great grandmother, then great grandfather. So this goes back to the several generations as we make our pedigree. So if we study our mitochondrial DNA, this green color, we would be able to know about all our mothers which exist in the line. And if we study our Y chromosome, I would like to also mention that Y chromosome is also one of the specific part which associates with our Gotra system. The Gotra system is much more associated with the Y chromosome, and that is very unique. So if we study the Y chromosome, we would get information about our paternal ancestry, our father, grandfather, great grandfather, and so on to the previous generation. But as we know that there are many of our ancestors at the previous generation. So just by studying mitochondrial DNA or Y chromosome, we can know only about the few people present in our history. What about the gray color people? So the gray color people, if we study our autosomes, that is 1 to 22 chromosomes, we get information about the gray colored people. So all over by these three systems, but there is another obstacle is that the Y chromosome, the mitochondria, it pass 100% from one generation to another generation, but the autosomes, each and every generation it cuts off 50%. And that is how they say that when we avoid 7 generations of the marriages, and when we do marriages after 7 generation, usually we see the progeny goes well. So as we move each and every generation, we lose our 50% DNA which we share from our ancestor. So there are two kind of phenomena that explains the population history, which is associated with the genes and languages. As we know that India is one of the place where we see the linguistic diversity, and based on that there is a saying that कोस कोस पे बानी बदले 3 कोस पे पानी, कोस कोस के पानी बदले 3 कोस पे बानी. So every 3 miles there is a language change, and this is how India has generated lot of dialects, lot of languages. So here is an example of language change that is known as demic diffusion. For example, like one population, if it starts living just adjacent to another population, sometimes it don't exchange the genes, but it does exchange the languages. And Mushahar population, who is living in the northern India, they are very prime example of demic diffusion, where we see that they came from central part of India, the eastern part of India. They settled in the Ganga plain and also in the central part. And here we see that if we study their genes, there is a very minimal sharing with the other general population living in that region. But if we look their language, initially they were speaking Austroasiatic languages, but within few generations they abandoned their original language and changed the language, which was local dialect. In the region, if they live in Bhojpuri region, they speak Bhojpuri. If they live in Awadhi region, they started speaking Awadhi, because they had to work in the fields of people who were speaking the local languages, and their children, they used to go to the schools where the medium was Hindi. So they very quickly abandoned their own language, changed the language. But if we look their genes are still the same. They did not mix with the local populations. So the color, like the green color on the top shows the gene. The lower color is depiction of the languages. So here, when a population moves from one place to another place, the genes and the languages in this demic diffusion, the genes and languages changes. But in cultural diffusion, only languages, like this population having the genes from original, but the language comes from here. So this is how the cultural exchange and demic diffusion, these two phenomena, when one population comes, adopts the language of other, also share the genes, but in some cases they don't share the gene, they just share the languages. So now let us come to the Ajnala story. There is a local journalist as well as historian. His work was something to find out which associates with the people who were lived in the past, people who have not been included in the history. So he was living in Ajnala, Punjab. He also called himself as an archaeologist, but he's not a real archaeologist. He got some information while visiting to UK. He got a book. In that book, it was mentioned that 282 soldiers, they have been killed by English dynasty, British Raj, during the 1857 revolt, and they have been buried somewhere in Ajnala. So by bringing this information, he started to find out that where is this place. But because in this 160 years, all the landscape was changed. And it was very difficult for him to find out the real place, that if there is some kind of massacre which has happened here, so where all the bodies, they have been dumped. He contacted to the central government did not take interest. He contacted to the state government, they also did not take interest. He contacted some of the scientists, archaeologists. No one took interest. So he continued his work. It was like starting from 2010. In 4 years, he was continuing to trying to find out a place where some soldiers, they have been killed and they have been buried in Ajnala. His name was Surinder Kochar. He is still alive. And then he found a place, and he was dead sure that this place is the right place where the soldiers, they have been buried. But at that place, there was a big shrine, and the shrine was made just on above the place where all the bodies were dumped. So the British Raj was very smart. Actually, they wanted to hide this whole massacre, and they were also quite successful hiding this. So once they dumped all the bodies in the well, they covered it very nicely, and then they have made a very nice Gurudwara just above that, so that no one could, even someone brings this information that there are bodies dumped here, no one could tries to unearth this. So he went to the Gurudwara committee. He tried to convince them to replace the Gurudwara, place it somewhere else. But they did not agree, because Gurudwara was like a specific place and it cannot be replaced. But then he tried even for 1 year just discussing with the people. And when people understood that their shrine is just above the people, the dead people, they agreed to change the place of Gurudwara. So they changed the place of Gurudwara, and he, with some of the colleagues, started the digging at the same place where he understood that the bodies would be here. He started digging 1 feet, 2 feet. There was nothing. Up to 6 feet, they continued digging. Within few hours, they started to get the bodies. So initially, this work started in 2014. He found initially 22 bodies, and he started to dig it more with his people. And as soon as the bodies started to come, the local people, they came, and then it took almost 2 days. In 2 days, he found up more than 5,000 teeth, very well built teeth, 170 jaw bones, and 90 skulls. They have been unearthed from a big well that was completely abandoned. So, and there was also old coins, jewelries, few things were also there in this well. And he explained that they have found that some of the people, they even did not die, and they have been mercilessly thrown into the well, because some of the people were trying to come out from the well. So these things he has been seen while discovering this place. But as soon as he discovered this, there are several theories people have brought, because this is a history, and in history, this is not just one version. You can see there are several versions in the history. So some of the historians said that they are the Pathans. They have been killed by the British Army people during 1857, because there was a fight with the Pathans, and they have been killed and dumped into the Ajnala well. Some said that they are local Punjabi people during 1857 revolt. They have been killed by the British Army. Some also said that because these were just the bones, so with the color, skin color, there is no skin color at all. So no one knows that whether these are British people or Indian people. So they have also said that they are the British. They have been killed by Indian rebellion during 1857. Some of the historians also brought this story. And one of the most prominent story came out. They said that this is 1947 Indo-Pak separation time, when there was riots, and these people, they have been killed by one of the group and dumped into this well during 1947. And one of the story of Surinder Kochar was also that they are the soldiers of 26th Native Infantry Battalion. They have been killed by the British people and dumped into the well. So, but because if something happens in a region, usually word by mouth, we remember this to several generations. So the residents of Ajnala, they used to listen the story from their grandparents, and by listening these stories from the grandparents, they remembered that there are 282 soldiers, they have been killed by British Army, they have been mutinized, and these skeleton actually belong to them. So, but this story was still not very clear, and still there was a lot of debate which was connecting with the story. But how this story came out, because the British government has did it in a very proper way. This was foolproof plan, but this came out because of one person, and the person was behind this instead of Surinder Kochar, the person who actually ordered this exclusion, and the name of this person was Frederick Cooper. He was a British deputy commissioner during that time. So he thought, because as soon as with his orders, 282 people, they have been killed, they have been dumped into the well. The well was properly covered with a coal, with the lime and everything, so that everything should just finish in very quick time. And then British government also placed him from here to again back to the England. So he thought that he did such a huge thing for the British government, and he is not getting the credits. So for taking the credit, he wrote a book. But then again, British government completely abandoned this book from the market. The book was completely out of the market. It was not a popular book. So, but the destiny was that because they had to come out, and then Surinder Kochar, once while visiting UK, he saw a book out of a fair, and there he found just a small book in a very dirty condition, and from there he got this information. So after 2014, there was several news articles, there were several discussions, but they could not reach to the conclusion, and again the history went back into the dark. So this is the well. These are the head which have been removed. These are the bones, and this was a huge well from where everything was unearthed. These are the parts of the things which have been discovered from the well. So in 2018, he was continuously trying to contact with the scientist, and then he found a person in Punjab University. His name is Dr. J.S. Sherawat. He is here. He went there. He got some of the samples from there, but because of lime, several samples were highly degraded. And he also discovered some of the coins, some of the medals. And what he found very interestingly, that these medals, they were actually before 1857 year. So 1857 time, it means that it was something which is associated with 1857 revolt, because everything is coins, medals, everything suggests that this is something which has happened at 1857, because everything belongs to 1857 or before the time of 1857. So he took some of the bone sample to one of the premier institute of India, that is Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad. And that time, the group leader was Dr. K. Thangaraj. He is the director at the moment. Dr. Neeraj Rai was working under him. They have got the samples, but because of the degradation, it was very difficult to extract the DNA from sample which is just 160 years older. So they tried with the technological advancement. Finally, they could able to extract DNA from 50 samples. So there were two kind of analysis that have been done with those samples. The first analysis was DNA analysis that was associated with to know that who are these people. And as soon as they started the DNA analysis, they contacted me. That time I was in Sanger Institute, Cambridge. So my expertise was needed to understand the geographic ancestry of these people. And then second thing was done in Birbal Sahani Institute, Lucknow, the oxygen carbon isotope analysis that was among 85 people. If we are born somewhere, we are lived somewhere, all our tooth, they have the information of what we used to eat, what we used to drink. So, and each and every region has specific water, specific kind of food. So if someone has lived somewhere, let's say more than 10 years, then just by studying their teeth, one could tell that this person has lived where for how long time. So these two parallel analyses, they have been done on the Ajnala samples. Here you can see that there are very well built tooth samples are here. There are maxillary, mandibular bones. So the tooth samples were in good condition, fortunately, and we could able to extract DNA from these teeth samples. So our analysis on more than 25,000 Indian sample showed that India has three different kind of ancestries. The green one is the indigenous ancestry, which is widespread in India, also present into the neighboring region, including Pakistan, Afghanistan, up to Iran. And also it is found into Southeast Asian region. Then there is a West Eurasian ancestry that is associated with the Western Eurasian people, and that is mostly present into the up to the Pakistan region and also up to the northern part of India and northwestern part of India. Then there is a East Eurasian ancestry, so which is associated with the eastern part of Eurasia, that is the East Asia and Southeast Asia, and this is mostly present into the Himalayan fringes, also into the northeastern part of India. So overall, the South Asian ancestry, the West Eurasian ancestry, and the East Eurasian ancestry. So we used 25,000 samples, and from these 25,000 samples, we would be able to know any unknown samples because we have mapped this 25,000 sample based on geography. So we know that if someone has this kind of ancestry, then he would be coming from this particular region. So we have used the same technology and divided our sample with the comparison of various regions of India and Pakistan. So here you can see this is the Pakistani sample. Here you see the most predominant ancestry is the West Eurasian. Then there is second one is South Asian. There is little East Eurasian. Then these are the local Punjabi people. Here you see a lot of South Asian. Then some amount of West Eurasian. These are the Ajnala samples. These are the 50 Ajnala samples we have studied. And here you can see that it is predominantly having the South Asian ancestry, the green color, and little amount of West Eurasian ancestry. So if this unknown sample structure would be similar to whatever region, we can say very statistically that they are from that particular region. And here you can see this one is not matching with the Pakistan, not matching with the Punjab, ruling out the local people. They were not the local people. This was matching out more closely with the Ganga Plain, India. Not matching also very closely with the Central Indian, not matching with the South Indian people. So the Ajnala ancestry, it means that the sepoy sample who have been executed, they are from Ganga Plain. So we have done another additional analysis. In this analysis, we place the sample coming from various regions. Oh, yeah. So here you can see the Ajnala sample is falling here, which is close to Bihar, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal. So it means that these 50 samples, they are not coming from just one single state. It is coming to the states of Bihar, UP, West Bengal, and Jharkhand. So it means that this is a group of people, this is a group of soldiers. They have been recruited from this region, and that is why our ancestry association is showing in such a wider way. Secondly, when we have done this isotope analysis, there is already a data which shows that what kind of food if someone is eating, what kind of water someone is drinking, he or she would fall in this region. So people who were living in the Ganga plain, they were showing the closest match with these individuals who have been found in this well. So this was very clear with these analysis that the people who have been abandoned in this well, they are belonging to Gangetic Plain region, which is covered by the Bihar state, Uttar Pradesh state, Jharkhand state, and West Bengal state. So by using this information plus with the historical information, we reconstructed the whole system, the whole event, and there we see that it has been very clearly mentioned at various places that there was a cantonment at Miyamir. Miyamir exists at the Lahore. During 1857 revolt, there were around 500 soldiers. They were the Indian origin soldiers. They revolted there. They killed some of the British army people, but because their ammunition had been already taken from the British people, they could not use those ammunition. They fled from there. They used the Ravi river, and by walking through the Ravi river, they reached to Ajnala. Lot of local people, they have helped them because they wanted to come back to New Delhi, to India. So they followed the Ravi river. But when they reached to Ajnala, there were few people who informed to the British army, and British army came there. There was gunshot. Lot of people, they have been killed. Around 282 were captured, and they have been brought to Ajnala. And there they executed all the 282 soldiers next day. So overall, the finding was that they were all males. The age was 21 to 49 years. Their hands were tied when they have been thrown to the well mercilessly. They have been shot at point blank range, and the bullets, what have been used is the stone bullets. Usually people use stone bullets to kill someone who usually with the stone bullets, people don't die very quickly, it takes some time. But this kind of death is more merciless than the normal bullet killing. And they have been thrown to the well. So these are the bullet marks at the head, which have been observed. And they have been grouped 10 into 10. They have been shot dead on their head. Some of them were died, some of them were still alive. They have been thrown to the well. The well was very well covered with the dust, with the coal, and with the lime, so that everything should go up. And by smart way, the British people, they have made a Gurudwara just above that, so that everything should go up. But thanks to people who involved because of them. We got this information, and now we have written to the British High Commission because they have all the details, the names of the people who have been actually killed there, the names and the villages. So at least their last ritual should be performed. So this is our work where a lot of people were involved. Punjab University people, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad, Birbal Sahni Institute of Paleoscience. Thanks to them to discover this, and our plan for this project is because they deserve all the prayers, and then they will be also laid to rest as per faith. Some of the Muslims, some of the Hindus. So everyone have been killed there, and as per their information, because they have the information, so we asked their details. We found one of the family by genetic testing, but that would cost a lot. There is a Samir Pandey who is living in, at the moment, who is living in Canada. He sent his DNA sample. We analyzed his sample, and we found that one of the great-grandfather was actually out of this 50 sample. So we have the power to even identify the derivatives of these people, the family of these people. This is just 5 to 6 generations, but this would take a lot of energy, take a lot of people to be genotyped for very expensive technologies. So that's why happy to take any question.
Is it over, Professor Gyaneshwar?
Yes, sir. It is done. I'm done.
We are enlightened. We came to know so many things from your lecture. The most interesting thing that it was not the warriors of Punjab, but the warriors hailed from so many places of the country. They were from Bihar, they were from UP, they were from West Bengal. So the scientific research and work which you have done in this case is really remarkable. I would like that this should be presented in international forums so that people should know that how these 282 soldiers killed in 1857 revolt and they were buried in Ajnala. How did you have this brain to request the Gurdwara peoples to evacuate and go to some other place, and you started working on these dead bodies which you got there at the site? I am so glad, I'm so much touched that you have brought out these facts with your research. Moreover, the warriors were of the age of 21 and 49 years. That is another very important thing. They were our countrymen. They were our young peoples who were shot dead. And this has been proved scientifically. It is a wonderful lecture. I congratulate you on behalf of this whole forum. And I would be happy if this kind of lectures are conducted and all scholars are enlightened with these researchers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words.
Professor Chobe,
Yes, sir.
1857 history is written by many persons. I have been reading it from Delhi, and what you have presented is already telling those things. So I think and the DNA technology used by you are and done by CCMB and Bibal Sahni and other places is really remarkable, and the history is very much pertinent today also. That we should say history is not something we should not go hard at. And we should opt for history. This is one thing from this your investigation, because it is very scientific. That age group and they were all from UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, Bengal, and 1857 history is well written by people in by Sufi people, Khanka people, and there are many books are there. So these things are written. I have read it. So this such purity were done by the research.
Thank you, sir. Yes, this is a huge teamwork, and I think the technology which is helping us to prove things very conclusively is the DNA technology. And thanks to Dr. Lalji Singh for bringing this to our country.
I've heard it.
And with his blessings, he is not anymore, but with his blessing, we are trying to bring such things. Actually, one very wrong thing has happened because there was no help from the government. So the whole site was abandoned. Otherwise, this site could have been just remained as the same. Like some people were trying to come out, some people have been shot dead at the head. So if all sites they have been remained at the same way, so we could have constructed a very good museum, and that would have been a very nice example to our future generations. But because of the situation of India was not in such a good way. So we lost a very beautiful site, not beautiful, but very horrific site, and told much better way to our next generation that how we have been, the people who were serving to only your army, and you have been killed them very mercilessly.
So, thank you, Professor Ganeshwar Chaubey, given a nice talk and a very unique talk in this webinar series. एक्चुअली ये आर्कियोलॉजी के साथ ही साइंटिफिक रूप से जगाने के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रहा ये आपका कार्य तो बहुत ही साइंटिफिक और सराहनीय है, जिसमें कि CCMB हैदराबाद और इसके अलावा और भी बहुत से अच्छे जो इंस्टीट्यूट है इस फील्ड में काम किए हैं। निश्चित रूप से आगे के लिए ये जो स्टूडेंट है जो इस फील्ड पर है उनके लिए एक बहुत अच्छा मार्गदर्शन होगा इसके लिए कि आगे भी इस तरह के कार्य जो है इस फील्ड पर किए जाए। थैंक यू प्रोफेसर चौबे सर and Dr. Mishra sir for this session. Thank you both. Now next session, our chairperson Dr. Fanikant Mishra sir, Director Heritage Cell Macau, Calcutta, and our eminent speaker Dr. H.N. Datta, Vice Chancellor, the Global Open University, Nagaland, Dimapur, Nagaland. Welcome, sir. Dr. Mishra, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. H.N. Datta.
My heartiest welcome to Professor Dr. H.N. Datta, who is the Vice Chancellor of Global Open University, Nagaland. Professor Datta is a well-known archaeologist. As far as I know, he started his career in archaeology of Assam as a soldier. He became the registering officer of Government of Assam long years back, and there he documented several thousands of antiquities of Assam. And gradually, he went to the extent that he became Director of Archaeology, Government of Assam, and he published many books, articles, and delivered several lectures all over the country. His work of Jorhat Museum is one of the very monumental work which he did on behalf of Directorate of Archaeology, Assam. Ambari Archaeological Site, a very famous site of Assam. Its interim report also, Professor Dr. H.N. Datta has published. I am glad that today we all will be listening him at this seminar on growth of regional features in art and architecture in northeastern India since his period is very short, I think, since ancient times to early historical period. We all know that regionalism has been an important concept in the study of political system in India. But for we archaeologists working on art and architecture, comparing with the religion, is a very innovative work which Professor Dr. H.N. Datta has done, and he will be enlightening us with his studies, with his discoveries, and the new things which he feels that he should discuss over here in his lecture. I welcome you, Professor Datta. You are here with big knowledge about Assam. We are eager to hear you listen your academic lecture. Professor Datta.
Thank you so much for your very high words upon my past life and work which I did. But I believe that it is a very humble service which I could offer. It was my luck in one sense. And I'm so happy that you have been in touch with what I did in the past. In fact, I was not so much aware of my own work itself. So thank you so much. And I welcome all our learned scholars from different parts of the world participating in this seminar. And I thank Professor Mishra and his team for organizing such a wonderful platform so that we can, from our side, we can share our views. And in this respect, I'm going to present today one paper on growth of regional features in art and architecture in northeastern region of India since ancient times to early historical period. For this paper, my data collection is not based on surface collection only, my personal observations, and wondering for time. I'm trying to present here two aspects of the art architecture which I conceived in this small paper. That is one for the hilly regions, particularly of Nagaland, and the other of my earlier on growth of art in the Dhonsri Valley of Assam. And in this way, because of sort of time and other limitations, kindly bear with me. I will sometime also I'll have to read my paper. So thank you so much. Let me begin with my paper. Now, as we all know, the Indian art and architecture is known for their regional diversifications, which is the beauty of Indian cultural heritage. In the different parts of India, maybe southern India, northern India, we have the different forms of art and architecture, which grew because maybe for different regions of societal formations, economy, religious thought, belief, and practice, which contributed to such developments. Royal patronization of art and architecture is also flourished, for which different patterns or art of Indian architecture we are able to see today. Although the fundamental concept of propagating gods and gods or totemic symbols could be similar, but their manifestations, their different styles in growth of their art and architecture in India, we sometimes see is different. So here, as I said, in this northeastern region, developments in art in northeastern region, I am going to present, and we all know that the northeastern region occupies a strategic position. It is because geographically, culturally, racially, ethnically, linguistically, northeastern region is almost has a separate identity in Indian context, and this is indicated by the ethnographical studies of this region, because entire hill tracts of this region is found inhabited solely by large number of such tribal groups like the Indo-Mongoloid stock, such as the Adi, Misings, Apatanes, Nagas, Mizos, Kukis, Singpos, Khamtis, and others, who migrated from Southeast Asia comparatively during recent times, for which they could not penetrate into the whole of India. In the way the Indo-Aryans did and expanded their culture. And the successive waves of some remote racial elements seem to have migrated to this region of Northeast India from Eastern Asia since the Neolithic period of BC 2000. In Sanskrit, the wild non-Aryan tribes living in mountains, particularly in the Himalayas and the northeastern region of India, who were Mongoloid in origin, were called the Kiratas, who were connected with the Sinos or the Chinese, the Bhotas and the Tibetans and other Mongoloid people. A substantial analysis of the ethnicity of the northeastern region is found reflected in the verse quoted in the Sabha Parva of the epic Mahabharata, while referring to the powerful army of the king Bhagavata of Pragjyotispur, considering the Kiratas and Sinas as follows. This I have quoted the verse from the Mahabharata, but I could not see because of technical reasons, so I could not read it. The Kiratasya Senasya, that means the Kiratas, the Senas, they formed a wide, formidable army of the king Bhagavata, who is spread till the seashore of Bengal. So since proto-historical period, Lord Shiva is considered as non-Aryan god, and influence of the worship of the horned animal, e.g. the Lord Pasupati Shiva of the Indus Valley civilization, seem to have some influence worshipping of Lord Shiva in the northeastern region of India also. The Manipuris of Manipur maintain a legendary explanation of Lord Shiva and Uma, who had descended from Kailasa with intention of settling down at Manipur for a sojourn. The first came to Nangmaijang or Nilakantha Hill and selected certain other hills for their residence. These hills are now considered as sacred places in Manipur. When Shiva and Oma came, they found only Kirata people as dwellers in the land. Thus, the Indo-Mongoloid of the southeastern region propitiated Lord Shiva and Uma. The Indo-Aryan settlers, Brahmaputra, however, migrated to this during proto-historic period, roughly between BCE 800 to 500, it is normally believed. Now, they seem to have advanced Assam as far as Sadia, Bhismok Nagar in Luhis district of present Arunachal Pradesh and beyond up to Manipur. It seems all possible that the culture of the pre-Aryan Mongoloid races have swept across the northeastern region of India much before the advent of the Aryans. Thus, the fundamental belief of the Aryan societies at times had to be marginalized with such pre-existing beliefs and practice of the predominating Mongoloid racial elements of this region. On the other hand, a vast value of the region in northeastern India remained free from the cultural influence of the Aryans, as their plow economy could not penetrate into the hilly regions. In such regions, that means in the hilly areas, the remote belief and practice of the Mongoloid and other native racial elements continued with shifting cultivation, and owing to the migration of successive waves of racial elements to the northeastern region of India, the neighboring regions of Southeast Asia and China. For this, the northeastern region of India projects an anthropological museum showing inclination towards Southeast Asiatic art tradition towards the Himalayan Buddhism as seen, and besides the Aryan cultural elements from the mainland of India. The state of Nagaland harbors an unique art tradition which seems to have remote legacy of the Indus Valley civilization and beyond. Decorating of the facade of the households interiors with horns of buffalo, propagating totemic symbols of horned animals, e.g. buffalo horn, Y-shaped fork post, carved with buffalo horn monolithic columns, which seem to have remote influence of the worship of the horn deity of the Lord Pashupati Shiva or the Proto-Shiva of the Indus Valley civilization. So this paper I submitted, and it has been also published on the horn animals of the horn animals of Indian art. So this tradition of wearing animal horn as headdress for men, as found in Nagaland, indicate projection of animal horn as libido symbol of their social power, status, and manhood in society. The Y-shaped fork post is like sacrificial post, described as bestower of food, prosperity, happiness, brilliance, and bliss of the splendor of dwelling in heaven. Worship of the Lord Pashupati Shiva shown with horns of animals and surrounded by a number of animals. Decorative bronze hairpin of the Harappan civilization, projecting a stag and a dog, and for such spiritual beliefs seem to have followed in Nagaland since remote past. Now, the seal of the Lord Pashupati Shiva with the horn, is worshipped in Indus Valley. And similar thing, we can see this also, the buffalo horn in the roof of a house. And it is not only that, this buffalo horn are being used as a decorative totemic symbol in the walls of the houses of the chieftains, village headmen in Naga Hills. And many of the tribes, they worship, they propitiate this head of the methone or this buffalo, and also this fish and other many aquatic lives we have seen in their carvings and in their also artwork in Nagaland. This animal bones and animal teeth are being worn as ornaments in Nagaland, and use a V-shaped post with carvings, and also here the buffalo head or the head of the methone is a tradition followed very intensively in the state of Nagaland. Now, this is the decorative hairpin with a pair of stag found in Harappan civilization. A stag and a dog is being carved in this hairpin, and it is both the horns are projected upward. Wearing of the animal horns as headdress of the god signify that Indus Valley people worship the horn deity, attributing superior status of the divine figure as creator of all creations. Belief of wearing such a hairpin with the animal horn was possibly associated with reproduction for growth and prosperity. Wearing and worshipping of animal horn by the Nagas seem to bear such similar meaning of divinity or projected as a symbol of power. Now, in northeastern region of India, in the state of Mizoram, we have seen that the post of V-shape or Y-shape post carved with the head of the buffalo. Again, this head of the buffalo is hung on this post, and this also found in the state of Mizoram. And it appears that in Mizoram also, the concept of worshipping the horn animals and the concept of propitiating the horn animals like Nagaland was popular. So this is a V-shaped monolithic column with carving with different horn animals and also flowered. It goes to late date, of course, for 14th century AD. So such tradition are in stone also found in the state of Nagaland. Now, spiritual belief upon animal as representation of God on earth. So religious belief has that horn animals on earth represent the supreme power of God, as is flourished in the Indus Valley civilization, seem to have had remote influence in the northeastern region of India, which still have the tradition among the Nagas of Nagaland in northeastern region of India. The V-shape and the Y-shape post with buffalo horn are the examples as discussed. In Hinduism, Lord Shiva is found associated with bull or Nandi. Lord Vishnu is shown with animals of Dasaravatara incarnations. Water tanks associated with temples are found reared with tortoise or fishes. Fishes are considered a sign of prosperity. The vehicles of gods and goddesses in Indian culture are always animals. Elephants are found reared by temple priests. In many temples in India, animal birds are left free to dwell in the premise of temples. So narratives of numerous stories, folklore are found regarding the animals of having some spiritual belief. Such a strong tradition of wearing animal horn as headdress for men, as found in Nagaland, indicate projection of animal horn as libido symbol of the societal power status and manhood in society. The Y-shaped fork post is like sacrificial post described as a bestower of food, prosperity, happiness, brilliance, and splendor of dwelling in heaven. There prevails a custom of keeping sacred animal in a temple. Temple punts are treated with places for tortoise and fishes. Of course, I have said it. It is believed that the particles of God, divine essence, entered into the body of the animal living around the temple premise. The totemic animal are propagated as an incarnation of God. The Egyptians believed that a particle of God's divine essence entered into the body of the totemic animal, making the animal an incarnation of God. During his lifetime, the sacred animal would have been well fed and cared for, and might even have given oracular advice to the devotees. For the Nagas, worshipping of the Mithun bros, its geological name Bros frontalis or buffalo, was a totemic symbol like the Greek and Egyptian believed. Now, the panel of sculptures of Ram in the temple of Amun-Ra in Luxor in Egypt. Here, is a panel of these sculptures of Ram. It is a horn animal, and it is in the Amun-Ra temple in Luxor in Egypt. I recently visited that site also. Now, this is Alexander the Great. He was also wearing the horn of Ram as his headdress. So, believing that he being the supreme, to draw supreme power of God for him. This is a artwork of this coin. It is a coin of Alexander the Great. Now, how this we could correlate with the ancient traditions in relation to the state of Nagaland, or the V-shape or wearing of or worshipping of animal head by the people of Nagaland. This is a matter of this quite interest, and also it needs our studies. Now, one evidence I like to point out is a musical log drum of the Nagas in Nagaland. The Nagas has a tradition of making a log drum, musical log drum, by cutting a tree. The huge tree will be used by hollowing it inside so that it makes a sound when the community needs to meet together during urgent situation. Such log drum, the face of the stand of the log drum is carved with an animal face. Is the face of an animal, which sometimes composite in character, or which sometimes looks like aquatic in character. And in this way, the tradition of carving of animal figure is there in the musical log drum of the Nagas. So it indicates that if this and the entire log drum, they also carved in the shape of a boat. It is not merely just a straight. In a straight way, they do not cut this. They cut the long musical log drum and try to give the shape of a boat, and the stern of which is decorated with this animal. So it appears from this, it appears that Nagas had seafaring activities in remote past. And the musical log drum made of log tree is carved in the shape of a boat, and the stern of the log drum is carved like an aquatic animal. Before playing the log drum, the community people worship the log drum, and particularly the face of the log drum where the animal figure is being carved. And it is believed that this animal particularly had some certain power of protection. Now the aquatic animal carved in the stern, believing it as a god of water to save them during their perilous journey in boat, during their homeward journeys. The food habit of the Nagas and using plenty of aquatic lives, which in their traditional cuisine identically associate the Nagas with hydrological culture. Wearing of conch shells and ornaments and decorating of costumes and garments and believing conch shell as the properties of higher pride indicate remote association of the Nagas with seafaring activities. The Nagas, as it appears, were in touch with sailors and navigators who since ancient time visited the Southeast Asiatic islands from the Indian Ocean and had taken part in sea voyages and became acquainted with the life in sea before they migrated to the hills of Nagaland. Ancient Indian trade and commerce with Roman Empire and Southeast Asia and China, which continued till Mauryan period, followed during the imperial Gupta rulers, seem to have associated these inhabitants with trade activities. Some Indian kingdoms were also established in these islands, the Indian kingdoms. During remote past in some time, these Nagas from Southeast Asiatic region must have migrated towards the hills of Nagaland. Now, crocodile as a deity of water. When we discuss the aquatic deity of the Nagas, we may recall ancient Egyptian deity associated with the river Nile crocodile, represent either in its form or as a human with crocodile head and worshipped as god Sobek. Crocodile was worshipped as god of water and could act as symbol of pharaonic power and strength. Crocodile symbolizes individuality, protection, and strength, a symbol of new beginning, one's life. It times, so indicating the time to embrace the knowledge and wisdom and one glean to one's life, to internalize it and to move forward carrying luck in life journey. The Indian culture and religion, crocodile symbolizes the Makara, which is considered as the vehicle of the river Ganga and also the Bahana of Borona, the ocean. Makara has numerous manifestations in art motif in India. The aquatic deity carved in stern of the log drum may represent such a remote tradition of some aquatic figure and which take back to their past life and culture. Now, in Majuli Island of the river Brahmaputra, this is Benganati Satra, we found a boat is being worshipped by the devotees in the Satra and signifying the boat as a means of their life from the present life to the next life. And in Egypt also, such a boat is being, I found a boat is being carved in the burial mounds of the kings in Egypt. So evidence of a terracotta boat is also found, which was used in burial ritual, has been also found in Jalukbari, and now it has been preserved in the Guwahati University in the Department of Anthropology department. Another such boat was also found in Navagraha Hills. So it means that this boat was once a predominating part of the culture in northeastern region of India also. Now this is the painting of the boat which is noticed in the tomb of Ramses IV at the Valley of the Kings at Wadi Biban at Moloch in Egypt. Now, remoteness of the art and cultural tradition of Nagaland. So this religious belief and of which we have so far I have discussed, and also one thing this of the Ficus tree, which also the Nagas worshipped, and regarding this buffalo horde and Y-shaped wooden column, which has so far, which I have been so far discussing, it represents certain remote ancient Indian tradition, and this indicated once the Nagas came to associate it with such beliefs and such traditions were being influenced by their life and culture. From Egypt also, the communication with India was very common, and one Sanskrit inscription in Egypt has been recently discovered in Berenike in Egypt. This is the Sanskrit inscription, datable to 348 and 378 BC. And this is how, of course, this we need the further studies and detail on the with fundamental data. This it is required for establishing the hypothesis which I am presenting, that the Nagas had certain connectivity with ancient Indian traditions, and with which they were influenced, and which they until recent times they are following those traditions of worshipping the buffalo horns or mutton head, and they feel that they are being protected by worshipping of this buffalo head. Now, this is what I wanted to tell about some outline of the art tradition in Nagaland. I want to now come down to the valleys, because the northeastern region of India is diversified by hills and plains. And this region, this matter which we want to discuss, is just adjacent to this Naga Hills only. Here in this Soibijim promoted Duborni School of Regional Art of Northeast India. It is another phase during ancient time. On the bank of the river Dhansiri, where recently we have found that the capital of the Daboka kingdom was flourished. So there some art activity flourished, who is going to indicate their own individuality, own tradition, which was generated in that area. And I want to discuss on this phase of development of art and architecture in the plains, in a plains region of northeastern region of India. Now, this Daboka kingdom, which had a capital on the bank of the river Dhansiri with a Patana, with a river port, it was through river Brahmaputra. It was connected with the Pataliputra, the capital of the kingdom of the Mauryas as well as the Guptas. And since Daboka kingdom was a frontier kingdom of the imperial Guptas, it quite possible that the kingdom, the Dubrovnik capital of the Daboka kingdom had regular connectivity with Pataliputra, for which the art, architecture, antiquities flourished in the Dhansiri Valley in Duborni region. So regional art contributed to the growth of native culture and provided direct economic growth to the regional society in Duborni. It appears to have received royal support, and the situation provided a royal guard to the regional art developed at Duborni. So this at Duborni, which was the capital of the Daboka kingdom, definitely royal patronization was there, as you will see during some of the slides which I shall show slightly later. And on the support of the kings, the regional art at Duborni seemed to have been flourished. The kings could have kept Krita Silpos in the capital, and must have encouraged the artists for promotion of for the merchants, trade, etc. And whatever sculptures we have found, they have been found that they have been carved maintaining all ancient Indian ancient Indian Silpasastras within the framework of the Silpasastras. And one point is that one inscription which we have found in that area, that Alisegarni stone slab inscription, there a verse from the Bokakotha of the epic Mahabharata is being carved. The Bokokotha, as we all know, it indicates the India's highest cultural milieu regarding as for examples in one's life, whom should be worshipped or whom should be respected, which was asked to the Pancha Pandavas by Boko, that in one's life we need to respect our own parents. So that particular verse of the epic Mahabharata is being found carved in the Alsiga Tengani stone inscription at Duborani. So this is the inscription. Here in this inscription, the footprints of the parents of the king, here it is seen as Ratnavarman, might have been, these are the footprints of the king Ratnavarman and his wife. And this inscription indicates how the parents were respected, and that this could be also a royal insignia, that in the name of Ratnavarman, his son Vasundhara Varman might have ruled the kingdom of Dvaka during the 4th-5th century AD. Now this is another terracotta seal, just in the Patana or harbor, which I said, where the Alisega Tengani stone inscription was found. A terracotta seal has been also recovered, and it was issued by Vasundhara Varman. And you see, the art of making terracotta seal also very significant in Indian art and culture. And in Nalanda Museum, we have seen a lot of terracotta seals, and one seal of our king Pragjyotispura has been also preserved there. But this terracotta seal, which I have discovered, it is written Akshaya Vritti Khandastam Sri Vasundhara Varmana. The Sri Vasundhara Varmana, they were writing because they were ruling under the Guptas. And this art of making seal, art of issuing or the system or administrative procedure of issuing a royal seal and administrative headquarters also became popular in this region. So this is Rewa Dhansiri, and this is the Patana or harbor or port. This is water, and these are the only entrance. Otherwise, it is surrounded by water on all sides. And the Alisegatani stone inscription was found in a smaller Patana, and the clay cell has been found here. And there is a dock which was connected to River Dhansiri. And from River Dhansiri, Brahmaputra is not far. And in that way, from Dhansiri, following the course of Brahmaputra, the region was open to the other cultural forums of ancient India. Now, a royal patronage and role of Shaivism. It seems that the art activity which flourished at Duborani archaeological site had been able to draw royal support, who seem to have patronized artists and art activity at Duborani. Manufacture of terracotta seal, culture of preserving the footprints of respectables, quoting of verses from the epic Mahabharata are the testimony of flourishing professional architects in the region. The art activity at Duborani generated a social assimilation of the ethnic groups to bring them together into an organized Sanskritized society. The rulers of the kingdom were Shaivite, and inscription with Shaivite Trisula in the beginning have confirmed glorification of Shaivism in the region. It is found that Shaivism played a pivotal role in the development of art activity at Duborani. Not only Shiva temples, which Stavara Shivalinga was built, but also temples, Manasalinga, and numerous sculptures, Shivalingas for individual worship, and many numerous Shaiva deities were also carved. In many cases, we found that stone sculpture of Vishnu with Vaishnavized Ayodhas. Sorry for this disruption. So Vishnu figures have been found inscribed with inscription narrating glorification of the worship of Shiva, controller of Triloka, and could be worshipped by all section of people. The Ayudha or Trisula of Shiva have been carved as an votive object for worship. In the Garbhagriha of Shiva temple excavated at Nongan Duborni archaeological site, a circular representation of the art made of stone found. Numerous composite sculptures of Harihara have been found carved. Figures of Ardhanarishwara, Daksha, Samunda, Ekadasa Rudra, Daksha, Ekamukhalinga have been found. It is found that Shaivism played a pivotal role in development of art activity at Duborni. The art activity of Duborni generated social assimilation of various ethnic groups to bring them together into an organized Sanskrit society, as I have said. In one temple, which under forest cover it was, then we took up for excavation of this mound. Then we found this ground plan of the temple with an Ardha Mandapa and Garbhagriha with a Shivalinga, and below an emblem or an embodiment of art in Duborni archaeological site. It has an opening and it is a Pradakshina Patha. The temple could be Pradakshina Patha for the devotees to make religious movements around the temple. And the walls were straight walls, and it is believed that the roof of the temple was covered with perishable materials. And we have found this Shivalinga, it is in the form of Manusalinga during excavation in this temple. So this is the Manusalinga, and as I said, the emblem of the art, which was also worshipped by the devotees. Now this is the Shivalinga, and this is the shape of the art. This is also a symbolic art which was possibly worshipped. And when we tried to see it found it was made of equal 4 divisions. It is a hemisphere in shape, and the sculptures of Botany became so popular that these were carved in terracotta, in wood, in stone, and metallic, in all mediums of art. But they are all found carved. Descent sediment was used in case of stone sculptures, and the sculptures are round in shape, square in size, adorned, decorated with respective ayudas, with mukuta, both in stanaka and seated figures, showed pot-bellied, in round face, slightly in meditative inside, and in minute details of dress, ornaments, and iconography. Many sculptures are found inscribed with inscriptions at their edge or at their bottom. Syncretism is a major artistic development in this genre of sculptures of Duborni. Vishnu images have been glorified as Shiva, as Lord of the 3 worlds. Now this is one example. This is a sculpture of Vishnu and in Soturbuja, but this image has an inscription which glorifies Shiva as a controller of the Triloka, and all Sudras and all people could worship this figure of Vishnu. This is mentioned in this inscription. So this form of syncretism is one of the major characteristics of the Duborni school of regional art. Another inscription of Harihara also found with inscription. In this age of this sculpture, this inscription has been found. This is also a Harihara sculpture found with, in the rear side of this sculpture, there is an inscription. But here we need to notice the artistic representation of this sculpture, which represents some mongoloid features or native ethnic feature. Because this face is almost squaric, it is not round. And in this way, there was an attempt of the Duborni artist of Duborni to bring the native ethnic people to bring to come to closer and to develop a Sanskrit society. Now this inscription, which is in the beginning we found a trident, Here it is written Akshaya Datti Utshista Sri Vasundhara Barmana. Maybe that river wharf which on the bank of the river Donsari was created by Vasundhara Barmana, and he must have issued this inscription, but it's the only single line inscription. And representation of the trident before the beginning of the inscription indicate that this Sri Vasundhara Barman was a Saivite. And here we found the Pancha 5 gross elements of the creation as believed in Saivism, that earth, water, air, fire, sky. So these are the elements, 5 gross elements of creation. So this is being engraved or shown in the sun, a very small this emblem of this trident in this inscription. Trishula has been also carved as a divinity. And this, as I said, the Trishula is a different 5 gross elements of creation, as I already discussed. So this is being shown here. Before I explain in details, but I would like to sum up. And such Shivalingas are found in this region, which such Manasalingas. This is very rare because in other parts of Assam we do not get such Shivalingas. And this is the architect pair of metallic Gupta type of architect plumage which was found at Dubarani. And it was I found and collected all this architect plumage and preserved in this Jorhat district museum. So this indicates that some classical tradition, some classical art which flourished during Gupta rule was also followed more or less in the art and architectural forms of Dubarani. Now, Soivat sculpture is a Maharaja relation of Shiva. It is a seated figure who holding a Domboro, and this one lotus is here. So this is very square form of Shiva and with a headdress. So these are it comes under the norms of the Dubarani school of art. Now this is another Soivat sculpture Satrubhaja inscribed with one inscription found in that cultural area. Here it is a Harihara sculpture, although this sculpture it looks like a Vishnu, the mass and the lotus and this conch shell in hand. But we need to see the Japamala is being provided in the right hand, which indicates although this sculpture is carved as a Vishnu, but he has been again glorified as Lord Shiva only. Now it is similar sculpture. It is a Vishnu, outwardly it is a Vishnu, but only its Japamala says that this sculpture is Harihara. Now similar Harihara, it is with an inscription in the bottom. It is a snake and the Garuda is there, Sakra is there, this side Garuda, this the Nandi is there, and this inscription mentioned that the name Jutila, another name of Vishnu. So this I would like to show another sculpture. A similar inscription we found in Nalanda, Bihar, which is an inscription, which is also inscribed in the bottom. So carving of inscriptions at the bottom of sculptures in Nalanda in Bihar, and similar carving of inscriptions at the bottom of a sculpture at Dubarani indicates certain cultural connectivity which was flourishing in the Ganga Valley as well as Dhansiri Valley or in Dubarani. This sculpture, as we see it in Banaras Hindu University, it is a Surya, showing as a Surya. But artistic tradition of this sculpture of Surya of Banaras Hindu University also bear certain similarities with the sculptures of Dubarani. So this is the sculpture of Harihara from Dubarani, and this is Surya from Varanasi, UP. So both these sculptures are stylistically similar, and these also indicate that some certain cultural or social communication between the cultural forums of the Ganga Valley also the people of Dubarani had during their time. These are some of the sculptures which I want to show the product of Duborni School of Regional Art. This is a Samunda. This is a human face Garuda or Suparna. This is a figure of Vishnu. This is also Vishnu. This is a figure of Parvati. And this is Surya. And here also one inscription is engraved. So like that, these sculptures, as I said, these are very round in shape, square, and in their stature, and details in their ornamentation, and carved following certain iconographical text. Another, as I said, this is sculpture of Vishnu carved in wood. The Duborni School of Art became so popular that in metallic art, in stone, in terracotta, in wood, these sculptures were carved. And fortunately, we are so lucky that we got this sculpture datable to 6th century BC, but it is still in individual collection, but it is only sculpture in the northeastern region of India that goes to this antiquity in wood. This is in terracotta, showing Parvati. Details of a sheeted sculpture of terracotta with her contour, the attenuated waist. So this is also a very beautiful sculpture of that period. This is metallic sculpture of the image of Surya, as I already said. The inscription here, engraved here in the lower part of, in this area. Musukunda Shakriti. That means he was possibly the artist of the sculpture. Two metallic sculptures we found, one is Harihara and one is Durga. Both are mutilated, and these both have been collected by me, and they are now preserved in the Assam State Museum. So these are the identical representation of metallic craft of which flourished in Duborni School of Regional Art. Now, the two different spectrum of cultural development in the hills and in the plains are seen in the history of art and art of the northeastern region of India. There are many other regions in northeastern region of India which show their local tradition flourished. The hilly regions in this, my paper which I show, the hilly regions shows remote development of art and art tradition which are continuing as lingering tradition of the most ancient religious developments of India. The rest discussed indicates development of a regional school of art at Duborni. In both cases, their native vigor played a vital role in maintaining their regional identity. The sculpture of Duborni School of Art as such are the expression of a local idiom flourished in the native ethnic society centering Duborni, the fortified capital of the kingdom of Davoka. Impact of this regional society reflected in the development of the Duborni School of Regional Art. The native ethnic society which contributed to the development of a strong regional kingdom in the Dhansri Valley, having communication with Ganga Valley, Duborni School of Regional Art. The Duborni School of Regional Art shows the native ethnic society which contributed to the development of the strong regional kingdom in the Dhansri Valley, which had communication with the Ganga Valley. The Duborni School of Regional Art, apart from royal patronage, must have been sustained by trade, as indicated by the existence of a Patana at Alsigatengani. A strong regional concept, owing to the native vigor and geographical factor, seem to have developed in the political and cultural life in the region. On the basis of these regional developments of art, the School of Art could be called the Northeast Indian School of Duborni Regional Art. So, this is my submission. I took up a very large, wide subject. The time was also, I did not get time also to prepare properly. But I want to submit that the northeastern region of India, which has both the hill regions as well as the plain regions, the plain was well communicated with the mainland of India, but the hills, as we believe that hills is very close to China and Southeast Asia, and the hills of the, particularly this Naga hills, maintaining the tradition of Southeast Asian art tradition. And if we go to Himalaya, again we see the Himalayan Buddhism tradition are also there. So in this way, northeastern region is a beauty, beauty of diverse cultural manifestations, which we need very serious attention, and the time is going on, and we need to explore more and more and establish globally our those evidence with proper scientific documentation, exploration, and study. So my paper is based on only on surface collection, without any serious archaeological work, and without any serious archaeological investigations. So I hope my friends will see if I'm not going into proper details, and I look for your suggestions also how to go ahead in near future, and this is my submission. Thank you.
Anybody wants to give some view, some suggestions? Any scholars? All are welcome. Yes, no? ये पंखा ऑफ करना. I don't think anybody is interested to speak something. You have listened this lecture. It's a very wonderful lecture, which I could know. And Dr. Datta has done excellent work in northeastern region. I think northeastern region is a barren area where you get so many things to work, so many new things you have to find out. When I was the regional director of Archaeological Survey of India, Calcutta, whenever I was going in my visit to that area, I used to think that why this area has been left barren. There are scholars, but they could not go in deep. So many times I used to ask Dr. Chaudhary that it seems neither in prehistory, neither in proto-history, and the other histories, we could not make a systematic study of this region. After hearing this excellent lecture by Professor Datta, he has enlightened us very nicely how the culture developed in this area. But few points which I would suggest him, when he has prepared so nicely all these things, he has to work out whether we should make a comparative study in detail about our relations of the antiquities which we have found here, that whether they have some influence from the Buddhist side, like what we are getting in Nalanda, what we are getting in other parts. One sculpture he showed that was of perhaps Vishnu, that he is getting at Varanasi also. So what was the relation of artisans from that area to this area? Whether these sculptures were built, because the stone is different. The stone what we have seen of the sculptures of Nalanda and the stone which we are seeing of your area is totally different. So where are the artists? Who were the artists? How could they carve the similar art at the similar time? So there must be some correlation between the artists. One point. Secondly, I was very much impressed by this, that era was the era of Shiva. Shiva was the supreme god. This is a wonderful thing which you have explained to us. Even in Vishnu form, Vishnu is indirectly saying that it is Shiva's, Harihara, what Devasani art says, there also he has glorified Shiva. So that zone must be a very strong zone for the Shiva art, for the Shiva culture.
Yes, yes.
Rest of the things which you have explained, at some places, I feel the dating should be earlier also. Dating method should be discussed in detail. You are the vice chancellor of a very good university, the global university. You can host a seminar, and the seminar should be on the datings, what you have found in this northeastern region. I find in some of the sculptures, dating you have given little late. It can be earlier.
Yes,
Because
yes.
I am seeing the head, I am seeing the hands of the sculpture. They are more or less, I can say ki it is of the earlier period. Whereas I think while giving the dating, you are not very confirmed that it is of this date or something like that. So we can discuss that point also in detail. And you will give a very new theory to your area if the datings are discussed very well. Thirdly, what is very nicely which you have presented here, that is Duberani School of Regional Art. What is this art? What a nice way you have presented that how this art flourished in this area. I am sure its extension would be not only in this area, it might have gone to some other places also. Might have any kind of this art which has got a comparative study which we are doing with the Nalanda art, which we are doing with Varanasi and other places art. This school of art, regional art, would have gone to some other extension also. Maybe in your bordering states might have gone to that part, to some Myanmar or other countries. So we can study that also. So I congratulate you, Dr. Datta, for such a wonderful lecture which you have given, citing so many inscriptions. That inscriptions are also very interesting to see. They also need to be studied in more detail. How are these inscriptions? The scripts where you have shown it and you have given the dating, there also I have a doubt that the script is little later. We have given it little earlier, but that script is of the little later period, must be of the 6th or 7th century AD. So that needs to be taken care. It's an excellent lecture. I congratulate you for such a wonderful presentation on this archaeology. You know, our archaeology is a very different kind of subject. It depends on the interpretation. It depends on your presentation. So your interpretation and presentation is excellent. I again and again congratulate you and thank you for such a nice deliberation at this stage. Thank you very much, Professor Datta.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Actually, I like to add that the Botany sculptures, it covered entire the Brahmaputra Valley. In Tinsukia also, with some sculptures of the Botany School of Art was found in Sivasagar also. But because of my time limit, I could not discuss this. The entire Brahmaputra Valley in Upper Assam, covering Upper Assam, it was covered. But about the Southeast Asiatic, whether it reached that area, I have not found any such evidence, or I have not do that exercise also. And in that way, it is certain that with Ganga Valley, this trade communication was there, and with Ganga Valley, this Dhansuri Valley or Duborani, where the capital of the Dabaka kingdom flourished, definitely it has some this communication based on trade, because the Duborani, that port, Patana we call, that was established following the principle of ancient Indian Silpa Sastras or Kotilla Otra Sastra. It was built like a Setubandha. If the two entrances are being guarded, no one could enter the interior embankment of the waterfall. So definitely the dock is also still there. That means from the river Dhansari, the people could go to this Pataliputra via Brahmaputra and river Ganga.
Definitely,
So
definitely.
the communication was there because this Davoka kingdom was a frontier state of Gupta kingdom only. So the rulers here, they are writing Sri before their names because they were subordinate to the Gupta emperors. So this indicates some cultural relation with the with Pataliputra had maintained from Dvorani, and this we need to highlight in further work. So that I'm gradually doing some work, and I'm thankful for the dates as has been suggested. Dates of these sculptures, it should go a little bit earlier.
Yes,
In
yes.
the Banaras Hindu University, that sculpture is dated to 5th century AD. So in the same manner, there could be some variation, and after studying properly the date of the sculptures of those, it is in my mind, I need to restudy again. And in this way, there are works to be done on this paper fully. Uh, so let us see if I could give some time and do this work. But I thank you so much for your very high words, and I do not deserve. I humbly working for whatever my time permits for the study of art and archaeology of this northeastern region, because you may be knowing that all the comprehensive history of India may the very virtuous scholars wrote, but this part of our country was not covered in those books. In no comprehensive India, you will find the history of the northeastern region of India has not been covered. So it went a long phase. Ultimately, our professors, Sir S.K. Borpujari, had to publish one comprehensive history of India alone to cover this area. So from beginning time, Indian historians covered their stories only up to Bengal, not beyond that. So this region was actually in dark of the scholars of the mainland of India and students also even. But now, when
Very true.
from the Postgraduate Research Institute of Pune, some our students are reading there, and they have started doing some work. In that way, this region is coming into light. So this is my opinion. So let us work together. If let us, the northeastern people should not be leave aside their history and culture, form a basic part of ancient Indian history and culture. So in future, let us think like this and work.
And
Please excuse me for saying this.
your area is, Professor Datta, your area is left barren. I have worked in Sikkim. I have published this book. I think you can see it.
Yes,
This
yes,
was
thank you, sir.
my 5 years book, 5 years work in Sikkim. And we
Yes,
could get so many Neolithic sites in Sikkim.
yes,
And
yes,
those Neolithic sites which we discovered in situ. I thought how this area has been left barren.
yes,
In after every 7 kilometers, we were discovering one site, or Neolithic sites. We
yes,
were
yes,
getting Gupta sites. So similarly, my impression is कि in that area, even in Nagaland, I have traveled Nagaland many places. Lot of sites are hidden. We have not
yes,
reached to that place. That
yes,
what
yes,
you are telling is a very true that we are not very serious about that region. We came up to Bengal and then we came back. We did not go beyond Bengal so seriously. Now you have started and you are there. I would request you, you open one department of archaeology for Northeast region only. You will see a lot of works will be done in your university. This is required. And you are an archaeologist. You have given such a nice presentation. I was so glad to hear you. I have read your one excavation report long back, and I knew with your that excavation report. But your
so
deliberation here was excellent. I am so grateful to be chairing this session with you. It was excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. H.N. Datta, sir, Vice Chancellor, Nagaland Open University, for giving a nice talk on Northeast region, and Dr. Fanikant Misra, sir, shared the session. Now, next session is our chairperson, Dr. Fanikant Mishra, sir, Director Heritage Cell, Macau, Kolkata, and formerly Regional Director. And our next speaker, Dr. Manish Rai, Assistant Superintendent Archaeologist, Archaeological Survey of India, Sion Fort, Mumbai. His talk on recent studies of archaeological heritage in the Mumbai metropolitan region. Yes, sir. I am requesting Dr. Fanikant Misra, please introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Manish Rai.
Welcome, all scholars, the speaker of this session, Dr. Manish Rai. I know him not like Dr. Manish Rai, I know him like a Manish. He is my very well-known, I can say, my close associate. Although we have met very less, but we know each other. I am very senior to him and he is very junior to me, but we love each other very much. Manish is one of the very budding new archaeologists who is coming with so many works in archaeology. He has been stationed in the area of Maharashtra, that is in Bombay, most of the time on behalf of Archaeological Survey of India. And when we think of Bombay Circle of Archaeological Survey of India, we immediately remember that it is Manish who is there. He would have done some very good work over there. So he is associated with most of the works of that region in archaeologically. He did his PhD from Jabalpur. His PG diploma was from Archaeological Survey of India, Institute of Archaeology. And he has won several awards in this young age from various institutions for his work. He has attended many excavations. And he was the director also of one of the excavation. And moreover, his experience in archaeology is not only excavation, but he is a very well explorer also. He explored many sites in Maharashtra region. His work for registration of antiquities is also well recognized by the scholars. He has published many research papers and has attended many seminars all over the country. His book is also published in Hindi, that is Prachin Bharat Ka Puratatva or Murti Shilp. So we are meeting a very young, coming up scholar today, and I feel honored to chair and boost up this new boy for the future, because they are the future archaeologists. We are now going towards the end and they are coming to the top. So my blessings, my good wishes to you, and you would be speaking today on studies of archaeological heritage in the Mumbai metropolitan region. We know that Mumbai is quite rich. We have many archaeological places in and around Mumbai, like most of the places people know, that is Gateway of India, Chhatrapati Shivaji, Maharaj Terminus, Taj Mahal Palace, Elephanta Caves, Haji Ali Dargah. These all are very common places. But Manish will speak to us about most interesting archaeological works, findings in and around Bombay. So we are eager, Manish, to listen to you. Come forward, and I welcome you again on this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Respected chairman, professors and scholars, and my friends. So I have to start my presentation. So we are going to from known to unknown. The title is Mumbai Metropolitan Region is based now many districts of Western Maharashtra like Thane, Mumbai City, Mumbai Suburban, Palghar, and it was mentioned in many ancient literature and inscriptions. So this area is known as Aparanta during Mauryan period, and later it was known as Konkan, especially North Konkan. So we start from Sopara. The Sopara is located very near to Mumbai, around 80 kilometer, and it was excavated by Bhagwanji Indraji in 1882 and have found relic cascade, and there is some pieces of Buddha ball. Scholars said these are belongs to Buddha. So it is this is the ancient trade route, and there are routes mentioned in our ancient text and located and well connected with northern part of India as well as eastern and southern part. So there are many ports located in the western coast, especially Sopara, Cheol, and Gharapuri, that is Elephanta, and more other also ports located in that area. So Sopara, already I said about that. This area, basically, the name of Bodhisattva Surparka said to be formed birth of Gautam Buddha. It is mentioned in Mahavans, Divyavadan, one Parva Mahabharata, Sri Pal Charitra, which is a Jain text, also mentioned the Sopara, and other Buddhist, Brahmanical and Jain text. So historically, the site represents a Buddhist settlement which come up around the trading mart and emerged the famous maritime Silk Route of India. It was also included in the tentative list of UNESCO, which is trading with Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greek, Rome, and East Africa. So this is the basically location of the Sopara. These are the ancient photographs, archival photographs. And it was again excavated by M.M. Qureshi during 1939 and 40. The whole stupa and votive stupa was exposed during that period. And some Satavahana coins and Gadhaiya coins were reported during the excavation, and some potteries like glazeware also reported during the excavation. So this is another view during the 80s, and during 2006 and 7, we have also excavated the foundation of the stupa. So we reach the ground level, and there are 13 courses around 1.3 or 1.4 meter. Now these bricks and circumference it was conserved and preserved. It was 27 meter dia. After the exposed the whole area, the picture look like this. And these are the pottery which was found during 2006, 7, 7, 8, and 9, 10. So these are the gladeware, this historical pot sets, and this is the lamp. So such kind of votive stupa also reported from Sarnath, and you can see the right side the picture from Sarnath, and similar to square, rectangular, and square votive stupa, which belongs to the earliest period. And we have also found one stone, carved stone pillar, which have an image of Buddha, and similar we an 11 votive stupas, and having different size and diameter, height, and basically these are the square, circular, and rectangular. So we have done a recent study with the Geomagnetism Institute, Panvel, Indian Institute of Geomagnetism, Panvel, with collaboration to know the scientific date. And after the analysis, thermoremanent magnetization, we found the date which belongs to before the Ashokan period, 37.20 plus minus 3.8 microtesla. That is, that belongs to around 345 BC to 223 BC. So, very near to stupa, there is a tank or water tank. It was called Bhatela Bandar, and it was basically old landing place, which is located low mound about 50 yards of Bhatela Lake, where in Ashoka rock addict, one of the rock addict fragment of rock addict was reported at the pond, which was basically used by locals as a washing stone. This was discovered by Bhagwandrji Indraji during 1882. It was very near to stupa, and there is another site, mound locally known as Gas, which is located around also 0.5 kilometer, and it was a part of Supara city or ancient city, and 3 kilometers from Nirmal, where we have also reported sculptures remains or temple remains, which belongs to 11th, 12th century, especially Silhara time. And this Bhatela pond was used during the Portuguese time. Even recent 90s, this was used, and the dia is 180 meter and 86 meter width. Look like a Lothal port or like a Elephanta port, Briptam jetty. So now, due to siltation, the Bhatela pond is now closed and not defunct. And this Supara site is very located very strategic position from Vetarna river and the Basin Creek. Besides that, other archaeological in the former architectural members are also scattered in the area, but major part of the archaeological remains may be lost on account of the modern pressure of the modernization in the vicinity. So, this is the stupa, and this is the basically pond, Bhatela pond, and we can see the series of the water tank now filled by debris, and the port or Supara port now defunct. So these are the imaginary, recent Google imaginary to know the, basically this is the sea and very near to sea, this locality. So we have come to the Elephanta. Elephanta, we know this is the World Heritage Site declared by UNESCO in 1987, and basically Elephanta known as the caves, but we have see the next slide, the other remains which we know very less or unknown. So this is the tank which was constructed in 1973 by the government of Maharashtra, and during the construction or digging the site, the former SA Dr. S.R. Rao has exposed a Bripcom jetty, and they have reported antiquity like Kankani, which is a copper coin, and search of Roman amphora from the ground level, from the below level. And this is the way to stupa. There is a stupa having dia 182 meter and one of the largest stupa in India. These are the periphery of the stone of that stupa. And this is the stupa. Height is about 15 to 20 meter. Due to Paris material like brick and this area falling heavy rain zone, so the structure and grown the many trees around or over the stupa, the structure was disturbed. And during the excavation in 1999-2000, some few molding bricks belongs to Vakatak period or Gupta period were reported. So very near to this stupa, there are 4 water cisterns which was used during that time. And the south side of that stupa, there are steps which leading from port to that place. So the important things is here, we can see the amphora sets. These are the amphora sets and potteries which was reported, and we can see also in the section the amphora hands, and this is the brick wall belongs to pre-Gupta period or Gupta period. There is a pottery in section and there is the bricks. So we can see the sets of amphora which was reported highest number in the Indian subcontinent. And these amphoras sets belongs to various span of time from 1st century BC to 6th or 7th century CE. So these are the earliest amphora sets, and these are the basically later time or made in India. And the other type of Roman sets like Arrington ware not repeated here, and these amphora sets was used for liquid material or maybe some metals. So we come to the next site, the Shiva temple at Ambarnath. This temple was constructed in 1060 CE by Silahar king Mummuni Raj, and it is located very near to Ambarnath station and in the bank of the Valdhan river. So during the excavation, we have also excavated the western part of the temple to see the remains of the ancient temple, and we have laid out the trench, and we have found some ancient structural remains, basically sub-shrine. These are the platform of the sub-shrine, and this is the pillar, maybe the lower part of the pillar. So this is another view, the steps leading to the sub-shrine, and it is a square, almost a square. So the important finding from this site is the laborers working at the site, and this sculpture is very rare sculpture found from here. That is this part of the structure, and we can see the laborers are bearing or lifting the architectural member from one place to another place. They are highly ornamented. They are bearing karana kundalas and other clothes, etc. So this belongs to the Ambarnath temple, and this panel belongs to Khajuraho temple, which is now kept in museum in reserve collection. So people, three people and three lifting this architecture member from one place to another, and the Silpi carving the stone using the chisel, and there is a lady standing behind him, helping him to something of her. And because the lady as a natural formation, they are not lifting heavy things, so she helping some other form to assist the Silpi. Beside that, I have documented all sculpture around 172 numbers, and kept in the sculpture shed at Ambarnath. These are the and few of them are displayed here. So the Shiva and Mahishasuramarddini, the lady figure, and this is the Natesa and Ganesha. The other deities you can see here, different type of styles, Tribhanga, Dvibhanga. So these are another, and this is the Durga, 10-handed Durga, and these are architect member, and this is the Amlaka. Basically, this was used on the top of the temple, and Bharvaka. So besides that, we noticed the hero stone or memorial stone. So this stone carved Kalsa on the top, and sun and moon now broken or hardly seen here, and some inscription it may be here, but due to weather, the rock, it was not seen, and this panel is basically a horse rider flanked by men on either side. Another interesting things is in this panel. Beside that, there is a depiction of Ganesha. Generally, we can see the Shivlinga in the panel, but here we can see the Ganesha in Sukhasana Mudra, holding Parsu on the right hand, and other one is holding an unidentified object. So I have explored this area since 2015-16. So I have done around 150 villages so far, and reported many remains, and these are the Parol, Umrale, Suleshwar, Arnala, Madhe, Bulanj, etc. So we have to see the findings. This is the Vishnu image, 400 Vishnu, reported from Bulanj. This is the tank, which is a Central Protected Monument of Archaeological of India, which was declared in 1939, and during 70, during the clearance of this tank, this sculpture was reported and installed in front of that tank. So this is the Vishnu, and upper hand having chakra and gada, but both lower hand are broken, and these are Chakra Devi, Bhudevi, Gada Devi. So this sculpture also found in that tank, located very near to this tank, and it is called Sridhara as per the Rupamandan Silp Shastra. So also both hands are broken here also. So Sri Bhavani Shankar temple, it is located at Agassi, and this temple was renovated in 1962 and having very artistic design or late Maratha period. So this is the typical Ganesha during the Maratha period, and this is the Sabha Mandapa, and these are the pillars, and this is the Ganpati shrine, and we have seen here a beautiful carved animal. So composite animal can be seen here, which was seen in Mohenjo-daro as per the conure. The body is a single body, and this is the antelope, this is the unicorn, and this one is the bull. And the similar we have found also at Dhalavira, the Dhalavira and bull, unicorn, and antelope. So like that, this was also carved on the wall of the Bhavani Shankar temple, and we can see here like a giraffe, look like a giraffe. They have one body and 5 heads. So this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we seen a small cock, which maybe you to try to eat milk. So there is another Ram Mandir, and we are Nalagaon. We have found a small cannon which was made in metal, very small cannon, which lifted by man, one man, single man. So the another temple remains is Suleshwar Pada, which is located very near to Nirmal, and these are the sculptures belongs to 11th 12th century, and this is the bull, this is the cow and calf, bachla, guy and bachla. So these are the important Brahma figure. One face of right side broken, but we can see the 1, 2, 3, and we have seen also a back side, a 4th head, and this is the Dammi goddesses, or maybe identified local goddesses. So this place also populated by Christian during Portuguese came to India, and they have captured in Basai area. The Holy Cross Church at Nirmal was constructed 1558 and destroyed in 1739 after Maratha took over the Nala fort, and it was rebuilt in 1956. So this church was basically one of the ancient church in the Mumbai metropolitan area. So we go to the Mandvi. Mandvi also there was a temple, and we can see the temple remains. The sculptures belongs to different type of deity, yogi or yogeshwara, bharvaka, Vishnu image, and this is a Sridhar type of Vishnu image, and Sridhar is a very known name in that area. The father and mother generally give name to his or her son to Sridhar. So this is the Portuguese citadel, and we can see the architectural remains of temple was used for construction of this citadel or fortress. This is the basically architectural member of the temple. So the another place is Kalbhaun. Kalbhaun is also having temple remains of different type remains. These stones or these sculptures or members made in basalt. So the highest panels 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 panels seen in a single slab or stone. So this is the another on the top of the Kalsa, and some yogi sitting on Padmasana, or below that a lady standing on dancing mode. So this is the another memorial stone or biragals on the top having a kalasa, and men and women are worshipping of Shivalinga. So this is the broken Nandi part, which was reported from Kalbhavan. So in this area, we have many temples. Generally, they are belongs to 10th, 11th century. During the Silahar period, we have also found the remains from Madhe, very near to Sopara railway station. So this is the Yonipita, which is found here, and this is the architecture member of the temple. So generally, we found Gadhegal in the area, or it may call as curse. So we reported the new type of we found a reported new type of stone. This is the half moon and sun, and this is the elephant, and this is the lady. So generally, donkey with erected phallus stone with trying to about to have sex with her. So this is the S curse, and this type of depiction found in Maharashtra, Goa, and some part of Karnataka. So temple at Parole, which was reported by Henry Cousins during 80 and the remains are also scattered in around the Parole, and there are basically two temples, and Dr. A.K. Sharma has reported Paleolithic tools from Parole, which belongs to Lower Paleolithic period and Middle Paleolithic. And later, these temple remains belongs to basically 11th, 12th century, and so this is the part of Amlaka, and these are the architecture member, and this is the Vishnu having a Gada, Chakra, and maybe here Garuna. So the other remains, this is the Bharvahaka, to Bharvahaka, and this is the Shiva having Damru on standing the Bhanga posture. So we go to the modern time or traditional construction of Viragals. So this is the teak wood. On the top, the sun and moon, and this is the lion is carved and worshipped by local many occasions such as Diwali, etc. So this is the Charan Deva made in basalt, worshipped to protect and save the Godhan. These are the Godhan cow, cattle property by the locals, especially during Diwali. Not here, all over India, especially North India, during Diwali, the Godhan wealth is worshipped across Diwali Utsav. So we have also found remains of temple, not a remains, basically a sculpture of Nandi at Avchitpala, which is located 5 kilometers west of Bhiwandi and about 77 kilometers north of Mumbai. It is a seated Nandi facing east, and appears that the sum may be brought from the other nearby old temple remains on the basis of the artistic style of late Maratha period. At present, in village, there is no ancient temple is survived. But a new temple was constructed, and this Nandi was installed in front of the Shiva temple. So we have also found a dargah at Kochiwade, which is also located very near to Sopara, belongs to Sant Unus Sai, Rahmat Sai, Sayyid Baba is under worship, and Urs is celebrated in the month of May and every year by locals. So this is the inscription in Arabic. So The another site is Nane. It is located 6 kilometers from Bhiwandi and about 75 kilometers Mumbai. So this is the cannon, and which was made in mixed metal, belongs to late period, basically 18th or 19th century. So temple remains at Wada. This is the another centrally protected monument of Archaeological of India. Now temple was deprotected and Biragals now under protection. So, and this temple also belongs to 10th, 11th century, and these Biragals or hero stones also belongs to that period. So another place is Dahisar, very near to Vetarla railway station, and it is called the Makaradhwaj, which is so called son of the Hanuman, which is located inside the temple, and look like a Hanuman, but it is called Makaradhwaj. And deep is some heavy octagonal shape, and this is the Sivlanga, appears to be old. Recently, I have visited the Ari colony. There is a temple remains, and it was flashed in media in December. These remains were reported by Jubair Ansari. It is a local resident, and as per the instruction of the regional director, I have visited the site and draw inspection note, and this is the image of Chamunda, goddess Chamunda. This is the before cleaning of the image and during the cleaning of the image. And after cleaning, they have applied the paint and other things. So this is the six-handed Chamunda, and wearing all ornaments and hats, garland of hats is seen here. And maybe it is a part of the temple sculpture, middle part of the temple sculpture relief. So these are the other remains. During the inspection, the Bharwahika and Unipita, other architect member Sikhra can be seen here. And during the measurement of the architect members, so this is the part of a pillar, and also this is the one of the part of the pillar. So these people are understood that this is the Hanuman. That's why they are applying sindoor or vermilion to worship like a Hanuman. But it is a basically Bharwahika or weightlifter image, both side here and front side. So this is the other remains, basically maybe the foundation of the temple can be seen here. So this is the unfinished Unipita, which is circular, and especially it is unique type of Unipita, and this is the Sikhra part. So there is the wall around 45 meter in length and around 3 meter width. So this wall having also two broken Sikhra, it can be seen here. The same line of the stone walls. This belongs to also 11th, 12th century CE. And this site is located very near to Pontivate caves, which is ancient caves, belongs to the 1st century BC to 6th, 7th century CE. And these caves are located very near to this temple, and this temple may be having some relation between later time, because the conjunctive caves known as Mahakali caves, and this temple maybe belongs to the Shiva. So Mahakal is also known as Shiva. So it is maybe correlated to this site, and further information required to interpret this. And so we are trying to see the whole site, and this site having a very rich in the form, there is a water tank, or maybe called a Puskarni, look like a Puskarni, but it will be investigated in future. So this the news items which was flashed in local media during January month of January. So in local media, in Marathi newspaper, the same news. So I thanks to Supreme Architect and the staff of Archaeological Survey of India, Mumbai, for their constant support. I thanks to also Professor S.K. Sulere, retired HOD, Rajendra Institute, Jabalpur, and Srimati Nandini Bhattacharya Sahu, Regional Director. Now she has transferred from Mumbai to Delhi, for allowing me to present this paper in this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monistry. Excellent lectures given in this webinar, and he mentioned various deities and various part of temples like Amloka, and he also mentioned Vishnu images, and he also mentioned composites of animals. He also clearly mentions Holy Christians temples and Portuguese citadel and Colaba temples and temples of remains 10th to 11th century. And also he clearly mentioned Shiva temple and some deity like Ganesha, Durga Mata and Chamunda Mata also. And he delivered excellent lectures for students, teachers, scholars. And his works is excellent, and he elaborates, discuss every parts of deities, temples. Thank you, Mr. Manishji.
Thank you, sir.
And
thank you, Mr. Sir. And Dr. Ravi Shankar, sir. Thank you, sir.
and
Thank
sir,
you. Thank you.
also a question,
For
sir.
listening me.
Any query, sir? Any person? Any query? Dr. T.S. Ravi Shankar, please give a brief remark on Dr. Manish Rai lecture.
Yeah. Dr. Manish Rag has given excellent presentation, though I was not in the beginning to attend.
Yeah.
I hope my earlier speaker, who just gave a wonderful wrap up of all, whatever he has said, right from the early phase to different architectural aspects, cultural aspects, so many things. So it is really excellent presentation. I thank Dr. Manish Rai for joining this, and
the recent stages of archaeological heritage in the Mumbai metropolitan region. निश्चित रूप से आपका ये जो लेक्चर है वो हमारे ऑडियंस के लिए और खासकर न्यू रिसर्चर के लिए और खासकर बम्बई के आसपास के लोग जो वहाँ पर हैं और काम कर रहे हैं, उनके लिए बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल होगा और आपने समय दिया अपने आप इसके लिए मैं आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया मुंबई सियान फोर्ट तथा आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मनीष जी एंड थैंक यू
थैंक यू सर। आप लोगों को भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार सर।
Yes, sir. Now, let's talk our eminent speaker, Dr. T.S. Ravishankar, former director, epigraphy, Archaeological Survey of India, Mysore, and our eminent chairperson, Madam Rekha Rao, Indologist, Bangalore. Welcome, uh, uh, Madam and Dr. Ravi Shankar sir. Please, Madam Rekha Rao, chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. T.S. Ravi Shankar sir. Yes, Madam. अच्छा सर मैडम जुड़ी हुई हैं
I just mailed her also.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Okay. आपसे बात हुई थी सर मैडम की?
हाँ हुई वो she asked me to mail my brief biodata. I mailed her also, but I think she is unable to get connected. I have mailed her my brief. She requested me to mail. I think there's some difficulty maybe.
ओके ओके तो देखिए इंतजार करें क्या कि लेक्चर हो और इसके बाद मैं यदि वो नहीं आती तो मैं इंट्रोड्यूस कर दूंगा.
Okay, sir. Anyway, okay. Let me give contact. Okay.
Okay.
1 minute, sir. I will share the screen. 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Audio.
Yes. Yes, sir. Your slide visual. Okay. वो ले लिया. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please. Yes.
Okay. Is it my voice audible? I mean.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. So, at the outset, I thank Professor Skanda Mishraji for giving me an opportunity to be here, part of this sessions which are going on since many days. The topic which I am going to speak is Sanskrit inscriptions from Cambodia. You know, epigraphy or inscriptions, epigraphs, form the primary source to understand our past. And like India, Cambodia, and Southeast Asia in general has a large number of inscriptions. That too, the major chunk of the inscriptions being written in Sanskrit language, that too in the earlier phase and early medieval period. There are scholars, eminent scholars, academicians who are speaking on different aspects of archaeology, art, architecture, sculpture. And I think the due place which epigraphs or inscriptions, whether it is in the context of India or other countries, I think it's not getting the due attention from the scholars. Whatever, earlier done, we are just examining them, reviewing them, but there is a great need to make a re-study, review of the contributions made by earlier scholars. And as far as epigraphs are concerned, there are many hundreds of inscriptions found throughout Southeast Asia. It is estimated that over 1,250 inscriptions are known to have been discovered so far in Southeast Asian countries. Majority of them are in Sanskrit language. Ancient Cambodia, known as Kingdom of Khmer, covered most of the area in Southeast Asia. Champa, known as Vietnam, has the oldest Sanskrit inscription, known as Wo Chana inscription, which records the donation made by family of the king of Sri Maran, composed both in verse and prose. Verse is composed beautifully in Vasanta Tilka meter. Cambodia has made a unique contribution to Sanskrit literature, especially in poetry. The writers demonstrated full knowledge of various Indian sects. They mastered the rhetorical and literary convention like puns, alliterations, varied similes, etc., and virtually employed all varied meters of Sanskrit poetics. Cambodian epigraphy used both Sanskrit and Old Khmer languages. They considered Sanskrit as a sacred language and used it to record royal genealogies, panegyries of the founders of monuments and donors. Cambodian inscription cover a vast area covering many modern Southeast Asian countries and period of 8 centuries, that's beginning from 7th century to 14th century. Sanskrit inscriptions composed during the period of Jayavarman, Yashovarman conformed to Panini's rules, and the composers had a thorough knowledge of grammar. The pair of inscription refers to a new Kavya style named Manohara. It's a very important aspect to be noted. The oldest inscription found in Cambodia is of 5th century Common Era. It has 5 verses, 4 are in Shardul Vikridita. The Prashasti of Rajendra Varman contains as many as 298 verses. Sanskrit was the court language of the Khmer Empire for more than 1,000 years. To give a brief of the geographical position, Cambodia is known as the land of Rishi Kambu. Locally, it is known as Khmer. Originally, Kamboja stood for northern portion of Cambodia. The Chinese named Funa, which represents the old Khmer. The ancient kings of Funan were known as Brahma Kumara in the Thai annals. Thus, the word Funan would have stood for the word Brahmana, Brahmadesha, the country of the Brahmanas. Cambodia is bound on the north by Laos and Thailand, on the east by Vietnam, and the south by Gulf of Siam and Vietnam, while Thailand and Gulf of Siam happen to be on the west of this country. Indianization. The Khmer nation was already in existence when the history first began to be recorded. The Hindu state of Yunnan was flourishing at the time of the beginning of the Christian era, and it was at its zenith in the 5th century Common Era. The exact date of the penetration of the Hindus and the Hindu culture in Indo-China is not settled. George Cedar believes that the Hindu had already colonized the area during the 2nd century to 1st century BC. Some of the ports of the Far East bearing Sanskrit names occur in Indian texts. It's a point to be noted in the 1st century Common Era, and it can be understood that Hindu culture must have reached there at least 1 or 2 centuries earlier. Traders, religious emissaries, cultural delegations, adventurers, travelers, priests, saints, sages, poets, and emigrants, and other agencies were instrumental in spreading Indian culture beyond the Indian frontiers. They belong to both North and South India. About the beginning of the 5th century Common Era, the second Kaundinya is believed to have Indianized Funan to a great extent. The following elements of Hindu culture we may note. These are the 5 important elements that we see. Worship of Indian deities believed to have been introduced by the first Kaundinya. Second aspect is the state worship of Shivalinga and the law of Manu, and when it comes to the script, it was Central Indian alphabet, and the honorific title Varman. These are the 5 important aspects we have to keep in mind. And coming to the movements or the diffusion of the culture from here, scholars have categorized them in 4 categories. First, it started Amaravati. They have identified that place from where the first movement started around 2nd and 3rd century Common Era. And the second movement to be seen during the Gupta phase, that is 4th and 6th century Common Era. Then onwards, they have tried to locate Pallavas, middle of 8th century to the end of 9th century Common Era. They have found, that is the 3rd. And lastly, they have mentioned Pala. During the Pala's regime, a lot of intercourse, that connection activities were going on. That is from middle of 8th century to the end of 9th century Common Era. An inscription related to Bhavapura, that is the ancient Sanskritized name, the capital of Kamboja, in 657 Common Era. Brahmana Kaundinya is mentioned in the inscription to have married Soma, the daughter of Naga king. We know that Cambodian king Kia Chin Jau took the title Shrutavarman, the Sanskritized in Indianized name, and found the first dynasty of Varman king of Cambodia, a descent of the lunar race of Indian kings, and called himself Kaundinya, belonging to the Kaundinya Gotra. He belonged to the Kaundinya Gotra. He retained the name of the Gotra as part of his name. And he extended Hindu civilization in Cambodia to a great extent. It is interesting to note that there are more than a dozen of inscriptions from India refers to Kaundinyas. That is Bhopal plates of Mahakumara Harishchandra Deva of 1157 Common Era, Pitragunta Gant of Sangama II, 1356 Common Era, to cite only a few inscriptions. Administration. So here my presentation is very sketchy. If you in fact go into the detail, every aspect, it can be a separate talk can be given on different aspects itself. But this I have tried to outline in a very brief way different aspects when we analyze or review the Sanskrit inscriptions from Cambodia. Let's try to know something about the administration. Khmer epigraphs mention many Indian Brahmanas who held high position in the state. Many of them entered a matrimonial relation with the royal families, that they had ample opportunity to introduce Indian political tradition and also modify the prevailing statecraft. Large number of Sanskrit inscriptions mention technical terms on administration, mainly the literary words, like they were quite acquainted or adept also with this Arthashastra, Niti Shastra, Rajavidya, and Rajadharma. It are all connected with the administrative aspects, and they suggest a profound identity with their Indian counterparts. In Cambodian statecraft, Dharmadeva and Simhadeva, ministers of Bhavavarman, and Mahendravarman respectively have been described to the personification of Dharma and Artha, since they possessed the supreme knowledge of them. Bhavavarman II also must have subjected his own ranking officials to these texts, as we learn from the record of 7th century Common Era. And chief temple inscription mentioned who had the knowledge of 4 Hindu sciences: Anvikshaki, Dandaniti, Trayi, and Varta. These are the terms which we get to know from the Sanskrit, that particular inscription. The Cambodia inscription throws a flood of light on administrative setup of the government from the very advent of ancient Khmer rulers. The country was divided into provincial governments which had several janapadas. Evidences in many inscriptions suggest a republican setup at various levels like Rajya Sabha, Sabhapati, and local administrators by old men of villages. The entire setup of administration was oriented on the lines of Arthashastra and Dharmashastra. An analysis of inscription revealed the following elements, generally to be seen elsewhere too. That is the divine origin theory, kings of council of ministers, perennial chiefs, local self-government, hereditary appointments. Other than the above, there are 7 specific elements, earlier known as Swami, which stands for ruler, Janapada, territory and the population, Amatya, as you all know, the official class, Durga, which stands for the fortified area, Kosha, treasury, Bala, the army, and Mitra, the foreign ally. With regard to Dharma Shastra, the following verse is citing. Tasyatau mantrinam astham santau kritavedinau dharma shastrata shastragno dharmartha viva rupinau. These are some of the verses picked up from inscriptions I'm citing. Ritualistically, king's coronation to the throne was performed by Brahmana priests. It may be noted that the gurus had great influence over the kings. The Cambodian kings assumed the following titles on the occasion of great achievements which are of Indian origin, like Rajadhiraja, who King Harshavarman first had, Kambujendra Rajadhiraja, again Harshavarman had, Narendra Rajaha by Yashovarman, Rajendra, again by Yashovarman, Maharajadhirajna by Bhavavarman, Samrata by Suryavarman, Prithvipati by Prithvindravarman, Adhishwara like Jayavarman II. So these are the different epithets of the title which they try to adopt during their the conquest or some achievements. The king celebrated holy sacrifices of Hindu belief such as Shastrotra Utsava, Mahahoma, Lakshahoma, Koti Homa, Shraddha, and Bhuvana Tirtha. So these are the various religious holy sacrifices performed by these rulers. Some officials are known through inscriptions are Kumara Mantri. Kumara Mantri, known in Indian context as Kumara Matya, Baladhyaksha, that is Indian context is known as Baladhikrita. There are many inscriptions. We get this name of the dignitary as Baladhikrita, known in Indian records. Rajabhishaka, Raja Kula Mahamantri. We may take note of the occurrence of the mantri in a verse of the inscription. Tat Kambujenendraya Nivedayantu Mantriyadisthana Kalu Sarva Bharaha Ityadi. That is one of the words. Other officials who are mentioned are Purohita, Puja, Purohita, Dwaradhyaksha, Annadhipati, Gunadosha, Parikshaka, and Duta. These are the different officials which occur in the inscriptions. In addition to the above, the Khmer inscription throw light on the provincial administration, local self-government, military organization, revenue, judiciary, etc. Economic life, socio-economic life. The Cambodian Sanskrit inscription give a lot of information about the contemporary society and the nation's economy. Visits by the Indian Brahmanas at different times and their marriages in the royal dynasties brought about tremendous change in the attitudes of the rulers and the people towards Indians and especially the Brahmanas. The Brahmanas had attained very respectful position in the Cambodian society. There are many tradition legends with regard to Brahmanas and their strong association with the Kambuja Desha. We learn from Prasbat Stela inscription that Brahman Agastya married Princess Yashomati. The Cambodians had thoroughly adopted Indian manners and customs. They do also refer to Varnas and caste system and effected revolutionary change in the institution of 4 Indian ashramas, recognized them as custodian of society. The lower levels of society were divided into 3 groups: the commoners, the slave population, and the hill savages. So these are the three categories we find. Sanjakas were a class of people who are famous for their daring sacrifices for the safety of their lands. At least 5 inscriptions refer to this class of people. Their inscriptions are given. Kokrosai inscription of Jayavarman V, Kompan Tom's Tale inscription of Jayavarman V, Prasad Trapan Rain inscription of Jayavir Varman. Like this, see, they are the inscriptions which refer to these Sanjakas. And to touch briefly upon the education, scholars in Cambodia studied all the subject taught in India, the Vedas, especially the Atharva Veda. This we may have to take note of this, especially Atharva Veda enjoyed more eminence among the other the 4 Vedas. The Vedangas and the Panini grammar, Sanskrit inscriptions of Cambodia portray profound knowledge of grammar, rhetoric, meter, prosody, etc. It is observed that their spelling and grammatical correction are superior to many Sanskrit inscriptions of India itself. This is a very interesting observation. And about the teachers from India were called imparting education, a special subject. Very often Cambodia teachers and learned men also visited India for studies. Kavindra Pandita had thoroughly studied Shabda, Artha, Agama Shastra, Kavya, and also the Mahabharata and Ramayana. The Pashupata teachers like Vidya Pushpa and Vidya Vishesha were well versed in Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Sanskrit grammar, that is Vidya Vishesha. Later, of course, they took to Buddhist doctrines also. And the patronage of education by the rulers. For the maintenance of teachers and students who lived in their institutions, grants were made by the kings. Subjects of higher rang of the society supported the institution by the form of donations. The agriculturists and traders also donated food grains and clothing. In patronizing education, King Yashovarman, Suryavarman II, and Jayavarman II took ambitious role in spreading education. It is interesting to note that one of the inscriptions averts to competition between 2 poets, a sort of Kavi Sammelana. That's what they compare. And where poets read out their composition and prizes were awarded to them, a poet named Shura is referred to have defeated his opponent, poet named Bhimaka. Highly educated Purohitas were appointed for educating the princes. A review of some of the inscriptions reveal that the royal preceptors, Guru, accomplished in Veda, logic, Kavya, Purana, that is Bharata Sutra, probably Mahabharata, Vyakarana, Shilpa Shastra, Lipi in language, dance, music, and science. Skokdan Tom Steel inscription refers to Gandharva Vidya, Shilpa Vidya, and Hora Shastra, that is astrology, astronomy, medicines. From the other inscription, we learn about of the appointment of professions who taught Vedas, Dharma Shastras, Yoga, Achara, Sankhya, Patanjali, Nyaya. So these were the many subjects that were taught, which are very similar. It's just a reflection of the time. What we find in India It's just you see it's mirrored in those countries almost of the contemporary of that period. And recreation, this is another important aspect. The Cambodians took exceptional interest in recreational activities. Dancing girls were expert in dance and also playing musical instruments like veena, dundubi, and tala. Veena vidya, vadino, vedu, tala, visharadaha, purusha, rupinaha, so visharadaha. Like that, there is a beautiful verse describing the dancers and their role. So dancing girls were offered to the temples. A mention has been made out about the gift of 7 dancing girls, 11 singers, and 4 experts in playing veena, kanjari, laha to a temple. The tradition of offering dancing girls to temples had probably been adopted from South India, very much akin to the tradition of the Devadasis. Men also were expert in dancing. Figures of men and women in dancing poses and postures are seen in many of the relief sculptures from the temples. So, religious condition. Cambodian rulers happened to be the patron of Indian culture. To attain improved royal status, they resorted to patronizing dharma, and for this they sought guidance and encouragement from the priests. Poets, philosophers, and saints propagated dharma, that is Raja Dharma, construction of shrines, and bringing the subjects to an upper religious strata used to be their main objectives. The Khmer king almost assumed the role of supreme guardian of all religious foundations of his realm. Yashovarman I was declared the Guru of the entire world, Swaloka Guru Samrata. It's a unique title he assumed, Swaloka Guru Samrata. He founded a series of small hermitages bearing his own name, Yashodharmashrama, in different parts of his kingdom. However, he had constructed near his capital 3 large sectarian ashramas, that is Brahmanashrama, for Vaishnavas also the Vaishnavas, and Saugata, that is for the Buddhists, also he had established ashramas. First stands for Brahmanas, Vaishnavas, and Saugata. Indian faith like Shaivism, Vaishnavism, and Buddhism attained privileged position among the kings as well as their subjects. The Vimnaka inscription of Yashovarman I begins with the homage to Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma, and relates to the erection of image of Mahadeva. Trailokyanatha, of course, is also used in the sense of Buddha also. Shaivism and Vaishnavism maintained harmonious relation during Chalna period. During the reign of Suryavarman II, Vishnu Raja replaced the Shaivite Devaraja, and the great Vaishnavite temple of Angkor Wat took the shape of pyramid, which was prevalent in Shaivite sanctuaries, devoted to the worship of Devaraja and Lingas. It was actually this period during which these two sects appear to have been thoroughly merged. Rulers aimed at the synchronizing the various prevailing sects, the Shaivite temples contained inscriptions in praise of Vishnu, and while sanctuaries dedicated to Vishnu contained dedicating inscription to Lord Shiva. This was in keeping with the contemporary Indian religious tendency to grow together, sometimes even to fuse into a single body in Southeast Asia. So, in a very sketchy manner, I have tried to adumbrate here various aspects. There are a lot of fund of information or in Sanskrit, especially large number of Sanskrit inscription. So with a little time at the disposal, I have tried to bring in various aspects, though I couldn't go in depth in detail the various aspects, but I have tried to touch upon the mainly the cultural aspects is very, very significant. And you just see when you read, it's just as though reading some in the Indian context, most of them very, very much akin to the Indian tradition, culture. So we know from 5th century onwards, along with trade, our literature, language, even the paleographical aspects also, when you look into that, it has its origin could be seen in Brahmi, and beautiful inscriptions are found throughout with element of calligraphy also to be seen. Though in the earlier phase we have inscriptions written in Sanskrit, later we find the regional variations they made to see these this. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. I thank Professor Skanda Mishraji for giving me an opportunity to share my view. But I think, we have to go deeper into these aspects and revisit those places. Whatever earlier scholars have done, I think we have to review them. And the students, especially when we speak of the Sanskrit inscriptions, it has not only a relevance or importance for the students of Indian epigraphy or the epigraphs, of course, found from the Southeast Asia also. It has of great significance and interest for the Sanskrit students also. They should also take keen interest to evaluate the many of the inscriptions which are abundantly rich with the a lot of literary value that need to be taken up and studied. Uh, Again, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. T.S. Ravi Shankar, given a nice talk on Sanskrit inscriptions in Cambodia. Now, if any query, please welcome. If any audience query, please welcome. So, first, I am give introduction of Dr. T.S. Ravi Shankar. Dr. T.S. Ravi Shankar, born in year 1995, acquired his master degree in ancient history and archaeology and Sanskrit from University of Mysore and got his PhD degree in Sanskrit from the same university. He joined epigraphy branch of Archaeological Survey of India in the year 1980 as epigraphical assistant and eventually rose to the position of director epigraphy before his superannuation. Apart from contributing a large of article, he has been conducting workshop, refresher course, short-term course on epigraphy and paleography at various centers. More than and a half decade, he has been teaching at the Institute of Archaeology. He is the chairman of Place Name Society of India. He has been in the field of epigraphical and paleographical studies for more than 4 decades. So, this is a small, a very brief biodata of Dr. T.S. Ravishankar. And सर, आपने बहुत ही अच्छा यहाँ पर बहुत चीजें बताई संस्कृत इस क्वेश्चन ऑफ कंबोडिया के संबंध में, जहाँ कि वहाँ के एजुकेशन, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, क्रिएशन, जियोग्राफी, इसके साथ ही धर्मशास्त्र, योग शास्त्र, शिल्प विद्या आदि के संबंध में एक बहुत ब्रीफ में, हालांकि आपने यहाँ पे जानकारी दी समय के अभाव पर, लेकिन निश्चित रूप से वो विषय के आगे के लिए बड़े महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। और विशेष रूप से जैसा आपने कहा कि यदि कोई कंबोडिया जाते हैं और देखना चाहते हैं तो उसके लिए एक अच्छा जो है ये गाइडेंस है, और बहुत अच्छा आपने बहुत कम समय में लेकिन बहुत कुछ चीजें वहाँ पर वहाँ की बताई हैं बड़े अच्छे ढंग से। मैं चाहूंगा यदि कोई ऑडियंस अपने कुछ विचार रखना चाहें या कुछ जरूरी बातें जानना चाहें तो स्वागत है। एनी पर्सन? यस सर, यस सर।
ये एक क्वेश्चन जो है डॉक्टर साहब, वो कितना पुराना, हाउ ओल्ड इट इज, ये संस्कृत इंस्क्रिप्शन इन कंबोडिया?
Yeah, the earliest inscription we get in the 5th century Common Era. That's the 5th century.
Christian era.
Christian era, yes. That's the earliest. Both in Vietnam as well as in Cambodia, the earliest Sanskrit inscriptions.
It comes to a little below modern period. Medieval and modern period. Medieval.
But the earliest is this 5th century.
Yeah.
And later we have
medieval is.
Yeah.
सर, ये जब वहाँ हिंदुओं का ज्यादा वो था, उस समय डायनेस्टी थी जब ये अंकोर वाट मंदिर बना। और इसके बाद वहाँ बुद्ध का कब हुआ?
बुद्ध का बाद में हुआ
जी,
पहले।
Oh, thank you, sir, for giving a nice talk in this webinar series. Thank you, Dr. T.S. Ravishankar, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now, next talk, our chairperson, Dr. Mujuddin Haikal, Assistant Professor, Takshila Institute of Asian Civilization, Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, and eminent speaker Dr. Abdul Hamid, Assistant Professor, Archaeology Department, Hazara University, Mansehra, Pakistan. His topic: recent archaeological discoveries from Chitral, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan. Welcome, sir. Abdul sir.
Sir, Muizuddin is here.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
आप सब मेरे ख्याल में सुन रहे हैं, आप सबको आदाब कबूल हो। But I think I will give some details, if you allow me.
Yes, sir.
Sir, about Dr. Abdul Hamid Chitrali.
Yes,
Abdul Hamid Chitrali is assistant professor at University of Hazara, a department of archaeology. He is teaching since 2009 over there. And he is working mainly on archaeological field activities or archaeological surveys and excavations in the area of Hazara, including Taxila. And he did a special contribution over the archaeology of Chitral. And in Chitral, he conducted recently some excavations which tell us about the migration of Central Asian communities towards South Asia. And these are the study of the burials or the graves. And in Chitral, in Dir, in Swat, as well as in Peshawar Valley, we have several evidences of this burial tradition, which was connected by Ahmad Hassan Dani to the migration of Aryans from Central Asia to South Asia. And this topic of proto-historic burial traditions in this area have revealed extensive types or material or data related to pottery and their burial tradition, and many more. This study, I think today, Dr. Hamid Chitrali is going to let us know more about this burial tradition with evidences from Chitral. Dr. Hamid Saab, if you are available here.
Just he joined, sir.
Okay, sir.
चार्जर मसले हैं साहब को फोन डिस्चार्ज होगा तो जल्दी दे देते चार्जर तो नहीं डिब्बी बस ये लाए थे इससे चार्जर किससे लग जाएगा कनेक्ट करके डिवाइस से मोबाइल में इधर लगाते हैं और इधर भी उसमें कनेक्ट कर देते हैं लग जाएगा चेक कर लीजिए साहब से रिकॉर्डिंग और मीटिंग चल रही है डिस्चार्ज बैटरी काम
Yes, तो शायद मैंने मैसेज किया है सर। हाँ हेलो
हेलो जी जी में
हाँ मैंने मैसेज किया है, वो बोले हैं कि यस ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं अभी तो।
ओके, मैं उनको कॉल भी कर सकता हूँ, ट्राई कर देता हूँ
जी। हाँ वो वाली लो बन गई ना बनी
He is joining us in few minutes. He will discuss on recent archaeological discoveries from district Chitral, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan. And here the recent discoveries are mainly based on excavations, as I know. He is the person who did the excavation and research over there. And he will let us know, because he is belonging to the same area, and he will inform us more with new information from the area. He is joining. He told me on telephone call that he has joined the conference here or webinar here, and I welcome him. मिश्रा साहब उन्होंने ज्वाइन किया है अभी तक के नहीं?
अभी तो नहीं, मैसेज हालांकि देख लिया है उनने, हमारा मैसेज पहुंच गया है उनको, और अभी ज्वाइन तो नहीं हो पाई है शायद अभी।
मैंने कॉल किया था, बस वो उन्होंने कहा था कि 1-2 मिनट में मैं कर रहा हूँ, सिस्टम पर बैठ चुका हूँ।
आप आ ही रहे होंगे। तब तक आप सर खैबर पख्तूनख्वा के बारे में बताएं, उधर के एरिया का। आप भी तो उधर का आइडिया है, आपको उधर के ही है।
जी बिल्कुल, मैं यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ पेशावर से मैंने आर्कियोलॉजी पढ़ा है और खैबर पख्तूनख्वा को समझता हूँ थोड़ा बहुत, और बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है फॉर आवर हिस्ट्री एंड इन द स्टडीज ऑफ साउथ एशियन आर्कियोलॉजी. इट इज़ वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट फ्रॉम एवरी आस्पेक्ट because this was the area which was connecting Central Asia to South Asia, and this region has revealed a huge number of antiquities dating back to the Paleolithic period. और इस एरिया से जो है कि हमारे पास कंटिन्यूटी है थ्रू आउट द हिस्ट्री, हिस्टोरिकल सीक्वेंस यहाँ पर पूरा है. और जो नॉर्दर्न पार्ट है वो इंडस वैली के साइट्स के स्कैटर्ड एविडेंसेस हैं, लेकिन मेजर एविडेंस जैसे कि हमारे पास मोहनजोदड़ो, हड़प्पा, धोलावीरा हैं, ऐसे बड़े सिटीज़ की एविडेंस तो यहाँ से नहीं है ब्रॉन्ज एज की. लेकिन हमारे पास मेजर सिटीज़ या मेजर कंसंट्रेशन डेवलपमेंट की यहाँ पर जो गंधार के रीजन में है वो बुद्धिस्ट पीरियड ऑफ साइट्स से है. बुद्धिस्ट पीरियड के बहुत सारे साइट्स इस रीजन में स्कैटर्ड हैं. बुद्धिज्म से पहले का दौर है कि मीन्स के अलॉन्ग साइड द डिक्लाइन ऑफ इंडस वैली सिविलाइजेशन, the people from Central Asia were migrating to South Asia, and their evidences are only in the form of graves, and these graves, as I mentioned before, are scattered from the valleys of Chitral, including some areas of Gilgit-Baltistan, down to the valley of Peshawar. और जैसा कि ऋग्वेद में आप समझते हैं कि जो ज्योग्राफी ऋग्वेद हमें बताती है. यस सर, आई कैन लिसन यू.
Okay, thank you so very much, Dr. Muiz Saab, and I am also thankful to the organizer of this wonderful webinar. Again, I'm really sorry for being a bit late due to certain issues. Once again, thank you so very much for introducing me. So now, without wasting further time, I would like to share the recent discoveries from Chitral district of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province of Pakistan. So Chitral is one of the remotest, we can say, districts of the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province of Pakistan. We share our borders. Actually, I belong to the same area, district Chitral as well. So Chitral is connected with Afghanistan, with Central Asia, with the on the east, we are connected with the Gilgit-Baltistan region. Towards south, we have Dir and Kohistan district, again of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, province of Pakistan. So, the archaeological, explorations in the region, specifically in Chitral, were initiated during the British time, and then later on these investigations continued by the Pakistani archaeologists and other departments, especially the Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and recently Hazara University. We have been exploring and excavating sites in district Chitral since 2007. So I would like to share our recent discoveries from the region. So actually, uh, 2 years back, I carried out excavation at the Iron Age cemeteries, so in district Chitral, and this project was funded, and it is a 3-year project. So it is funded by the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan, and the title of this project is Archaeological Excavation at the Iron Age Cemeteries in district Chitral. So the duration of this research project is 35 months. It will continue till 2024. And higher education is funding, and the total cost of the project. And I, being a principal investigator, I'm busy in excavating, these sites. And also, I have my co-principal investigator, who is the chairman of Department of Archaeology, Hazara University, Mansehra. And then it is actually a multidisciplinary project. For the first time, we have been trying to reconstruct the history of Chitral based on ancient DNA. So for that reason, there are people from genetics and other relevant departments, because for an archaeologist it's quite difficult to work on different aspects. So that is why there are different people from different background who are working in their own domain. So Dr. Inamullah, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Forensic Sciences, Institute of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology at the University of Lahore. And then international collaborators. I have 2 international collaborators. Dr. Manasa Raghavan, Assistant Professor, Department of Human Genetics at the University of Chicago, USA. And then we have Professor SK from Copenhagen University, Denmark. Scope and objectives of this project, I would like to share and initially, one of our objectives, it was to excavate potential site and collect samples for scientific analysis, specifically DNA analysis. And then another objective of this project was to characterize Iron Age human genetic diversity and migration in Chitral region. So we are also working on the Iron Age population, that from where these ancient Iron Age population, were migrated, whether they migrated from Central Asia, Afghanistan, or anywhere else. So, and then the another objective of this project was to assess the genetic contributions of these people to the present day population of this study area. So not only we are excavating ancient sites and burial sites, and we are getting or collecting bone samples and doing DNA extraction and sequencing. At the same time, we are also collecting modern samples from modern population in order to establish a genetic link between the modern population and the Iron Age population. And then to reconstruct the human, demographic history and health trajectory of the region through molecular analysis. This is another objectives of the project there that we are doing in Chitral. And then to provide opportunity for local students and scholars to get practical exposure in the field of archaeology. That is, also one of the objectives that we have. And then to promote multidisciplinary research in Pakistani archaeology by integrating ancient genomics. So this is the first ever project we are doing in Chitral. So that it is the first multidisciplinary project that we are doing in District Chitral. So before going to share the results or the discoveries that we have made in Chitral, I would like to acknowledge or thank those institutions and individuals who supported us throughout the project. And you can see the names of these institutions on the screen. Major areas selected for excavation, actually, as I mentioned earlier, that is a 3-year project, and we have selected 3 different sites, all located in District Chitral. So Singur, and then you can see the Chitral town right in the middle, and then Singur is an Iron Age cemetery. Actually, as Dr. Hakal has mentioned, that there are 3 different terms which are used for such type of burials or burial remains or cemetery sites. So initially, such type of graves were reported by Ahmad Hassan Dani from Dir and Sawat region, and he based on his discovery, as he found most of these grave sites inside Gandhara region, so he coined this term as Gandhara grave. So it is, these graves are known as Gandhara grave culture. And when the Italian archaeological mission to Pakistan, they started their archaeological investigation in Swat region, they also reported similar grave sites, and they used this another term, that is proto-historic graves. But we, in our project, we have used another term, that is, Iron Age graves we have used, because we cannot, Dani, he was also right to say, because most of the remains that he found were located inside Gandhara region. But when after Dani, other scholars, they started exploration outside Gandhara region. So similar graves are not confined to the Gandhara region, but also we find similar graves in Chitral, which was not a part of Gandhara. We also find similar graves in Gilgit-Baltistan region, even in Punjab regions as well. So that is why we cannot confine these to Gandhara, and using Gandhara grave culture, to me, it doesn't look proper, because these graves are not confined to the Gandhara region only. And then another term which I have mentioned, that was coined by the Italian archaeological mission, proto-historic graves. So proto-historic graves, they have used this term, but now through radiocarbon dating and other evidences, we have come to know that these graves were not, only they are not dated to the protohistoric time. Rather, latest dates, radiocarbon dates of some of these graves that we have reported from Chitral and also in Mansehra, from Mansehra region. So these dates are very late, even 10th century CE, and even from Mansehra we found similar graves, and we have dated them through radiocarbon dating to the 17th and 18th century CE. So we cannot use this proto-historic term from such type of graves. So that is why we have used a general term, that is the Iron Age graves. In our project we have mentioned it as Iron Age graves. So initially, as I mentioned earlier, so 3 different sites. Singur is the name of a locality or village which is located near the town, Chitral town, and another site is Bros Cemetery. So these are the sites from where we have already explored similar graves. We have excavated the Singur Cemetery site in 2021, and we have reported uh, the Iron Age graves along with the skeletons and then grave goods as well, which I'll be sharing with you. And this year we have got the second installment from the HEC, and we are going to excavate this second site, which is Bros Cemetery, which is round about 15 to 20 kilometers, from the Chitral town. So this is the Gancorinho Tech Singur site that where we have already carried out excavation in 2021. So you can see the location of these sites, and which right on the right side of the Chitral River. So this river, this is the Chitral River, and it after passing through the Chitral, it enters Afghanistan, and then again it enters Pakistan. So this is also known as Kabul River, but actually all the water, 95% of the water, it has come from Pakistan. It emerges from the glaciers in Chitral, specifically Trichmer regions, and others from other glaciers as well. Earlier archaeological investigation at this particular site. So this Singur or Gancorinho Tech site, these are local names of this area. So this is one of the site which was extensively excavated and investigated by different, specifically by Hazara University since 2005. It was for the first time discovered by the Directorate of Archaeology and Museums during the exploration in 2005. And then the first season excavation at this particular site was carried out by Hazara University, Mansehra in 2007. And again, the second season work also continued in the same season. And then in 2008, I conducted excavation at this particular site. And in 2016, one of my colleagues, Muhammad Zahir, he carried out excavation at the same site. And in 2021, after almost 5-6 years, so I carried out the latest excavations excavation at this particular site. So you can see the burial remains on the screen. These were reported from the same site during the process of our archaeological excavation. So these are the pre-excavation exploration. As being archaeologist, whenever we conduct excavation at any site, so we have to go through certain processes. So we do exploration at the site, we document the site, we photograph the site, we do gridding at the site and divide the entire site into equal trenches, and this is how we this is the Wheeler technique that we applied at this particular site. And then we also prepared contour maps of the site before excavation, because after excavation, the landscape will be totally different. So that is why we always try our level best to record each and everything by doing photographs, by mapping, and there are other things that we have to do before starting excavation at any site. So these are some of the photographs, initial documentation and mapping of the site. So this is the entire process of gridding. You can see on the photographs that we are dividing the entire site into grids following the Wheeler grid system. And then Gancorinho Texingu. So these photographs, were taken during the excavation. So these are the different trenches that we excavated during 2021. So actually we opened only 6 trenches at the site. So these include D12, D13, E12, E13, F12, and F13. Excavation at Gancorinho Texingur. So you can see excavation is going on. You can see the photographs and the excavation team. Some of my students who are also part of this project. And then what was the result of this excavation? Graves exposed during the excavation. So this particular excavation revealed 18 graves of Iron Age time. So these graves, 13 of these graves were they contained or they revealed human skeletons and other objects. 5 of these graves were found empty. They were without any skeletal remains or any grave goods or objects. Graves with evidence of cremation, only 3 graves were reported where we found evidences of cremation, including ashes and burned bones. Graves with single inhumation, 4 graves we have reported at the site which were that revealed in single inhumation, single burial, and then double burials and or fractional burials were 2 in numbers, and graves with multiple fractional burials 1, and then graves with unidentified burials, because the site was partially damaged due to the during the installation of a pipeline that goes through or that passes through the entire site to provide drinking water to the community. So these are some of the empty graves that did not reveal any human skeletons or any burial remains or any other sort of cultural remains or artifacts. So these include grave 13, 11, 16, 14, and 15. So these graves were found empty. So most probably these empty graves might have, accommodated some ritual objects which were perishable, like dresses and these sort of things. We do not know, because we did not find any such evidences. But to me, so these were empty, so most probably they contained some perishable things which decompose with the passage of time, leaving no traces. So then evidences of cremation from grave 12 and from grave number 2. So you can see here the ashes and burnt bones that we found during the excavation from these 2 graves. And then graves with single inhumation. So these were grave number 6, where we found this single inhumation in inflexed position, and it was buried along with other grave objects, including ceramics, including jewelries, including weapons like knife blades, as well as 1 terracotta female figurine was also found from grave number 6 along with this single inhumation. And then grave number 7 also, revealed a single inhumation it was also buried in crouched position. And then grave number 8 at the site revealed extended inhumation, which was placed cross-legged. And then grave number 9 again, it also revealed a single inhumation along with grave goods like ceramics and other jewelries. And then grave with double burials, fractional burials, were also noticed at the site during our excavation. And grave number 10 and 18, they revealed fractional burials, so which were only the bones were collected and put in these graves. Along with these ceramics and other artifacts or grave goods. And grave with multiple burials. So one of the grave which was very important, it was grave 5 that we excavated at the sites. And this particular grave revealed the remains of 5 individuals along with grave goods like bangles, copper bangles, iron bangles, ceramics like jars and bowls. And when we started cleaning these bones, we found some injury marks on the bones. Before this excavation, there were so many other excavation that were carried out at this site and other sites in Chitral. They also revealed these multiple burials, but this time we started cleaning each and everything following the proper protocols. During the cleaning process, as I mentioned earlier, we found clear-cut marks on the bones, so which shows that the accidental death of these individuals. So this was for the first time noticed, during this research. Then also we found an urn burial or jar burial. So one of the skeleton remains inside this particular jar was reported during the recent excavation at the site. So these are the grave number 1. Then grave number 2, the photographs, you can see the cremation area. And grave number 3, it was disturbed during the digging process for the water pipeline. Grave number 4 also contained some fractional burial remains. And then grave number 5 was the most important one, that contained the remains of 5 along with these grave goods. And then the grave number 6, a single burial with grave goods. And then grave number 6, again you can see the burial remains, and then the ceramics and other objects which were placed with this burial. And then grave number 7, the single inhumation, as we mentioned earlier. And this is grave number 8, from where extended inhumation was found. And then grave number 9, again fractional burial. And grave number 10, again fractional burial with grave goods. And this is general view of the graves reported from this particular site. And these are the areas where we have reported the cremation evidence of cremation. And these are some of the empty graves reported from this particular site. So again, empty graves. These were very, small graves. Some of them were very small, which might have been used for other than burial purposes to me, because these are so small that these could not have been even used for infant burial. So that is why this is my personal view, that these might have been for other purposes rather than burial purposes. So as I mentioned earlier, that most probably to place the offerings or to place the perishable materials or belongings of those individuals who were buried in other graves. And then grave number 17, it was also empty. So this is another view of the entire graves excavated at this particular site. So along with these burials, we found artifacts including ceramics. So of these, one female figurine which was placed with the single burial in grave number 6 is one of the unique figurines that we have reported from this particular site. And then metal beads were reported, metal, glass, and stone beads were reported from this particular site. So these are some of the beads that were placed with different skeletons in different graves at this particular site. And these were the ceramics, some of the ceramics that were placed along with the burials. And we also found weapons like axes, arrowheads, knives, and knife sharpeners was also reported from one of the graves, actually from grave number 6. And these were some of the jewelries that were reported that were placed with these burials. And these are some other metal objects, most probably the topmost one. This might have been used for shaving purpose. It looks like a shaving blade. And these are the copper buttons and copper mirrors. Most probably these copper mirrors were used for ritual purposes, and then these nails, copper nails, were among the other important metal objects. So this is one of the objectives of this excavation or of this project, was to collect samples for ancient DNA. As we have mentioned earlier, that such type of graves were reported earlier by different institutions, and these remains are now housed in different museums. But we could not use these skeleton remains for DNA, for extraction of DNA, because all these earlier excavations were carried out, they were not carried out rather following the protocols, and thus they were all contaminated. But this time, as the objective of this project was to collect contaminated free samples for DNA analysis, so we followed every possible protocol and in order to get contaminated free bone samples for DNA analysis. So these were actually, we collected initially around about 20 samples, including the petrous bones and teeth, and we sent them to our collaborator at the University of Chicago. And these samples are now in the process of sequencing. So these were the DNA samples that we have sent to the University of Chicago. So the conclusion of this talk, I would like to conclude it now. The current excavation carried out at Gankurinho-Tek Singur Chitral has been very successful. Excavation at this particular site revealed 18 graves associated with Iron Age. Of these, 13 graves revealed biological and archaeological remains, while the 5 other graves were found, empty. Most of these graves revealed inhumation in extended and inflexed position. Some contained double and multiple burials with grave goods including jewelry, weapons, ceremonial terracotta pots, as well as female figurine and fragments of terracotta cakes. Some of these graves were found devoid of any biological or archaeological remains, means they were found empty, except grave numbers 11 and 13. All of the empty graves were smaller in size, measuring up to 28 by 24 centimeter. So these empty graves might have contained infant burials or perishable offering materials such as cloths, food, etc. One of the smaller graves, that was grave number 14, contained very few fragile bone fragments. Further analysis of these fragments may help to understand the purpose of these empty graves. The graves were very carefully excavated to minimize any contamination, and the skeletal remains were properly documented, packed, and labeled for transportation to Hazara University, where samples were taken and sent to the University of Chicago for DNA sequencing and radiocarbon dating. Results of the archaeo-scientific analysis will help understand the genetic diversity and migration pattern of the Iron Age population in Chitral and their possible links with the ancient neighboring population as well as the present-day population in Chitral. These investigations will help us understand the ancient health trajectory of the region by minimizing the genetic data by mining the genetic data for the presence of ancient pathogens such as various bacteria and viruses that may have caused infectious diseases in these ancient humans. So I would like to add that along with these burial remains are the ancient samples. We have also collected modern saliva samples of 5 different ethnic groups who are presently settled in the Chitral region. So by comparing the modern and ancient DNA of these people, we will be able to establish a genetic link between the present population of Chitral and the Iron Age population who settled down in the region as early as 3,000 years back. So thank you so very much for your for giving me this opportunity. And if you have any question, so you can ask me questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And now you can ask questions, please. Yes, Anis Ahmed Saab. We cannot listen you, Anis Saab. Kindly open your...
No. Chitral is a totally hilly area.
Yes, it's a hilly area.
Yes, it is a hilly area. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Muhammad Farooq, I think, and Anis Ahmed. Okay, Muhammad Farooq, if you want any question to ask. Yes, Muhammad Farooq Saab, your mic is needed to be open or active. Yes,
Hello.
sir.
Hello.
Yes, please.
अमीन साहब ने बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन दिया सर, और एंशिएंट को लेकर और दोनों जो खोज कार्य इन्होंने किया है इनकी टीम ने, वास्तव में ये बहुत अप्रिशिएट करता हूँ मैं इनकी मेहनत को और वास्तव में अच्छा लगा.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much, sir, for your appreciation and for your encouragement.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? I think nobody else is going to ask any question. Let me conclude the session.
Yes, sir.
That Dr. Abdul Hamid Sahab presented a very informative and a very knowledgeable discussion on his excavation they have made in Chitral. And he explained also about his project that he is working since last year, and he is now going to start his second year season. And in first season, what he has explored, and the most interesting thing was about the connection, the developing, trying to develop the connection between ancient people and modern ethnic groups. This is very much interesting to have. By using similar methods, we can explore the origin of many people, many ethnic groups living throughout South Asia. This is a good example for all of us. Thank you so much, Dr. Hamid Sahab.
Thank you.
Over to Mishra.
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर मुजहिद्दीन साहब और अब्दुल हमीद साहब वहाँ अपने आर्कियोलॉजिकल साइट्स के पे बहुत अच्छा उनका अनुभव है, एक्सपीरियंस है, उन्हें काम किया है. पिछले वक्त भी उन्हें हमारे यहाँ बहुत बढ़िया एक प्रेजेंटेशन अपनी दी है और वहाँ के यंग रिसर्चर्स के रूप में महत्वपूर्ण है. खासकर खैबर एरिया में उनका बहुत ही सराहनीय रहा है और वेबिनार में उन्हें हमें समय समय पर सपोर्ट किया है और बहुत अच्छा काम है उनका. और थोड़ा सा समय की कमी है तो इस वजह से ज्यादा वो नहीं हो पा रहा है, लेकिन जो भी उन्हें यहाँ पे बताया वो ऑडियंस के लिए और खासकर खैबर एरिया के मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ डॉक्टर मुजहिद्दीन साहब को, हैकल साहब को चेयरपर्सन के लिए और डॉक्टर अब्दुल साहब को बहुत नाइस प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. और इसके पहले कि मैं अगला सेशन के लिए आमंत्रित करूं, डॉक्टर विजय कुमार सर डायरेक्टर गाइड उपस्थित हैं, मैं उनका स्वागत करता हूं और सभी जो सीनियर्स एक्सपर्ट हैं उन सभी का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं इस वेबिनार सीरीज में. और नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए मैं सर अभी सर पहला डॉक्टर विजय कुमार सर इस पहले एक सेशन और है, इसके बाद प्रभा देवी का सेशन होगा. अभी एक जियोलॉजी का सेशन है तो मैं अवर इमिनेंट स्पीकर डॉक्टर GS रमैया, लाइफ मेंबर ऑफ इंटेक नंदयाल AP, and our eminent chairperson Dr. S.B. Satyanarayana, formerly of the Geological Survey of India, Dr. Vishnu Gadgil, Professor and Head, Geology Department, Govt. Golvalkar Science College, Indore. So, welcome, sir, and I am requesting to S.B. Satyanarayana Sahab, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. G.S. Ramayya.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra Sahab, and good afternoon to all other audiences. We had a very good talk from a previous talk. We had a very interesting talk. And now it's my privilege to chair this section and introduce the speaker. Before that, I would like to say a few words. About 2 hours before, Dr. Gupta Saab Dr. Mishra Saab phoned me to say that there will be an interesting topic on geology related, that is about the ash beds of Jwalapuram. I request you to chair the session. I said, when? Today. He said, today. It so happened I'm in the house only. So I readily agreed for one reason, because geologically and geographically I know the area. And incidentally, my 5 other colleagues, former colleagues from Geological Survey of India and myself, we plan to visit the Jwalapuram area on 3rd of next month. So I shared this news to all my 5 other members who are going, and also a few others who have worked in this area, to share the thoughts of Dr. Ramaya. So I hope all of them are present here. So I thank particularly Dr. Mishra ji to invite me to chair the session. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Ramaya. Spoke to him about an hour before. We introduced ourselves and sharing certain things, because he happened to be from that area, the Kurnool region, and whereas I worked in the Kurnool region. That's the only difference between him and me. And I came to know that he had his PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anandpur. Anandpur is the place I started working on, and I've been doing diamond exploration from GSI side. And incidentally, we have worked a lot in Kurnool area also for diamonds. And some of my colleagues are here. Dr. Shivaji is also on the screen. And when you talk about the ash beds, I remember we have got one of the presentees here, Dr. Shivaji, Dr. Singaraju. He identified one good ash bed in the Sagler Valley, on the other side of the Jurer Valley. He and Dr. Shivaji worked for a year on that. But our interest is something else. We were working for diamonds in that Sagler River gravels, whereas incidentally they found this also. So coming back to say a few more words about Dr. Ramaya. Ramaya, you worked in a Department of Employment and Training before retirement in 2020. So only is very fresh from his service, I mean to say, in the retirement age group. And in the process, he conducted about a lot of job melas, in which 15,000 students have got opportunity to get placements in different industries. That is something, a very significant contribution. He was sent to training by Government of India to Singapore, and also he was presented a mentor award, and he has got many other national awards. And he has been a life member of INTAC. Initially, he was a life member of Anantapur, one of the drought-prone districts in Andhra Pradesh. Now he is a life member. Now he continues to be a member from Nandyal chapter. He's a very interesting person. What I come to know a little bit. He's a great social worker. I understand he has donated his blood 47 times to the needy people. I don't know how many of us have done so many times. Secondly, he donated his body of his father to a medical college and his mother's eyes to L.V. Prasad Eye Institute, Hyderabad. So you see his social commitment. That's more interesting than other things I personally feel, because as we are born as a human being, we should contribute something to the society. So with these few words, I don't like to sit before him and me and before you. So now I invite Dr. Ramaya Garu to present his the prehistoric 75,000 years of unsung story of Jwalapuram ash beds. They are from the Banganapalli area. Few kilometers away from the diamond workings of Banganapalli. Thank you, Ramaya Garu and Dr. Gupta Garu, Mishra Garu, to continue the next proceedings.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your wonderful introduction, sir. Thanks a lot. Sir, are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Yeah, first of all,
Yes.
I should say wholehearted thanks to Professor Skandakumar Mishra Garu. And another person I have to, this is the right time even to express my thanks to Vishwanath. He's from Jwalapuram. Actually, he has taken lots of strains and pains during my visit also. He helped me a lot in that one. And also, I should say wholehearted thanks to Kumari Sai Charita, the RV College student of Bangalore, she's a law student actually. She helped me in this PowerPoint presentation. First of all, this is the right time to express my thanks to them. And come to this one, it is an immense pleasure to you this PowerPoint presentation on Jwalapuram 75,000 years of unsung history. And then I already was introduced by Satyan sir that I belong to Nanjal chapter. Yes, couple of years back itself, Nanjala has upgraded as a district, and this is a very rich place in heritage aspect. The heritage indicates that is in a geo, cultural, natural, tangible, and intangible. And these types of the heritages can be noticed at this place. And not only that, even politically also, this is a very interestable place also, because eminent people, eminent scholars like Dr. Nilam Sanjeev Reddy Garu and P.V. Narasimharao Garu, the ex-president, ex-prime minister of India, and Pendekanti Venkat Subbaiah Garu, the ex-governor of Bihar and Karnataka, came from this place only. And then, what is Jwalapuram? Where is Jwalapuram? Why we are thinking about that one? Sir, Jwalapuram has a significant characteristic, and the exact geographical coordinates, latitude and longitudes, are 15.321051 and 78.140052 respectively. And each and everybody knows, any Indian knows pretty well about the independence, because we got independence in 1947, August 15th. But two places in Andhra Pradesh, of course, the United Andhra Pradesh, one is Nizam and the other will be the Banganapalli. So this Jwalapuram lies at the time under the Banganapalli presidency. They didn't get independence in 1947, but they got independence only in 1948 on February 23rd, only they got independence. With the great efforts of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the Banganapalli presidency has joined in government of India. Okay, now this is in the Banganapalli constituency only. Now, what happened? What happened at Jwalapuram? As we are, it is a well-known fact that Indonesia, it comes under the fire of ring. This Indonesian volcano Tobo erupted around 75,000 years ago. The resulting dust and fumes devastated southern India, and almost it crossed in the air, and the air and the fumes and the dust, it traveled in the air and crossed the Indian Ocean and even Bay of Bengal, and it covered almost the southern part of India, and once again traveled in Arabia, and finally it settled at the eastern part of Somalia. There the Toba ash, the effect was closed at that place only. It is an exaggeration even to say that. Even I too also, I didn't believe that. because how it is possible to travel from Indonesia to this place. So I too also, I have not focused in a particular way. I didn't concentrate on that one, and even I didn't realize, I didn't recognize also. But finally, I got an answer when tsunami happened in India in the year 2006. That is, sorry, in the 2004 on December 26th. Once again, the tsunami came from this Sumatra and Indonesia. It impacts even the Tamil Nadu and part of Andhra Pradesh and part of Kerala. And then Andaman Nicobar Islands and even Pondicherry also. Then I realized that even Tobo volcanic ash also, which was erupted from the Indonesia, affected the South India. Well, and then have a glance at this video, and I would like to show you that one, even the video. This is a video only for a 1 minute only. I had taken this video, and kindly go through this one. This is a Tobo ash that we can see at the banks of local stream of Jwalapuram. Kindly go through this one. And a height of 9 to 12 feet height of these depositions of the Jwalapuram will be noticed at this area. Perhaps I think you are watching this one now. Are you able to see this one, sir? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we are able to see.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You see the wonderful view of this one. When I noticed that, I was excited to see that wonderful Toba ash was seen at this place. And nearly 9 feet to 12 feet height of this Toba ash was noticed at the local stream of this what is a Jwalapuram. The local stream will be called as Jurregu Vagu. That is a nomenclature of that one. Actually, even the depositions at the hills, once again, it traveled in the rainwaters and it deposited on the banks of this local streams. And this is the photography of that one. Yeah, this is that. And of course, finally, we have seen some ash at that area. That is also one aspect that I enjoyed that. But according to history, I came to know that the migration of Africans to India has happened about 60,000 to 70 years ago. When I was in childhood, when I had gone to social studies, the same version was in a different way. The migration of Africans to India happened at 15,000 to 25,000 years BCE. Later, it was changed to 25 to 50,000 BCE. Now it has changed to 60,000 to 70,000 BCE. But to my great surprise, I came to know that even that Toba ash deposits prove otherwise. The fossils found beneath the Toba ash found in Jwalapuram date back to 75,000 years back. So this shows that there existed human before the migration of Africans in India. So this is the area that should be explored by the anthropologist. So once again, they have to take initiation on this one so that the real story will come. And then come to the next point. This is the very astonishing that I have noticed this one. The astonishing ripple stones at the top of the hill. Sir, most of the people, of course, there may be some geologists may be there, but I'm not a geologist. Out of passion only, I did all these things only. And there we can find some sedimentary rock, sedimentary hill, located just 2 kilometers from Jwalapuram, and it is one of the boundaries of this place also. The approximate height of the hill is about 752,000 feet. This is a Mesa hill. is nothing but the flat topped hill will be noticed.
Start your presentation, sir. Please start the presentation.
Yeah, is it not in the presentation mode?
It is not. Press F5.
Wait, sir. Sir, are you able to see?
Yeah,
Hello?
right now it is good. Good.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. There I found 3 feet to 5 feet depth of sand even at the top of the hill. So being an civil engineering student, I studied in the books that 3 types of sands are available. One is pit sand, the river sand, and then sea sand. To my great surprise, I noticed even the sand on the top of the hills. Of course, there may be possibility even the sedimentary rock may turn into the sand also. That is not the point here. But there, the hill has ripple stones scattered over the distance of 5 acres were noticed on the top of the hill. That is how we got the ripple stones on the top of the hills. That is a many questions to me. So generally ripple stones can be found around the floating water bodies, but in the case they are found at the top of the hill. So this subject definitely it concerns to the geologist. They have to come forward to make a research on this one. And I told you in the beginning itself, this area was under the Banganpalli presidency. Even the Bangan presidency was under the control of British people. So if we go through this one, sir, are you able to see? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, a pond in the middle of the hill can be found here, and this pond is called as a Kukkalcheru, and this pond greens up nearly 400 acres of land, Pathapad and Jwalapura. The pond has been a part of this village since before the independence from 26 October 1941, and the opening ceremony was conducted on 19th November 1946. Okay, how many members visited this place? So why we have to focus on this one? Sir, actually only a few foreigners came to this place and they confirmed in the year 2003. There's a Professor Mike from Cambridge and Petraglia from USA and Michael from Cambridge also. So these people, and along with the ladies also, some kids and Shasha from UK. And these are the persons came from the foreign, and they visited this place and they concluded that this ash belongs to Togo. Later, once again, they visited in the year 2008 and 9 also. Not more than that. In Andhra Pradesh, we have more than, I think in India, we have more than 1,000 plus universities are there. But only 0.37% visited these places, sir. This is a pathetic situation. This is a pathetic condition. That I'm sorry to say this one. So to maintain this heritage, at least it should go to the downtrodden level. Even it should be discussed in the universities so that it will be limelighted. Otherwise, the villagers are using this Togo ash to clean the utensils, sir. That is the situation isn't happening there. And actually, the 75,000 years back, ash is utilizing to clean the utensils. And some persons are transporting this ash to the various parts of the country for cosmetics purpose. So for that one, I planned in a different way. That means if at all the panoramic surroundings, that is the surroundings of this Jwalapuram has a rich heritage, if we link it with this one, obviously the tourism will also be developed. So what type of heritage that we can see? Let us have a glance on that one. And a single monolithic rock can be seen in the dense forest of Nallamala at about a distance of 120 to 150 kilometers distance from Jwalapura. And this place is called as Bhimuni Kolanu. Only at the time of Shivratri, only the pilgrims will cross this area. Otherwise, no person will go. but it will be very adventurous. It comes under the adventurous tourism. The young, energetic, and enthusiastic students are the people who can visit this place. They can trek also, even at this place. And then adventurous tourism, I told you, and these are the things that is available surroundings to this Jwalapuram. One is Balloon Caves. It is approximate distance from this one is only 30 kilometers only 30 kilometers. You can find this Balloon Caves. As you know pretty well that Balloon Caves stands second position in India, whereas Meghalaya stands first and the Balloon is in the second position. This is the wonderful cave that we can notice here, which is very near to this Jwalapuram. And then Yaganti Caves. Yaganti Caves is an approximate distance is only 10 kilometers, not more than that. You will find Yaganti Caves. And then Ravalakunda Caves. There is an approximate distance of 20 kilometers only, not more than that. These are the caves that we can find surrounding this area only. But even these caves are also not known to the even Indian people. Most of the Indians, even not only this one, even most of the districts in Andhra Pradesh also, they don't have an idea about these caves. And the Kona Uppalapadu caves. And now the Valmiki caves is now the tourism department has taken consideration. Now they are developing this Valmiki caves. And then come to the Akkamahadev caves also. We found that Shila Toranam at Tirumala, but whereas such a lengthy slab is there that you can find at Akkamahadev caves. I think perhaps it is the biggest one, but even today it was not noticed. So these are the caves that is surrounding this Jwalapuram, which is very, very, very nearer. So that one, if this caves tourism or this adventurous tourism can be linked with this one, obviously all the caves and along with the Jwalapuram also can be limelighted. And then come to the cultural heritage. Of course, there is a tangible and intangible heritages can be seen in the cultural. There, the Pagalankarana at Srisailam and the Parveta Utsavam, Ahobilam, and Nandavaram Jyoti Mahotsavam. These are the places a vital role in Nandyala district actually. And if we go through this one, Pagalankarana, a piece of 1 feet to 1.5 cloth is prepared in a day. Like this, it is prepared throughout the year by a specific family for generations together. Once again, here the heritage is following those guys only. On the occasion of Mahashivratri, a nude person will tie this cloth from the trident above the Kalisham of the Garbhagruha to the Nandis in the Mantapa. In this year, actually on 18th February to 2023, in the presence of lakhs of people, when they witnessed this Pagalankarana at Srisailam. And come to the Parveta Utsavam. For about 40 to 41 days, God idol of Narasimha Swami will be taken to 33 villages surrounding Ahobilam. It is observed from 16th to February 25th of this year. Even today also, this Parveta Utsavam is carrying at the surrounding villages of Ahobilam, which is very nearer to Jwalapuram. And come to the Nandavaram Mahotsavam. Around a couple lakhs of people brings lit lamps on their head to the temple on Chaitra Shuddha Padhyami. This lasts for a week. 1 week will be considered for this one. They will conduct this Mahotsavam for a period of 1 week. So this event falls on 22nd March 2023. That is on the next, in this, I think after 2 days we will get March. On 23rd March, definitely we can notice even this one also. So these cultural heritage should be considered and recognized by the UNESCO also. And also, as everybody knows that Indian fruit is mango. And this national fruit is mostly cultivated in Banganapalli. These mangoes are known as Banganapalli mangoes, or even this has GA tag also. That is geological indication tag also. This fruit has that one. And then there are two temples of goddess worshipped forever for over 400 years by the villagers, namely Nandavaram Chaudeshwari and Avuku Moolamma. But my friends, I am repeating this one, kindly go through this. These idols, the idols of these goddesses are not made with stone, not made with brick, not made with timber, not made with concrete, not made with terracotta, not made with lime mortar or cement mortar or mud mortar. But this was made with bachana. That is the meaning of it will be made with bachana. Okay, and then come to the another one, historical places also there. I will explain to later. And here, Potuluri Veera Brahmendra Swami, colossal piece of work, Kalagnanam was written in the Ravalakonda caves, which is 20 kilometers distance from this Jwalapuram. He has been a part of 17th century and attained Jiva Samadhi at YSR Kadapa district. Perhaps you might have been heard the name of Nostradamus, but here the Indian Nostradamus is nothing but Potuluri Veera Brahmendra Swami. But most of the states, I think they may have an idea or they may not have an idea. But he has, in this scripture, he has predicted various events such as the emergence of COVID also. He has predicted that he has mentioned in his palm leaves also. A large volume of his text is said to be kept under a tamarind tree of Banganpalli village, which is about 15 kilometers from this Jwalapuram. And then another famous poet is known as Pingali Surana. He is a well-known poet from Kanala, which is about 37 kilometers distance from Jwalapuram. He has written the first novel. Once again, I'm repeating you. He has written the first novel identified in South Asia called Kalapurnodayam. Kalapurnodayam. He has written a novel is Kalapurnodayam. That is the first South Asian novel. He was the court poet of Krishna Devaraya. And then come to the natural heritage. So the Nallamala is a group of low hill ranges in the central part of Eastern Ghats. One of the India's largest forests is the home for various kinds of wood like red sandalwood, teak, rosewood, matti, and others also. Abundance of flora and fauna can be found in this forest, and then more than 700 types of animals. Among the Indian national animal, tigers are also one of the prominent of them. The Rajiv Gandhi Wildlife Sanctuary has been declared a tiger reserve in 1983, which stands about 50 kilometers of distance from Jwalapuram. The Gundla Brahmeshwaram Metta Wildlife Sanctuary is also very, very close to this Jwalapuram. And then new species of spiders, namely the regal parachute, and it was identified by the Tulsirao. Hence, his name also prefixed even before that biological name of that spider. Zoological name of that spider. I think some Tulsi Poyosilotheria regalis pocock. Exact. I'm sorry. I may not because I don't have an idea about this botanical and zoological name. I'm putting that one, and I may be excused for that. Have been discovered in this forest, and recently, and even that Tulsirao also, he was awarded several times, and he was awarded from the government of India also. He has taken a number of 10, I think more than 10 awards he has taken from government of India. And then historical heritage. These historical temples are located in the vicinity of the Nallamala. The Nallamala is compared with the shape of snake. Actually, the Nallamala Hills is a prominent one here. And actually, the historians or even the poets, they used to compare this Nallamala Hills as a snake. The tail end of the snake will be can be noticed with these temples like Sri Sailam, Mahanandi, and Kolanabharati are considered to be the tail end of Nallamala, and Ahobilam is considered the middle portion, and Tirumala is considered to be the head, and Talakona is said to be the hood. So this is these are the temples that was located in this Nallamala forest. And also where Mahanandi, Kolanabharati, and Ahobilam are about 50 to 70 kilometers from Jwalapuram, and Sri Salam is about 120 kilometers from there. And then I also intimated in this previous slide about the Nandavaram Chodeshwari temple also. It has its own historical importance. And come to this one, Yaganti. This is a very peculiar temple. In this temple, I think most of the this archaeologist, and they know pretty well about this. The Archaeological Survey of India, they identified that for every 20 years, 1 inch was increased volumetrically, not in one side. Volumetrically, it is an increasing. Hence, this will be very peculiar bullstone that you can find at this place. There are only 2 places in Andhra Pradesh that you can notice in this way. One is at Yaganti, and another one will be the Kanipakam, where Lord Ganpati, Lord Ganesha also increases volumetrically. And here, why this will be called as a Yaganti? Actually, the original name of that one is Yagati. Yagati is a Telugu word. Yagati means nothing but pregnancy lady. In the same way, Yaganti temple, that was once again, it was converted to in that way. So, in this way, this Nandi also increases in volumetrically, hence it will be called as Yaganti Devalaya. Okay, and here the anthropomorphic figure of Lord Shiva along with Uma can be seen on the linga. So that is a very peculiar one also. Even 16th century period constructions can be seen. Vijayanagara stones can be seen here. And not only that, even so, to my great surprise, I noticed that even the crows, the birds' crows cannot be seen here. That is a very peculiar one at this place. And which is 10 kilometers distance only from this Yagan. And then there are some Kuta temples also can be seen, which is very near to Jalapura. Architectural importance can be seen even the surroundings of this one. Trikuta style of temple found at Kalamugundla, which is about 30 kilometers from Jwalapuram, and Panchakuta style of temple is found in Srisalam at about 120 kilometers distance, and whereas the Saptakuta style of temple is found in Kolanabharati, which is at a distance of 50 to 60 kilometers from Jwalapuram. So here, what is meant by Saptakuta? Just I will go for Saptakuta, then you can understand what is meant by Trikuta. So 3 temples are facing towards north direction, 3 temples are facing towards the south direction, and one temple will face towards the direction of east direction. All these 7 temples will have only one platform and one Dvajastambha. That will be called as Saptakuta. In the same way, Trikuta. In the same way, Panchakuta also. So this type of architecture can also be seen at the very nearer distances of Jwalapuram. And then, last but not least, this archaeological importance. As everybody told for past days about the Maurya dynasty is almost a benchmark to the historians, I think, in which King Ashoka played a vital role. He had 14 major edicts all over India written in Pali-Prakrit language. One of which is in Erragudi, which is at a distance of 25 kilometers from Jwalapuram. This Erragudi Shasanam or Erragudi inscription in otherwise is called as Vajra Sasanam. Also Jonnagiri Sasanam. They used to be called in this way. Only in Andhra Pradesh we can find only this inscription at in Andhra Pradesh at Jonnagiri, which is very, very nearer to this Jwalapuram. So my conclusion is that Jwalapuram is a prime location with a rich tradition and history. The surrounding heritage should be linked with the Jwalapuram so that the tourism in all types of heritages can be developed. The caverns around Jwalapuram enable speleologists to learn more about the origins and more about these caves also. The ash found in Jwalapuram should be protected. Yes. Right now, almost most of the ashes was disappeared and it was used for the various purposes. So that is a pathetic one. It should be protected and the stringent law should be maintained there, or otherwise they should be educated. They should be first of all educated. Or if any tourism will be linked with this one, obviously the villagers, they will safeguard that one. They will take care about their land also. My friends, as you know pretty well that if any coin has 100 years or 200 years, definitely we used to think about the antique value of that one. Then what about 75,000 years ash? Then what about the antique value of that one? If we think in that way, definitely we will safeguard that one. Undoubtedly, we will take care about that one. So my request in this one, that the villagers should be educated, the surrounding areas should be educated, even the students should be educated, the university should come forward to take the surveys or research works, or the civil engineers should come and they should go for the research work on ash. Even the geologists should come, or the historians should come, or anthropologists should come. But unfortunately, no person from the universities, only peanuts. That is from Karnataka and from Pune. They visited these places only. And some few students from Kerala and from Himachal Pradesh, I think so, Haryana. They came from those places only. Not more than that. Nobody has seen, nobody, even from the under university, no engineering student, no university students have visited this one. So my request is, it should go even to that extent, or otherwise it should be mentioned in the social textbooks also, so that the children can definitely, they will learn about this one. So so that it will be limelighted to we can limelight this one. And Jwalapuram makes an excellent center for science tourism and must be recognized as a geoheritage site by UNESCO. This is my request, my humble request. I think all you people can understand my feelings, and one should come forward and to take initiation and to make this one as a geoheritage site, and it should be recognized by the UNESCO. And finally, I should say wholehearted thanks, because as I have given only 15 minutes of time, I think now I completed. Anyhow, I completed this limited time. Thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Any questions on this one, please?
Thank you, Dr. Ramagaru.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I would like to say one thing.
Please.
Kurnool is a very historic district. Not only historic, prehistoric district. And many Europeans have come and worked on Jwalapuram ash beds. There are empty number of papers, publications published on the
thank you.
Published on the Jwalapuram ash.
Oh, great, sir.
And one more thing is that you are told that ash has come from Indonesia. Not only ash. The idlis we take in the breakfast in South India or in many parts of Northern India also have come from Indonesia. This piece of information, many of you, almost all of you may not be knowing. The reason is that in Indonesia it was known as kidli. Kidli. Here we call it idli because the South Indian rulers who ruled parts of Indonesia, sometimes they used to come back to their motherland to see their relations. The rulers used to bring their chefs along with them. So the preparation of idli, previously or presently known as kidli in Indonesia, they introduced idli making in South India. It's not that Tamil Nadu origin, Kerala or Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana origin. It is origin of Indonesia. Anyhow, other than ash beds, volcanic ash beds, you have given a lot of information about the historical aspects of many archaeological sites, mythological sites in Kurnool district. Very interesting. I understand from your presentation, you are widely traveled and you have presented very nicely. Now I request our members present here to ask a few questions to Dr. Ramagaru.
Sir, I'm showing even this is a toba ash, sir. I collected at that Jwalapuram where this was used for utensils, to clean the utensils. I think you are able to see this one.
Yeah.
This is toba ash.
So one of our participants says Jwalapuram is a very apt name because Jwala means Agni or fire.
Yeah.
So ash has come through volcano only. How this name has come here? That's very interesting.
Yeah. Actually, that is the right question. It relates to Jwala. Jwalapuram means it relates to the fire. Perhaps our ancients have identified this ash from the ash comes only from the fire, obviously.
Yeah.
So our ancient people might have been have noticed that, and they may be placed that one.
That is one of the messages I'm just seeing from one of the participants, Mr. Ravi Kumar, who is going to see on 3rd of this next month this ash occurrence.
Great, sir. Great.
Any more questions, please? Ravi Kumar? Shingaraj Garu, are you present?
Yeah, Satyanarayana Garu.
Because you are one of the founders, of ash bed in Sagleru Valley.
Yeah, it's a very, I hope you are able to hear, it's a very nice presentation. So, the etymology of Jwalapuram, somehow that is not in any testament, in any text. So, some scientist who has found it must have named it, not the people 70,000 years ago. Definitely, that is a nice way of thinking. But definitely, it must have come after Telugu. Telugu also was there as a language by human beings. But somehow, those who are living there, like present very, very enlightened speaker, if you may throw some light on the etymology, if not now, in future, we may come to know that some very eminent person, good in poetry, must have named this village as Jwalapuram. Thank you.
Thanks for wonderful comments. Yes, it should be added in the textbooks. Yes.
Yes. Sir, Satyanarayana sir.
Yes, sir.
हाँ, yes sir. और कोई क्वेश्चन है या फिर अगला सेशन के लिए कंक्लूड करें? जी.
Yeah. If there are no more questions, just would like to conclude this session. And before that, I would like to thank Dr. Mishra ji and also Dr. Ramaya and the many, about 40 people attended this session. I would like to thank every one of you. Thank you very much from my side.
Sir, some people have raised their hands.
Oh, okay. Then continue, please. For 5 more, not more than 5 minutes, please. Vishala ji.
Sir, good evening, sir. It's a very nice presentation given by Dr. G.S. Ramaya. To congratulate him, I raised my hand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Shamil Sukma.
Yeah, it's a nice presentation, Mr. Ramaya. But my question is, you find this ash in all the minor rivers of Andhra Pradesh presently. I have seen the locations, one in the Murredu, which is a tributary to the Godavari River, one near Aruku Valley, the Sagleru deposit, which is one, and then also the Golvalkar, you find these ash beds almost 1 to 2 meters in length.
I too also admit that one, sir. I told you already that this ash covered almost all the southern India, and even some parts of Madhya Pradesh also we can find this one.
But it's
not only that, just a couple of weeks back, to more than kilometers Toba ash was found at Madhav in Telangana also. Yeah, it's
a nice presentation. Thank you for it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Sir, I hand out the mic to you.
Thank you. Dr. S.V. Satyanarayana Sahab and Dr. G.S. Ramaiya for chair the session and eminent speaker of the session, given a nice talk in this webinar series, especially geo-heritage site and geological sites. Thank you, sir. Your lecture is fruitful for our audience. Thank you, all of you, both of you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, next session, our eminent chairperson, Dr. V. Vijay Kumar, Director, Gujarat Institute of Desert Ecology, Bhuj, Kutch, and eminent speaker, Dr. L. Prabha Devi, Advisor, Coastal and Marine Ecology Division, Gujarat Institute of Desert Ecology, Bhuj, Gujarat. I welcome, sir, Dr. Vijay Kumar, sir, welcome, and please preside the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Madam L. Prabha Devi, Advisor, Guide. L. Prabha Devi, Dr. L. Prabha Devi.
Yes, yes, sir.
Welcome.
Yes,
welcome.
I'm here, sir. Can you hear me?
Actually, आपका वो धारा दीक्षित के नाम से है.
Yeah. My laptop is not working. That's why.
Okay.
Very good afternoon to all. I welcome Dr. L. Prabha Devi, who has got a PhD in marine biology in 1987, and she was an eminent researcher, and she has lots of teaching experience with MG University of Kerala, and then she was teaching in Ambo University in Ethiopia for many decades. She has worked in aquaculture, fisheries, agriculture, environmental science in many areas. She has published more than 35 research papers, and in 2020, he joined as an advisor in the Coastal Marine Ecology Division of our institute. So I invite Dr. L. Prabha Devi. She is going to deliver a very important topic. This is a very recent research, some 45 years ago. Hydrothermal vent communities and their ecology. Dr. Prabha Devi, please start your talk.
Thank you, sir.
Co-chairperson of this session is Professor Ratan Kumar Srivastav, Professor, Government Science College, Jabalpur, Professor of Environmental Biology. Welcome, sir.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
साहब दो मैं हाँ ठीक है मैडम आप शुरू करें प्लीज स्टार्ट.
Can share your presentation.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to my presentation on the subject is hydrothermal vent communities and their ecology. First of all, let me say what is this hydrothermal vent. See, this vent is seen in the deeper parts of the sea, and so you can say that these are deep water hot springs surrounded by large chimneys of smokers emanating from the Earth's crust. Let me explain what they are. So as an introduction, I can say some points about the discovery and formation of these deep water vents. In 1977, oceanographers, while exploring the mid-oceanic ridges in the Eastern Pacific Ocean, they come across a large fluctuation in the water temperature in their data they gathered. So they were wondering what happened. There was drastic changes in the temperature of the water column. So the deep ocean temperature changes from near freezing to about 400 degrees Celsius in a short distance. So this made them to work further and find out the reason. So after a few years, after 1987, in 1980,
screen is not shared.
Screen. Okay, one second. Please.
Hello.
Now is it visible, sir? Screen is visible?
No, it is not visible.
No. Okay, is it visible, sir? Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. So later on, they found they discovered some new submersibles which can operate in greater depths and found out a unique system, and they named it as thermal vent. And there they have found out the large number of animals too. So these are specialized environments seen on the oceanic ridges. And now we came to know that these communities, they are entirely different from the deep water dwellers, normal deep water organisms. So when ecosystems are found, usually along the side of seabed or along the sea mounds in the deeper areas where the water is also different from the overlying deeper waters. So the water is superheated in this area, and this is due to this displacement of the ocean floor plates. So these called tectonic plates, and through this gap, the magma arises upwards, and this along with the magma, the water gets heated up, and and later on this magma it cools down and form volcanic mountain chains. So this happens where tectonic plates spread apart. These places are usually called subduction zones. This happens in the mid-oceanic ridges of all oceans. See, so through this water, these tectonic cracks, the water circulates or percolates inside the deeper magma and come out. This happens, it is a circulation called vent circulation, and this usually happens in the deeper parts around 1,500 meters down from the surface of the sea. So this here you can see the circulation of the water and the emergence of magma through the volcanic plates or the tectonic plates. Along with this, you can see not only the water, but also large number of elements, gases are found in the water. And now we look at the magma level, the temperature is 1,200 degrees Celsius, and towards the upper parts, it will be around 350, 400, depending upon the intrusion of the normal cold water inside through the tectonic plates. So where these hydrothermal vents are located? These are all found in all oceans, as shown in the map. More numbers are situated, as per the present knowledge, more are located in the Atlantic and Pacific, since the Indian Ocean is less explored so far. So over 3,000 hydrothermal vents are known throughout the world now. Still explorations are going on with international collaborations. So our government of India is also having a very big budget project on the exploration of these vents and also the deep oceans for several other purposes. So that is the significance of this topic. Significance of vent ecosystem. It's a different ecosystem. It is not like the normal deep water ecosystem. So the vent ecosystem study has stimulated over the last 3 decades, since 1977. A lot of scientific research is going on. And we found that from the data, that holds a lot of promises for exploration of minerals and also genetic resources that also serve societal needs. So the existence of vents, how long the vents will be there? The existence is controlled by the movement of the tectonic plates. As a plate shifts and it creates the smokers, and the effluents will come out, and it goes on happening. And such environments are known as active vents, and those are not sending out any effluents or these gases and all. It's called inactive vents. So they are distributed along the ridge zone, and this depends upon the movement, how long the spreading of the plates. So based on the spreading rates, they are classified into intermediate and ultra slow spreading. So intermediate is less than around 80 mm per year, and ultra slow is less than 20 mm per year. So slower the spreading rate, the longer the lifespan of the vents. So vent field is generally much short-lived, or it may last for several years. So this ecosystem is said to be highly complex, with several habitats, or we call it smaller ecosystems or minor micro ecosystems, and they are not known to the world very clearly. Still studies are going on, and here you can see the variation, large variation in the temperature of the water, as well as the chemical or the geochemistry of the water as well as the sediment or the soil. So the deep sea hydrothermal vents are biologically productive and biodiversity hotspots. Now we have come to know that these are normally in the higher temperature, organisms or marine life will not exist. That was our knowledge before 1977. Now we come to that these are biologically very productive, and biodiversity is also very high. But still, we have to know more. And the very interesting thing is the biological productivity is not depending on photosynthesis that happens in the upper layers or in the surface layer of the sea or oceans, but it is entirely a different system called chemosynthesis. This is aided by a group of bacteria which thrive in the high temperature. They are generally called thermophilic bacteria. So we can say the characteristics of the vents and the life. So the characteristic is utter darkness. There is no light. Only the bioluminescence, that is the light produced by the organisms from special light organs, are found only here and there, not continuously in this place. So the temperature ranges from 200 to 400 degrees Celsius, and the pressure is very high, 22,200 pounds per square inch, and oxygen is less, but the pH of the water is 2.8 or less than that, depends upon the chemical composition. So it is acidic in nature. But this condition of this ecosystem hosts a network of communities. So we call it as a meta community, not one or two types, but a number of communities live together in this harsh environment. So the dynamics of this meta community are influenced by not only by birth rates or the population reproduction or the mortality rates or through interaction of population, but also so many other unknown factors still we have to find out. So this I am showing some of the organisms. They are capable of producing light. They are the bioluminescent organisms. They live above below 500 degrees. Sorry, 500 meters from the surface. So these are deep water organisms. But the organisms what we are going to see in the hydrothermal vents are entirely different. So here we can classify the vent system as a diffuse system, white smoker, black smoker. This is based on the clarity of the water and the temperature. So the diffuse system, they are inactive, so the temperature is reduced and water is clear. Whereas white smoker, it emits white or milky water, and the temperature is 200 to 330 degrees Celsius with plumes rich in barium, calcium, and silicon. But black smoker, these are highly, the temperature is very high, 300 to 400 degrees Celsius. So the hottest, and produces excess amount of smoke, rich in gases and minerals, particularly hydrogen sulfide gas, carbon dioxide, etc. And because of their profuse development, they develop some sort of chimneys like structures, which may sometimes 55 meters, over 55 meters tall, and may having different stories. Maximum of about 18 were noted. But those which are already in an inactive stage, they are called usually by the term seeps, where the weaker flows are usually observed. So the deepest vent so far found was in the Caribbean Sea. So as I have mentioned earlier, there is a water circulation from through the vent as well as through the cracks that are persisting at the sea floor. So this is called vent circulation. Through this vent cracks, the water from the upper zone or the deep water, it goes inside, it reaches the Earth's magma and come back with the hot, along with the several metals and minerals and gases. So these are the common components of these vent circulation, or there are many metals, along with the first one, magnesium sulfate, and also copper, iron, manganese, and so on. There are large number of metals and gases are found, especially hydrogen sulfide, methane, and carbon dioxide. So this is the chemistry what I have explained. You can see in the full picture the black smoker showing the coming up of magma, and the cracks on the sides through which water enters and going, and this go on circulation, and this makes the water highly high, making more temperature of the seawater, and the chemistry also changes. Now we look into the communities. In 1980, actually, the communities were seen properly by Daniel Desbries and Lucien Laurier. They observed the animal life forms around these vents. So the hydrothermal vents are said to be biodiversity hotspots. Now we'll see which are the biodiversity components. There are over 500 eukaryotic species. That is those having a clear nucleus and a nuclear membrane. And so that group, that is the advanced groups, are more than 500, encompassing about 12 animal phyla, and of which, as far as now the latest data, there are over 150 are new genera, that is new to the science also. So, and almost 90%. So the common components in the biodiversity are the archaea, that is the primitive bacteria, the eubacteria, and most of the invertebrates, particularly arthropods, mollusks, annelid worms, cnidarians, fishes, and sponges, etc. As these are usually, most, if you see, most of them are new and they are primitive in evolutionary point. So some scientists are the opinion that these are from the vents could be the actual environments where life first occurred roughly 3.5 billion years ago. It's not clear, it's debated. Anyway, we'll see these are the groups of major animal groups found out so far: microbes, zooandids, tubeworm, mussels. These are the prominent or the dominant groups found in the vent environment. So microfauna, if you look, they are dominated by most of the archaea domain microorganisms, the prokaryotic bacteria. And and these organisms are the base for the life of the other larger groups of organisms. And here, these archaea and the bacteria, most of them, they are thriving based on their chemosynthesis. That is, instead of photosynthesis, they are synthesizing. They are obtaining energy by utilizing the chemicals or the elements present in the water available in the vent situation. So they are usually referred as chemolithotrophs. So the archaea, generally, there are many species they have discovered. So I am showing on a few examples only. Archaea genera Phylobus and Pyrodictium, they get their energy from hydrogen gas, from sulfur compounds, because I said hydrogen sulfide is more in that environment. So they draw they utilize the hydrogen by breaking the hydrogen sulfide using their powerful enzymes, and they take up the energy. So similarly, if you look, Pyrolobus fumari is also capable of utilizing hydrogen sulfide, and it produces also the hydrogen sulfide. So these all obtained from or observed from the mid-oceanic Atlantic ridge, where the temperature is 90 to 103 degrees Celsius. So normally, most of the mesophilic bacteria, they die when the temperature of the water exceeds 100 degree or above that. So, but these organisms, they are surviving at this high temperature. So they are said to be thermophilic. So Pyrodictium abaci, they are known from the deeper waters. So they are also capable of living in 105 degrees Celsius, the optimum being 80 to 100. So there are so many bacteria, sulfur bacteria, and so on. So there is another group, interesting group of bacteria. They can utilize the methane present in the vent effluent. They are called methanotrophs. So another group capable of utilizing the methane produced, and they are the methanogenic bacteria. They can produce this methane, and this is called methanogenesis. So a lot of complicated chemosynthesis is going on, and there with that they are surviving and serve as a basic food for so many other advanced organisms living in this environment. So this is the base of the food chain. So the vent microbes oxidize all these toxic gases like sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide, methane, and that uses and providing nutrients for the higher organisms. So it is very interesting, this very different environment. So this is showing the composition of the different deep sea vent bacteria. Of course, I am not a marine biologist, but marine microbiologist. But you can see that these are recent, and some are archaeal bacteria. So the proteobacteria, actinobacteria, acufacci, bacteroides. So all the interesting factor is all these bacteria, when taken from these vents, they can be easily cultured in the laboratories. So from this culture, we can get a lot of information, and many natural products, enzymes that will be useful for future research, particularly in the field of medical and molecular science and other research. So the thermophilips, they grow in very high temperature. One example is the enzymes present in the thermophils, that is Taq polymerase, that is taken from such a situation, that is Thermus aquaticus, which is widely used in the PCR, that is polymerase chain reaction. So such enzymes are there in most of the bacteria present in the vent system, and that they can be utilized after making investigations for the betterment of our society. So they were some single-celled organisms taken from hydrothermal vents were used as a medicine in the preparation of medicine during COVID-19 tests also. And now we look at the macrofauna communities. They are dominant are the mussels, tube worms, shrimp, blind shrimp, crabs, the zoorid fish, and deep sea octopus. So now I'm giving some examples from particularly from the Indian Ocean vent ecosystem. The shrimp Rimacaris cari, and the mussel is Bathymodiolus mars indicus, crab Astingogyria rodriguense, scaly foot snail Chrysomelon squamfernum, and Gigantopelta avalanchocha, and the stalked barnacles Neolepus. These are new to science and are well known for their thermophilic nature. It is not known before to human beings. So you can now see the different organisms collected from the deeper vent area, the different groups representing the representatives of different phyla. And among these, there were 15 shrimp species obtained from Atlantic and Pacific Ocean vent environment. They are found in large swamps, as you can see in the picture, and they have photographs taken and samples were collected by robotic hands, as you can find in the picture. After the discovery of these instruments, we come to know more about the living organisms and the environment. So where here now I am showing the albino-carried shrimps, which are the emblematic representative of the deep hydrothermal vent, particularly in the mid-Atlantic ridge. This is very, very huge. So we can find huge swarms of these albino-carried shrimps, particularly in this environment. So because they are very much adapted to this aquatic habitat, having extreme physicochemical conditions. It's normally, we know that shrimps are very sensitive organisms, but here they are surviving and they are the flat animals. They are very typical for this ecosystem at mid-Atlantic ridge. Now we look at the different clams and mussels. They are also well known for their size and their population density. The giant vent clam, that is Calyptogena magnifica, as the name indicates, it can reach a length of about 8 inches. Normally, the clams are not so big in size. Similarly, the mussel Bathymodiolus mericindicus, this is the most studied animal near vents, and the size of some of these reaches to about 40 mm in size. So they are usually found spreading on the whole area of the sea floor, relying on an relationship, that is, they feeds on the bacteria either by the symbiosis or by direct filter feeding. So this is a picture of Bathymodiolus marcindicus and the Bathymodiolus heckeri, which is the larger one. Now you can see the colony of the crabs colonizing the vent, the inactive vent, and also the active vents surrounding vents. Look of beautifully arranged, found on the outer surface of the most of the chimneys, and also the large crabs, polychaetes, and the snail, etc. So this is an interesting worm, tube worm, polychaete worm. And in between you can see the predator fish, that is the varied fish. It looks like eel, so it's called eel poach. The size of this fish ranges more than 2 long, and it is a predator of the worms. So this about the starfish and the stalked barnacle. This knot is an unusual scene, usually found, not usually very common in the deeper waters, but they are very common in the ecosystem. So this is Albinella pombigana. This worm is very organism where you can see its entire soft body is inside the water, where the temperature ranges from 50 degrees Celsius, while their feather-like heads are sent out in the water. The temperature is less than that. So like this, this is a very long worm, reaching up to 30 centimeter. This is another one, Apache worm, and this also very common in most of the vent chimneys. And these are in close association with or in a symbiotic relationship with bacteria, because this worm does not have a gut. So the bacteria is usually residing inside the gut area, body, and both are benefited. The bacteria gets oxygen from its body, and the animal utilizes the bacteria's food. So the worms, this worm is said to be the most tolerant species. Next to there is another animal. Actually, we know that these tardigrades, they are said to be the tolerant, highly thermophilic animal known. But next to that is this worm, Riftia pachytilla. So like that, there are more than 590 new animal species have been discovered from less than 50 active vent sites. As I showed you, that there are more than 300 active vent sites are there, but we have found out only, we have explored only few, of which 50. From 50 vents, we have come to know about 590 new animal species. So these vents, they have, based on the presence of the animal groups, the vent system, vent environment is classified into so many biogeographic provinces, as shown as now 7 provinces, because there are more than 7, but Indian Ocean is not explored very well so far, only we have started, so maybe more, maybe there in future. So this classification is based on the abundance of the different groups of the communities. So now the macrofaunal vent communities in the Indian Ocean, as far as this is a dominant taxa, there are, according to Kim et al. 1920, and this shows they are unique. It is not like Atlantic Ocean or Pacific Ocean groups, but it is an entirely different group of organisms, possess high endemicity and distinct in composition. To date, 30 biologically active hydrothermal vents have been discovered or described from the West Indian Ocean. We have a system, and only small parts we have discovered the presence of these vent communities. So the composition of macrofauna from the data and the biota differs across the vent sites, and these variations could correlate with the distance. The strongest contrasts in community composition were detected across mid-oceanic ridges than other mounts and other areas. So we are not sure how these communities are shifted or how they are being distributed, not yet completely known, but still works are going on. And once these Indian Ocean vent communities will come to know, come to the picture, they will be well explored, then only we can say something about the displacement of communities and their distribution. So just I already mentioned about food chain. So the food chain in the hydrothermal vents is based on chemosynthesis. So the rich the fluid rich in minerals and reduced compounds are utilized by bacteria, and this bacteria, they serve as the basic food for the different groups of organisms. So the important or the keyboard, several lithotrophs I have shown earlier. So these microorganisms can be said to be primary producers, synthesizing energy compounds. So the primary consumers are the filter feeding bivalves and tubes. They directly filter the water and take up the microorganisms as food. Then some crabs and shrimps are also filter feeders. They can directly consume these bacteria as food. So the zooacid fish are the the larger predators. They feed directly on the tube worms and the shrimps and small creatures. They are secondary consumers. And the topmost predator is the octopus that eats on a variety of larger organisms, particularly crabs, clams, and mussels. Because these octopus, they come up from the above and water environment, and they visit and feed on these larger organisms voraciously. So the carnivores are the zooarid shrimps and the, most of these octopus and all. And some may be carnivorous too, because minor small organisms are also there. They may sometimes utilize these organisms, occasionally feed. So they are called scavengers. Or they are they are occasional feeders. So the true scavengers are the gastropods, decapods, and the copypods. They arrive at the vent area when the effluent when reduces, or they are going towards the inactive state, when it declines. Then so many other organisms will visit this, and the community structure will be little more complex, and the breeding relation also varies. So this is the status of the feeding relationship. That's a pyramid, food pyramid. The vent bacteria, symbiotic bacteria, the vent zooplankton, giant tube worms, crabs, and the last is the top consumers are the crabs and the larger octopuses. So this is very complicated deep sea food web that is found nearer to the hydrothermal vent environment. So wherever these vent communities, if you look, vent shrimp, vent octopus, and these tube worms, these are utilized by other organisms in the upper level also, and they are depending on the other smaller organisms found in the upper layer of the water. So like the gulper eel, deep sea dragonfish, anglerfish, and so on. So there is this picture shows the complicated deep sea food web in which the vent communities role and their relevance is found. So now how these organisms are adapted, how they are living in this harsh environment. So they have certain adaptations that these adaptations are also not well known to us. So they are, the first one is they are adapted to live in the dark environment without having eyes. Most of them are they are not having eyes. They are blind, and but they are highly efficient. They have sense organs, and also many are having metal binding proteins, and some are worms, especially like alvinella, they produce excess mucus to tackle or to adjust with the external temperature and other minerals and toxic gases. So like that, another adaptation is the symbiotic adaptation, the tube worms and the bacteria. Then the chemosynthesis, the bacteria, they are capable of producing, they are utilizing the elements and converting then they derive the required other chemicals for their growth and existence. So similar is very interesting is the reproduction. It is not well known, but still from the known organisms, there said hermaphroditism is there, and also they produce large number of planktonic larvae. So this will cope with the environment and also for dispersal purpose. So they have adaptations to the tolerance towards extreme temperature and low oxygen. So some hydrothermal vent species, they are eyeless, like the shrimp I have mentioned, and they are drifted by currents, because the deep ocean is also having deep currents, And when the chemistry of the water changes, the pattern of currents also, the waves, deep water waves also vary. So these currents and wave system, they're helpful in dispersing the organisms. So the thermal vent species may travel from one place to another and without any damage. So now we'll come to the main point why I am focusing on these vent communities. That is regarding the seabed mining and deep ocean mission. So when we all now come to know that vents are the target of exploitation of mining industry, which is a cause for concern among marine biologists, because mining could damage these very unique and diverse ecosystem, which is not well known. It is in the pioneer stage only. So the International Seabed Authority has been working with stakeholders, lawmakers to draft regulations governing seabed mining by 2023. So the Deep Ocean Mission is an Indian initiative to explore the Indian EEZ, Exclusive Economic Zone, with multi-dimensional aims, including mineral and metal resources and climate change related issues. So we are also part of this mission, and we are collaborating with the other international agencies and countries in this mission. So for different purpose, mining polymetallic deposits at these hydrothermal vents and assessing the vulnerability of biological communities hold valuable natural, because they hold valuable natural products. They may be harmed by the dredging or the mining activities. It is the concern. And also the carbon cycling, which are the urgent and essential tasks. Multiple severe consequences are foreseen by most of the workers, but specific guidelines for conservation are hard to formulate so far because of immense knowledge gaps on the ecology of this ecosystem. That's the problem. So hydrothermal vent communities were initially presumed to be highly resilient, but the discovery of slow-growing species and highly stable vent communities have challenged these assumptions and highlighted the need for a global assessment of hydrothermal vent biodiversity. So if seabed is being mined, it may destroy the hydrothermal vents and the animals living there. Especially there are so many interesting animals and also microbes, but they may go extinct, and they may not unable to escape or live in another habitats. Conservation. So we should we are concerned about the conservation status of this particular environment and the organisms living in. So since they are the target of exploitation by the mining industry, so mining could damage all these very unique and diverse ecosystems. A total of 11 confirmed vent fields are found, completely studied and have been explored. They started exploring in the mid-Atlantic ridge area by using a combination of criteria set by FAO, that is vulnerable marine ecosystem, ecologically and biologically significant area, remarkable in this environment, very hardy. So, and we are this environment, Indian Ocean environment, having distinct composition, high endemism, and strong zonation. They are entirely, even though it is said that these communities are a mosaic of Atlantic, Antarctic, and Pacific, but still, we are not sure from which corridor these are being how these come to the Indian Ocean. The corridor, everything is not known to science so far. It's only partially known, but efforts are going on. So in this context, the communities are the phylogeographic studies have shed some light on their migratory routes, but thus a better understanding of the animals' nominal population, particularly their reproductive biology and the structure of their population and their dispersal, etc., are very crucial for conservation purpose. In addition, increased effort should be given to characterizing vents, missing diversity, and elucidating the functional ecology of these plants. So this is regarding the conclusion, but I wish to say that these very endemic communities with unknown facts about their ecology and evolutionary status, everything, it is high time for us to conserve these organisms. And what we can do is the scientists have to think, to have to review the program by to conserve the wonderful organisms and the nature below the water in the deeper oceans. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Prabha Devi. It's a wonderful talk. It is a very recent research. Until Professor Robert, he discovered this vent communities in 1977. No one was aware about these things. So you have given lots of enlightening. Now the floor is open for discussion. Any questions? Now I request the co-chair to conclude the session.
Thank you. Thank you, Jagadish.
Okay, I will conclude the things. Dr. Prabha Devi has taken up a subject which is very recent. This was came to our knowledge in 1977 when Professor Robert Ballard, who was doing some research in the Galapagos Islands, he has found these hydrothermal vent communities. Thereafter, there are many inventions on these hydrothermal vent communities at different places, even in California coast. But there are not much extensive research in these areas. And the very surprising thing is the thermal in the itself indicates that the temperature. So that particular area has the temperature of more than 400 degrees centigrade. So in that, there are certain organisms survive, which is very important that their lifestyle, life history, evaluation, how it survives in that area. It is a very interesting phenomenon to understand and evaluate all these things. So there are very limited research in this area, and now it is the scientists, they have to explore more in this area to understand what is the facts and realities of these hydrothermal vent communities. Once again, I thank you, Professor S.K. Mishra, to give an opportunity to Dr. L. Prabha Devi to present this important aspect in your webinar. Good evening to all. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Vijay Kumar, sir, V. Vijay Kumar, sir, Director, Guide Bhoj Gujarat, for given time and chair the session, and Madam L. Prabha Devi, advisor from same institute, given a nice talk in this webinar series. Actually, ये जो हमारे विषय था उसमें एक इम्पोर्टेंट विषय था मैराइन इकोलॉजी का, और उस पर मैडम ने बहुत अच्छा यहाँ पर सहयोग दिया, और डॉक्टर साहब का तो हमेशा ही हमको सहयोग मिलता रहा है उनके संस्थान से, और कहीं ना कहीं वो जो है हमारे हर वेबिनार में उनका सहयोग मिला है, तो मैं दोनों को हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूँ। आज सर मेरा गला खराब है, तो 5-6 दिन लगातार होने से थोड़ा गला खराब है, माफी चाहूंगा इसके लिए। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, और नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए, यस सर, नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए मैडम प्रॉपर टाइम नहीं दे पाए आपको, थोड़ा सा सेशन लेट भी था और कुछ और भी टॉक होनी है, तो फिर और कभी, हाँ और कभी और देखेंगे अगले सीरीज में। जी जी। नेक्स्ट अनिल साहब, तैयारी है?
हाँ मैं तैयार करता हूँ, लैपटॉप लाना पड़ेगा, हो जाए तैयारी हो जाएगी।
नहीं नहीं, वो तो मैं अपनी तरफ से प्रेजेंट किए देता हूँ।
नहीं तो मैं लगाता हूँ, आप प्रेजेंट कीजिए ना, मैं बुला रहा हूँ
जी।
मैं लैपटॉप ला रहा हूँ, लगा रहा हूँ, ठीक है ना?
मैं शेयर करूँ?
हाँ बिल्कुल 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 शेयर कीजिए।
अपने तरफ से शेयर कर दूँ आपके?
हाँ शेयर कीजिए, मैं बढ़ाता हूँ, लगा दूंगा सर, आज जल्दी लगा दो। लगवा रहा हूँ।
नहीं,
असल में
आप शेयर करेंगे कि हम शेयर करें?
अब मैं ये लैपटॉप निकाल रहा हूँ, हाँ मोबाइल से बात कर रहा था, तो अभी लगाता हूँ, अभी हो जाएगा, ठीक है ना?
हाँ ठीक है, ठीक है।
अभी 1 मिनट में हो जाएगा।
तो ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सेशन होने वाला है। इसमें डॉक्टर अनीश अहमद अंसारी जो BSI के साइंटिस्ट हैं और बोटेनिकल गार्डन पर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण टॉक करेंगे आप, तो
जी जी जी। जब तक मैं बताता रहा हूँ, मैं बोल भी रहा हूँ जी। आवाज तो नहीं आ रही, लगा दे बेटा, वो लगा दे। हाँ जब तक मैं शुरू भी कर देता हूँ।
हाँ बिल्कुल शुरू करिए।
ऐसा है, अब आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आपको इंट्रोड्यूस कर दूं सर, आपको डॉक्टर अनीश अहमद अंसारी, हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट BSI प्रयागराज रह चुके हैं और बहुत जाने माने विशेष रूप से BSI बोटेनिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया के हैं ही, लेकिन वनस्पति उद्यानों को बनाने के में बहुत बड़ा योगदान है और महत्वपूर्ण जो वनस्पति उद्यान है, खासकर इलाहाबाद का प्रयागराज BSI का, और नोएडा, दिल्ली नोएडा का जो बोटेनिकल गार्डन है वो आप ही के देख रेख में हुआ है, और इसके अलावा सिक्किम में भी आप रहे हैं, और जाने माने वनस्पति उद्यानों को बनाने के लिए, उसके कंजर्वेशन के लिए बहुत बड़ा योगदान हमारे इंडिया में जो है वो डॉक्टर अनीश अहमद अंसारी साहब का रहा है, और काफी उम्र होने के बाद भी 70 से ऊपर हैं, लेकिन आज भी एक्टिव हैं और हमारे वेबिनार में शुरू से लेकर 2021 से लेके और अभी तक एक्टिवली पार्टिसिपेट किए हैं।
जी जी जी
यस सर
जी, शुक्रिया। आप ज्यादा बोलिए ना, आप मुलायठी खा लीजिए, मुलायठी मंगवा खा लीजिए।
जी जी।
थैंक यू मिश्रा जी। Actually, the Archaeological is less known and it's very less known word, and the importance of the Archaeological very important topic. So I am going to present. It is actually.
सर हमारे एक मित्र रतन श्रीवास्तव साहब जुड़े हुए थे,
जी
जुड़े हुए हैं। हेलो श्रीवास्तव साहब, डॉक्टर रतन श्रीवास्तव, यस सर, वेलकम, प्लीज शेयर दिस सेशन।
जी जी जी।
हाँ, उस बार अभी हम थोड़ी देर पहले शायद आप जुड़ नहीं पाए थे, फिर मैसेज किया हमने पहले के सेशन का, और हम हाँ तो इस सेशन को आप शेयर करेंगे अंसारी साहब के सेशन को? यस सर।
फिर कहाँ है? अरे हाँ, असल में ये लैपटॉप लग नहीं पा रहा हूँ, बोल रहा हूँ।
हाँ, मैं अपनी तरफ से शेयर कर रहा हूँ।
नहीं, हमारे इधर लैपटॉप में खुल गया, बस मैं यहीं से बोल दे रहा हूँ, ठीक है ना? हाँ मैं बोल रहा,
क्या खुल गया सर?
लैपटॉप, अच्छा अपने ही ऑन कर दीजिए, ठीक है तब।
हाँ
आप कर दीजिए
जी,
आप कर दीजिए, आप कर दीजिए, आप कर दीजिए
जी।
मैं यहाँ
chair session, Professor Ratan Kumar Srivastav, Professor Environmental Biology, Government Science College, Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh.
Thank you, sir. It's my privilege.
जी
Welcome,
जी
Manish Sharma, sir, please.
जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल धन्यवाद धन्यवाद है बिल्कुल जी
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
जी
आ गया सर, कैमरे में दिखाई दे रहा है?
हाँ बिल्कुल दिखाई दे रहा है
जी सर।
मैं
सर 30 मिनट में क्लोज करना है, फिर अगला।
ठीक है, ठीक, मैं बोलता हूँ। ये जो है बेटा, ये हाँ ये आप प्लीज मूव दिस स्लाइड है, स्लाइड मूव कीजिए। हाँ देन नेक्स्ट इज ऑर्किड्स आर द मोस्ट, ठीक है लगाओ। Orchids are the most attractive group of flowering plants and are represented by the second largest number of species. There are around 25,000 to 30,000 species in the world, and there are nearly over a lakh hybrids are also there. Other than their ornamental value, orchids are important in medicine, in food and perfumery. Vanilla perfumery is used in ice cream and other preparations. In India, the northeast region is the richest orchid region, accounting for about 89% of the genera and 76% of the species. That is, as a whole, all the 7 states and plus Sikkim, they are representing there are around 1,250 species of the orchid, and the other rich areas include Western Eastern Ghats and Eastern Himalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Western Himalaya, Garhwal, Kumaon, Kashmir. And I have shown this figure is shown for beauty of the orchid, lady silver orchid. The next slide. The variety of orchids in our country is so. Am I audible? आवाज आ रही है?
जी सर, आ रही है।
जी हाँ, आ रही है।
हाँ, मोबाइल में से बोल, बस आवाज पहुंचना चाहिए। The variety of orchids in our country is so large that we have the tallest Gallilia falconeri is very tall, about 2 meters. Like vanilla is a trail climbing, and the smallest orchid is Tiniophyllum albiaceae. The plant is only green roots, no leaf, no stem. Large flowered, small flowered, terrestrial, epiphytic, also saprophytic orchids. All the groups are available in India. See, as we know, the diversity in the southern parts of the world is much more than the northern parts of the world, because 1 hectare of forest in southern part like Indonesia, Malaysia, India has around 400 number of, whereas in northern hemisphere it is less than 10. So we can think of the diversity and richness. In general, terrestrial orchids are more common in northwest India, and epiphytic orchids in northeast India. This is a very clear-cut indication of richness of more in northeast India. The epiphytes are more. They are found on trees, on rocks, and other substratum. Next is orchids are herbaceous, both annuals and mostly they are herbaceous. Largely they are herbaceous. Orchids are herbaceous, both annuals and perennials. They are found on ground called terrestrial orchid. Epiphytic growing on trees and other woody plants, shrubs and other. Lithophytes growing on rocks. Some grow on decaying matter. As I told, Galliula is a saprophytic orchid. Some grow on decaying matter and are saprophytes as they cannot manufacture their food. Next. By their composition and structure, orchids are unique and very queer in plant kingdom and can be differentiated from other plants by the presence of column. Column is the fusion of male and female parts in the endoecium gynoecium in the center of flowers. The epiphytic and lithophytic orchids can be distinguished by presence of pseudobulbs. Taking they take only lodging and or shelter. They are never parasite on the trees or other plants and produce their own food. In such uh, in such uh, in such orchids, there are several types of roots. One type of root hanging in air is called aerial roots, which are swollen and contain a specific tissue like filament tissues. These tissues are very specific in orchids. They absorb atmospheric moisture. This is one characteristic of the orchid in whole plant kingdom. Sometimes they contain chlorophyll, becoming green and performing the functions of leaves. This some of these sketches have there is no indicator, so the column is very clear. I have shown the pollen is grouped in pollinia, and we have one of the tepals is specialized as lip. It will come at a different shape it takes. Next slide. Next. Next दीजिएगा ये these are some of the samples. This is the bulbophyllum, this is dendrobium, and this is cotyledon. This is hibernaria is this terrestrial. And next is the saprophytic orchids are colorless, devoid of chlorophyll, deriving their nourishment from decaying materials. For example was Galeola falconeri, a saprophyte. It is found in northeast. Is the tallest among orchids, having a length of 2 to 2.5 meter. Some of the orchids are leafless and their roots are green, containing chlorophyll, which perform. One species I collected in Shora Hills. It is Cteniophyllum albicii. Albis was the artist in Pradania Garden. Father Matthew reported in his Flora Carnatic based on only one specimen, where I collected plenty in the Shivara Hills in way back in 1992-93. So, and another example is from Shillong. It is Cteniophyllum khasianum, which is the smallest. The entire orchid measuring 2 to 3 centimeter. It is found in Khase. In all orchids, the fruit is a capsule, and it contains thousands of seeds, sometimes several lakhs, which are minute powder-like particles derived of endosperm or food material. This is the reason these seeds cannot grow on their own and need association of a symbiotic fungus, which is Rhizoctonium solai. And the strain of the fungus also vary from species to species. If all the seeds would have grown, then everywhere we will be seeing the orchids. So this is constant in the this orchid group. And sorry, next. Though there have been some efforts during the recent past for the conservation of orchids, still there is very little awareness about this, its importance, structure. See, we have been teaching also, and of course the floral industry has gone very high in this aspect. There has been indirect and incidental protection of, as far as conservation concerned, this is there has been indirect and incidental protection of orchids in the biosphere reserve, national parks, sanctuaries, sacred groves, community forests, another reserve forest. But these areas have been established for ecosystem preservation. That is a whole system, forest and other species rather than the orchids. Also, in a few botanic gardens, orchids are grown along with other species. there is an urgent need for better understanding about our rare and endemic orchids and their conservation. Of course, we have many species of orchids as endemic. Next slide. Acha. So why we should go? Why orchids are treated as a separate and distinct group, and there is much concern about the conservation of orchids alone, or in preference to other groups of plants. Automatically, the biodiversity in orchids is unique, such as they are exceptionally beautiful. Their flowering period are longer. Their flowers last longer on the plant, on the living plant, and also as a cut flower. So this is very common. And other factor is the hybridization very easy between even intergeneric. Interspecies already there. Domini was first in 1865, 1876, developed first hybrid of the Calanthe dominii, name was there. First hybrid orchid was developed by Charles Domini. Many orchids have curious flowers and resemble various life forms like spider-like, the lady slipper, Paphlipidum, Sapropedium. Their lip is like lady slipper, dancing ladies, Oncidium, foxtail orchid, Rincostalis, Rincostalis. Next. नेक्स्ट दीजिएगा. नेक्स्ट दे दिया आपने. So Archaeological is that particular place. I'm trying to give this the name definition. Archaeological is that particular place where orchids are specially grown as an independent unit. It may also be a part of a garden or a greenhouse. The role of Archaeological is of paramount importance in conservation of orchids. India has a rich orchid flora, as I told. Being a vast country, study of India's richness poses serious practical problems, and to overcome this, Botanical Survey of India took lead in establishing national Arcadia in 3 orchid-rich regions with a view to make collection of as many as orchids as possible, maintain germplasm, study taxonomic and horticultural aspects of for revision of the family, and to venture into commercial farming. Of course, all the 3 regions were covered, and there have been since then collections have been made. Next slide. Next दीजिएगा. This is of course cultivation. Just cultivation. This orchids require. स्लाइड थोड़ा पीछे जाइएगा. बैक एक, हाँ, और बैक एक, हाँ, और बैक और जाएंगे, क्योंकि ये इसके नहीं अब बैक ये जो है, हाँ ये ठीक है. Orchids require average temperature. ठीक है. Orchids require average temperature between 10 to 30 degrees Celsius, humidity between 67 to 87%, and annual rainfall between 830 to 1500 millimeter in green glass houses, and in open places also is grown in shady area or forest area. Orchids can be grown by adjusting the temperature and humidity regimes. In Lucknow, NBRI, they are having air conditioning room and growing orchids. So in plain area also it is grown. So that's why orchids are found mostly in altitude above 2,000-3,000 feet. Plain area very few are epiphytic orchids, and mostly ground orchids. On commercial basis, orchids are being propagated by vegetative method and tissue culture. Of course, tissue culture has gained very importance, and it is very profitable and quickly grown in large number. under the study propagation, the annual offshoot and those nodes on which adventitious roots grow called sucker or kicker are carefully separated and planted. In this case also, we get so many individuals. If there are 10 numbers of column, then we'll be getting some 20, 30, more than that. So every year we get so many kickers in one plant. Next. नेक्स्ट है अच्छा नहीं मेरे ख्याल से कुछ गड़बड़ हो गया क्या ये अच्छा आपका क्या आ गया हाँ हाँ ठीक है ये terrestrial orchids this is cultivation methods I am trying to show in a brief because I was working in a national archidium and experimental garden Yarkad. So there we did this experiment. It was done earlier also. So for terrestrial orchid, in this method, a pot mixture of 2 parts of loam, 1 part of leaf mold, and 1 part of mixture of equal quantity of brick and charcoal powder. This is it is just like a soil, we can say. 2:1 is filled in pots with additional holes. The pots will be having additional holes for aeration. So it is not like normal pots. The orchids are fixed properly in this mixture, and in this mixture, and pieces of bricks and charcoal are top dressed for retaining moisture and for good show. Of course, they also aeration is provided on top also. The same combination put in beds and trenches has also been found to be efficient. And next कीजिएगा next epiphytic right. In this method, this is also another because we have epiphytic and textile. Saprophytic we cannot grow. That is those conditions cannot be made by artificial method. Epiphytic method. In this method, pot mixture in the ratio of 1:1, 2:1 of leaf mold. Leaf mold is dried leaf, which is put in trenches, and after some time this is used as a manure. Leaf mold, tree fern is now becoming very rare. Our days we used to collect, and of course the old and the dyed one, not the fresh one. Many trees will be available rotten in the forest. Tree fern choppings are rough bark choppings, brick pieces and charcoal with an aim to give more aeration is filled in the well drained pots and with additional holes. Always we in the case of orchids we have additional holes in the pots. Then the orchid is properly fixed with the help of brick and charcoal. Such orchids also establish well directly on tree fern logs. Of course, tree fern as told now not much available. Say tree fern position is like this. I visited Sikkim in 1972. It was full of tree fern. When I was posted in 2005, no tree fern was seen in the city area. This is the position of tree fern. How the things have gone so rapidly. Rough bark trees are pieces of coconut. Coconut shells and husks are used widely nowadays for the growing of orchids. So in place of earthen pots, wooden basket or iron basket various shapes are used. Mass cultivation of epiphytic orchids in trenches is done by digging about 50 centimeter deep, more than a feet now. So and the soil is scooped out, taken out. Broken pieces of earthen pots and bricks are filled to about 5 centimeters. Sometimes we use stone pieces. Then leaf mold, always leaf mold in place of the cow dung manure or other manure, we are using leaf mold. This serves as a substratum and because this will give more aeration. The leaf mold and pieces of tree fern or rough bark, brick and charcoal pieces in the proportion of 1:2:1 are evenly spread over the area. The archids are fixed with the help of brick and charcoal. It says at a distance of 6 to 12 meters. Next दीजिएगा. ये हाँ, आपको manure is not used, but I have written it's rarely used, so it is liquid cow dung is used, and for the hybrid they use the liquid this urea, other DPA, other they use and spray over there, and that is used for hybrid. But in wild orchids we never use this synthetic artificial orchid this manner. And likewise, the fungicide and pesticide also not used. If at all it is needed, sometimes we have in our garden some introduced one or some exotics also are there. In that case, benzene hexachloride powder is sprayed, and meta-6 stocks in water is sprayed. And I have found when I was there in Yarkad, then neem leaves were boiled, and then after cooling, the extract was sprayed on the orchids for mostly aphids will come, or some other flies will come. No fungal diseases were observed very rarely. So next. I think National Arcadia first was the first we had in Shillong, BSI Eastern Regional Center, Shillong. It was established in 1959. This was the first, and we have a separate garden also in the Shillong. I visited 1982, and afterwards so many times. Bada Pani Garden is there. There also we have some orchids grown there, but the National Arcadia is main in Shillong, Lai Mukhla area. I was seeing the report. They write some 300, some 200, but this is 350. I wrote sometimes. But this is Rhinanthera, red vanda, and then blue vanda. Next slide. Next. This is the view of the National Arcadium. This is typical Khasi building. This is very old. Then next दिखाइएगा. Next. नहीं, आप आगे बढ़ गए लगता है. मैं और पीछे जाएंगे. एक पीछे. हाँ, ये रहा. ये शिलांग का व्यू है. This is the view of the Shillong. How they are putting the tree. This is tree logs are there. They are living tree. They have cut and fixed it, and the orchids are grown there. The next. This is the place where I work. National Arcadium and Experimental Garden, BSI card. They established in 1963 in Shevara is Eastern Ghat. Of course, this is joining Western Ghat. This is a point where the Western Ghat join. So both effects we have, Eastern Ghats and Western Ghats. In Sannyasi Mulai Reserve Forest, towards Nagalur, the village area of Salem district, Tamil Nadu, covering an area of about 25 acres. There are about, I see the difference here, see, it's all over the garden we have the set. That's why, and in on trees also, and beds also, there are many greenhouses are there. Mostly greenhouse, and recently some glass houses are also made. The orchids belong to nearly 250 species, from India. Mostly we are having from Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and other places. And there are some 30 endemic species are there. Around 30 species are there. Premium wildlife based by our this is also CC fisher, very endemic species, Silogan cristata. Many species from northeast have been taken to Yarkad and grown. They are growing, and then Nepenthes is also growing in Jharkhand. And then Cymbidium alophyllum, Dendrobium chrysotoxum, Ea passiflora. Epidendrum is this fellow is exotic. This full in the garden. So we say Christmas orchid. So this is another exotic species and growing. Destroying other local species. So I removed one, but it is we have kept as a sample. So Habanera is a ground orchid having spur in the labellum. Liparia is also a ground orchid. Lucia is a epiphytic. Lucia pallidum is. We have many species of pallidum in there. As in next. This is the entrance of this is the entrance of this Yarkad National Archaeological Garden. Both sides we have Nitamula. Both Nitamula climber is there. That is the next. This is another view of the garden. Inside of the garden, the board is also there. Then we have some views in there. Next is the same. We have the step like we have pots on the steps, and we have these orchids are grown in the pots, and these are other plants are there. And then this of course this ancient garden started in 1787. This the National Arcadium of BSI Jesse Bose in Garden. The Arcadium of this ancient garden was elevated as National Arcadium in 1972. When I joined BSI in 1977, we were having very big Arcadium. So very big. Slowly the structure was fallen, it was iron structure, so it was shifted to nursery number 1. So there we are having some orchids. There are more than 2,500 sets. Mostly these ground orchids we have, some epiphytic belonging to around 80 species. And as all around the garden and trees like Sutenia, other trees, this Cymbidium alophyllum is in bunches are seen in the garden. I think some of the important ones are Aridis multiflorum, Cymbidium alophyllum, Elophia nuda. I could not get the photo of this Arcadium, of course. Then Rinko style is this foxtail form. Pavilanthe is found in plain area also. Spathoglottis is one. This is garden plant orchid. Vanda is also found in plain area. Vanilla is the vanillin. It's all grown. Next slide will be. This is the gate of the Acharya Jagdish Chandra Bose Independent Garden. I mean, this is also we have some on the trees. Next. दीजिएगा. अच्छा. Thank you. Thanks. I think with this I conclude, and I think I have presented my very hurriedly presented it. So I think yes, please. I will be happy to yes. Any question?
Yes, Dr. Srivastava, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Anis Ahmed ji,
sir,
for a very valuable talk on role of orchids in conservation of Arcadium. And he very nicely presented the importance of orchids and informed that India is having the richest orchid region of the country. Various silent features of the orchids were also explained. He also discussed about the epiphytic orchids, saprophytic orchids, and he emphasized about the need for better understanding about rare and endemic species and their conservation measures. He focused the uniqueness of biodiversity of orchid and therefore emphasized the need for their conservation. I greatly appreciate the voluminous work done by Dr. Anis Ahmed ji, especially in the field of orchids. And we are really fortunate enough to have listened to such a great scientist of our country. So I thank Dr. Anis Ahmed ji for his very excellent and very informative talk.
Thank you.
And at the end of, I must also thank Dr. Askan Mishra ji for giving me the opportunity to be present in this session and for organizing such a wonderful webinar series on various topics related to the science. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anis Ahmed ji.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Mishra ji.
Thank you, Dr. Anish Ahmed Ansari Saab, senior scientist of Botanical Survey of India, given a nice talk, and just only 1 or 2 days he's prepared this talk. I am thankful to Dr. Ansari Saab, given a nice talk in this series, especially the subject of orchid, and Dr. Ratan Srivastav, Professor Ratan Srivastav Saab, my friend from Jabalpur, preside the session. Thank you, both of you, sir. Now next session.
Thank you, sir.
Now next session from Sri Lanka. Welcome, Dr. Ravi Shankar Thupali, sir. Welcome.
You have changed, eh?
Friend Dr. Thupali joins, sir. Welcome, sir.
How are you?
Fine, sir.
I am fine. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So next session.
Unfortunately, I was stuck in Shillong. Last week, I went to our BSI Archaeological in Shillong. Side. And it is coincidental. I am listening to talk after a long time. An authority of orchids from Botanical Survey of India. Actually, I should recollect when I joined as a junior research fellow in '84. Ansari was already working on POSOF project. Where
old memories. Okay. So you are in Shillong working, and it is fortunate. So you are in
JICA International Cooperation Agency.
Oh, you are in heaven of the biodiversity.
Ansari साहब 1 मिनट सेशन में चालू कर दूं क्योंकि सेशन का टाइम है. Next session, our eminent speaker, Dr. M. Sriyani Gunaratne, Senior Lecturer, Department of History, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. Welcome, madam. Our chairperson, Professor Ravi Shankar ji. Hello. Where is Ravi Shankar? Ravi Shankar sir. अरे कहाँ गए? Yes. Dr. Ravi Shankar Thupali sir. Welcome, madam. Thupali sir.
आगे.
Yes, sir. Thupali sir, you are chair this session. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Please unmute yourself. Your mic open. Please, your mic open.
Yes, please go ahead, and I'll chat.
Yes, sir. Yes, eminent speaker, Madam Sriyani from Sri Lanka, and you are chairperson. I am already share in your WhatsApp his biodata. Please check your WhatsApp.
Sure. Then I welcome Dr. Sriyani. You have done a lot of eminent work. And
Ravi Shankar Thupali is the consultant, biodiversity, international consultant of Mangrove, and from Chennai.
Please go ahead. I request the vice chairperson and rapporteur to take the notes so that we can, conclude. Please go ahead with your talk because we have very short time. You must unmute, Dr. Sriyani.
Aibon, namaskar.
Aibon.
And it is nice to present in this webinar. I have lots of experience in India. I did my PhD in JNU under Professor Aditya Mukherjee, and I engage with some scholars doing some research with collaborative research with some Indian scholars. And I wrote on Indian immigrant communities and Indian diasporas in Sri Lanka. And I have many contacts and interest on India and Indian history also. Now I am moving to your focus from orchids to some communities in Indian communities in Sri Lanka. Here my topic is plantation economy and Chetty banking network in Sri Lanka. Theme you have that introducing this seminar webinar. I saw a number of themes gave. Then under the theme I selected here is indigenous communities and entrepreneurship. But when I talk about heritage and culture, we can't avoid the contribution of various migrant communities in various times in history, and recent they migrated to some places to place and join with some societies. It is very interesting area. Here I am going to talk about some migrant communities, Indian migrant communities in Sri Lanka, what they did in the past and what happened to now. Is they living here or totally they went back to India or somewhere else. Today my presentation on such a community who migrated to Sri Lanka in a particular period for a special reason. They can come under the migrant business communities in Sri Lanka, in Sri Lankan history, especially they immigrated to Sri Lanka in colonial period. They call Chetty community. They were actually the business people, and there are two Chetty communities in Sri Lanka. Still, some of the descendants living in Sri Lanka. One is one called as Ceylon Chetty or Sri Lankan Chetty or Colombo Chetty, and the other one who the descendants of some Natukotai Chettiya Chetty bankers who migrated to Sri Lanka in 19th and 20th early part of the 20th century, and still they do some business here. And I would like to show my slides. Then could you? No, not captions. I want to show my slides here. Yeah, here. Here my title, and focus of this presentation is to examine the socio-economic role as bankers in plantation economy under the British rule in Sri Lanka. I am talking about here some Chetty communities, Natukotai Chetty communities especially. The period focus here is 1830 to 1948. In colonial society of Sri Lanka, there were number of ethnic communities besides Sri Lankan itself. Sri Lankans, the major ethnic groups here, Sinhalese, Tamils, and Muslims, and the number of immigrant Indian communities from various parts of India, Chettiyas, Paravas or Bharatas, many Gujaratis, Memons, Parsis, Boras, Marwaris, and Baluchis or Afghans, Sindhis, and some Malayalis also. Then indentured laborers. As laborers, they came here, some South Indian people, Cochins, Malayalis, Tamils, etc. Then there were other number of groups, the communities, many Europeans, Eurasians, Chinese, and Malaysians, and Javanese. These kind of people immigrated to Sri Lanka, especially in colonial period. There were, as I told you earlier, there were two kind of Chetty communities. One is Colombo Chetty or Ceylon Chetty, and the other one Natukottai Chetty. If we think about differences between these communities, the Natukottai Chetty communities migrated especially in 19th century, after the start of plantation economy in Sri Lanka. They specially engaged in banking and money lending activities, and most of them returned with their business firms, after 1929, the world economic depression. And other one, the Colombo Chetty, they have migrated to Sri Lanka in various times, especially in pre-colonial period. And most of them settled down in Sri Lanka, in northern part of the country, northern and the eastern part of the country. And they engaged in various business and many fields also. Here the Chetty, Colombo Chetty, there are a number of records here. I got some of record, the written things in written book in Sri Lanka in that period. There is the full sketch of Colombo Chetty or Ceylon Chetty person. Here the Natukottai Chetty bankers, that photo, it looks changed. We can see the changes of these two people or two communities. Now we can say this as two communities. This is another one.
Your slides are not moving. You must kindly see.
Sorry. Oh. Not. Okay. Wait. Please give me 1 minute. I will.
No problem.
Yes. Now you can see it?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, right. Okay, I'll go to the previous ones. This is Colombo Chetty person, the photograph of Colombo Chetty, and the sketch of the Colombo Chetty person, the whole sketch, and the whole body sketch, and here the Natukottai Chetty person. And you can see the difference between them, the appearance. There are concentrated areas in India, the Malabar and Coromandel coast, especially Madurai, Nagapattinam, and Tanjore. And here the map of it. And concentrated areas in Sri Lanka in coastal towns from Galle to Kalpitiya, especially in Colombo, Negombo, Chilao, Puttalam, and Kalpitiya. These areas. Then, under the British rule, the plantation economy, they started plantation with coffee. They introduced coffee plantations, and many people, that Europeans came here, they invested in plantation areas, they bought lands here and started coffee plantations. This plantation, that coffee import raised in high percentage, especially it started 1830s. In 1870s, is the peak period of the coffee investment, that the coffee imports. And they invested a large large amount of money for these coffee plantations. That I'm not going to give more details about that side of that. It means how it expanded to what is the profit they earn, but after the increase of that expanded of that plantation economy for the plantations, what happened to the Sri Lankan, why these many communities that attracted to this economy. That is the main thing I want to tell here. Then plantation economy, the open many various avenues for these indigenous investors. I call them as indigenous, the separating from Western people. Many Indian business communities migrated to this plantation economy as they engaged in various areas, various trading activities and the money and the money market. Number of areas they were engaged in these times. And the most important thing is they became, especially these Indian bankers became the crucial role. They played a crucial role. Then they became the crucial factor in the transformation of Sri Lankan economy. Then they became essential element of this economy. They provided money, especially indigenous entrepreneurs who engaged in various investment areas. After 1830s, there are investment areas very focused on banking and money lending. And the other one is retail trade, especially rice and cloth trades. And they established a part of these big firms. They established many small retail stores in small towns all over the Sri Lanka, especially in hill areas which that coffee plantation expanded. We can identify I use lots of sources, especially in Sri Lanka and some in India, especially that Banking Commission report, both in India and Sri Lanka. As mentioned, these reports, as recorded in history, they belong to this Tana Vaishya caste in India. Historically, they are itinerant community of merchants. That merchant communities, they move to place to place, especially Asia and Southeast Asia, for their business. Their traditional homeland is Chettinad or present Tamil Nadu state. They were the major banking community or banking caste of South India during the period 1830 to 1930. Then I like to skip this slide. First, in India, they worked as the traders of salt, cotton, and grain. And later, rice and wheat trade in Calcutta. In Sri Lanka, they have done pearl, rice, salt, cloth, and Arak trade, and Burma rice trade. It looks they have a big network covering Southeast Asia and that presently called South Asia, Asian region. Then in Sri Lankan pre-colonial economy transferred into the plantation economy since 1830s. The introduction of commercial agriculture started in 1830s with coffee. Later, it shifted to tea, and beginning of the 20th century, rubber also introduced to this sector. Then all tea and rubber earned a big profit, actually big money from exporting or selling world market. Then with that increase of this profit and the expansion of these plantations, there were lots of areas open for business, but the special thing is the Western people, it means the Europeans, did not touch these areas. Because of that, number of business communities of indigenous business communities, Indian origin and Chinese and the other Malaysians, they came here. The invested is these areas, and they started their business here. Then one thing, in one hand, they became a collaborative of this economy. They played a role between indigenous and the Westerners. It means the Western, the European investors. In Burma, here, became the colony. After they became colony, the Burma became the rice bowl for Asians, because here in Sri Lanka also growing, we have a long history of that rice agriculture, which means that traditional agriculture. We planted that rice, and we provided all the rice, that the food, that in pre-colonialist Sri Lanka, we were able to produce our own rice, but rice market highly increased in this plantation economy, because the number of indentured laborers came to work in plantation areas. Demand of rice is increased in very large. Then the big rice market opened in Sri Lanka. This market became the profitable area for these Chetty and other Indian business communities. The most engaged in these areas are Chettis and Sambora firms in Sri Lanka. Then what they did is, they also connected to Burmese areas and some South Indian areas where the rice growing. Then they created a network. They brought rice from this area to Sri Lankan market, and they had a networking that connecting these areas. And in Malaya, here they produce opium and tin and rubber. And even they had their banking activities in Malaya also. Then it seems their business area and their area they engaged is very large. The important thing is, European exchange banks were strictly limited to provide capital to Sri Lankan entrepreneurs. They brought many rules to stop giving money to Sri Lankan business people. What happened, this gap filled by these Chettiar business firms. Then sometimes they borrowed money from these banks and they provided this capital to indigenous entrepreneurs in high rates. Sometimes that rates more than 25% as recorded in some sources. The first bank of Sri Lankan bank, the Bank of Ceylon, established in 1841. But before that, the Chettiar banking services became the bankers, and they provided capital money for Sri Lankans. But before that, the earlier, they became the bankers also to European planters in Sri Lanka. Then credit supply range is very wide. They supplied this money and credit for some lower level people. Also, it means the not business people, but the officials who engaged in British colonial government, and some small traders in village areas, and others, the business firms and business groups and families in Sri Lankan origin. And even sometimes they supplies consumer articles for plantation workers such as rice and clothes. Their banking and other firms, they established, I think, all over the India, main cities of India. The branches, Sri Lankan branches, they open in most of these branches open in Colombo. And from Colombo to some plantation towns in plantation areas, they open regional branches also. There are centers, as I read in records, Madras, Calcutta and Bombay. Most of the firms and their branches established Colombo, Rangoon, like these areas in South and Southeast Asia. Their role, their impact in colonial societies all over this region, both Southeast Asia and South Asia, they positively responded the changes of this area under the colonial expansion, especially the Burmese area and the Malaysia and Sri Lanka. And they have the special skill, as I see, to enter these areas and start new business, catch up the new avenues, start their business, establish their institutions, and provide credits and earn profits. And they worked sometimes between the Western entrepreneurs and indigenous Sri Lankan entrepreneurs. Excuse me. Here, there are interest rates. It recorded sometimes, I told you earlier 25%, but sometimes 9 to 120%. Then the kind of exploitation they have done in one hand, on the other hand, they became the credit sources for these indigenous investors. Then there were some bad responses to these jetty firms. We can see in this period some hostility against Indian nationalist, because when the competition is raised between these two communities, which means the Sri Lankans and these immigrant Indian business communities, sometimes some works against by Sri Lankan people, done by Sri Lankan people towards these Indian business firms. Then they try to control their activities, especially in the members of the indigenous members of the Legislative Council. They try to push colonial government to stop their activities here. This happened till the independence, but before that, 1921, after the World Economic Depression, most of firms closed here and they returned their money to the centers. Now, rarely we can see some Chetty business firms, Natukata Chetty business firms here in Colombo, especially in gold trade in Chetty district in Colombo. And when we talk about the Ceylon Chetty, they have a good number of people here living here. They have their own organization like Colombo Chetty organization and the Nigambo Chetty organization. But in census, it recorded very like a very small community, unknown community, most of Sri Lankans. This is the thing I want to share with you. But the very interesting part is this: when we talk about the heritage and the culture, if we think about Sri Lankans, there were a number of Indian communities who migrated in various times in Sri Lankan history, still living with us, having their identity as Indian communities. This is a thing I want to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sriyani Gunaratne. In fact, it's a very good representation of the contributions of business community from India to the entire South and Southwest region. Because you have actually taken me along my memory, wherein I have walked in almost all the places in Colombo and all the countries you have indicated.
Nice to hear.
In, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Cambodia, Vietnam, and Myanmar, particularly Burma. You know, from once an affluent community supporting the economy of the country through the economically downtrodden. Now these chetties are only running some hotels. That is the situation. And as you clearly said, two types of chetties, like two types of Tamils in Sri Lanka. One is who came during the low tide and they used to migrate to, northeastern and the eastern provinces, and the other indentured laborers who are also there in Fiji, where I worked for FAO. Indentured laborers have been brought to kind of support the colonial economy, because these indentured laborers used to work as per the siren, and they were put up in small quarters where
Yes.
they contribute for 8 hours.
Mm.
And your analysis is really wonderful in the sense how once it was contributing, and chronologically when the economy kind of becomes independent for any country, gradually the local affluent would like to have a say in both geopolitical and socio-political issues, where it is brought out in the legislative for policy interventions. What you have clearly found out, and your work with the theory of change should kind of metamorphose into a policy where the local revenue turns into a better economy from bad economy, which unfortunately the Sri Lanka, along with Pakistan and some of the African countries, are suffering due to kind of unfavorable loans brought in by so-called developed countries. Your presentation was very good, and I congratulate you. And I also thank Dr. Mishra for providing me an opportunity in a subject which I am quite interested, because we have also done some studies on the Chettis, Natukota Chettiars of Tamil Nadu, where they belong to, much of them, to Pudukkottai region, and where you should go. And I think and most of the speakers and audience should visit one of the Natukota Chettiars houses, which from this end of one road to that end of another road, palatial buildings, where even in Malaysia you can see Chettis wearing ear studs with gold. So that is
Yes.
the Chettis. So very wonderful talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Shankar Thopali sir, for chair the session, and Dr. Madam Sriyani Gunaratne from Sri Lanka Perdania University presented very good subject on in this webinar series. Actually, new subject for this webinar series. Dr. Sriyani, Master of Science in Human Right and
Multicultural research.
Multicultural University of Southeastern Norway, and Doctor of Philosophy from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi.
Oh,
And,
very good. Very good.
yes,
Yeah, I did my PhD there.
Master of Philosophy, University of Perdania, and as a senior lecturer, Department of History, University of Botany. So, short intro of Dr. Sriyani Gunaratne Madam. Thank you. Now, because just next talk time, so many thanks, Madam Gunaratne. Thank you. Thank you, Thopali sir. Now next talk, our eminent speaker, Mr. Ujjwal Datta from Nagaland. He is PhD scholar of the IIT Guwahati, and his talk on subject. Welcome, Mr. Ujjwal. Please start your presentation. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Dr. Anish Ahmed Ansari, sir.
जी बोलिए.
Please preside the session.
ओके ओके ठीक है.
Yes.
ठीक है ठीक है. ठीक है.
Hello, everyone, respected professors from around the world. I am Ujjwal Datta, and I am doing my PhD from IIT Guwahati. This is my fourth year, and my subject on which I'm doing my research is interdisciplinary. It consists of seismology, civil engineering, and part of archaeology also. So today in this presentation, I'll be giving a small lecture on the construction practices used by the Ahoms in the construction of their structures during the medieval period in Assam, India, and study on microstructural behavior of burnt clay brick extruded from Navpukhuri temple site, Sivasakar, Assam, India. So this is a small content, actually, starting with the introduction, the location and the geography of the study area, geology, climate, and seismotectonics, structural significance of the monuments, building methodology used by the Ahoms, and microstructural behavior of burnt clay bricks extracted from Navpukhuri temple site, Shivsagar, India, and the last discussions and conclusion. So this is a small brief introduction of the state of Assam. We have divided into two phases. First is the ancient history. As we know, the Guwahati is the capital of Assam and was known in the pre-age as Pragjotishpura, or it is known as the place where Eastern astronomy started. The city has a very old tradition of astrological worship of 9 planets. That is the Navagraha temple, which is located in the Citrachal hill. Here, Prag means former, or Eastern means Jyotisha, a star or astrology. Shining Pragjotishpura may therefore mean the city of Eastern astrology, as per mentioned in the book by E.A. Gate, A History of Assam. And according to the Mahabharata, Pragjotishpura was the capital of the king Bhagadatta. Excavations also have been conducted in Ambari archaeological site dates the city of Guwahati to 200 to 300th century BCE, which belongs to the Shunga Kushana period. Also, the relics found in the Mother Goddess temple Kamakya in Nilachal Parbat indicates existence of such kind of temple architectures in the period of c. 400 to 500. The Allahabad stone pillar inscription c. 350 of the Imperial Gupta Emperor Samudragupta confirms that the region of ancient including Kamrupa kingdom, which was one of the frontier states of the Gupta Empire in the ancient India. After the downfall of the Gupta Empire, many dynasties like the Varma dynasty, like the Salastamba dynasty, the Palas, the Chutias, the Kachari kingdom, the Koch kingdom, and the Ahom dynasty finally ruled this region. And this is the brief history of the Ahom dynasty. The Ahoms, after whom the Assam got its name, established their identity and reigned here for more than 600 years. They migrated from Long area, which is right now in the Western Yunnan province of China, and they entered this valley through the Patka Hills under the leadership of the Prince Shalong Chukafa. And in the long reign, with more than 40 kings who ruled this area, the construction practices of temples gradually started with the use of bamboos and brick, and finally went into advanced structures like with the help of bricks and mortars. So Assam, as we know, is located in the latitude in between latitude 24 degree 10 degree north latitude and 27.58 degree north latitude, and longitude is 89.49 east and 97.26 east, and it is situated in between the foothills of the eastern Himalayas, and covering an area of 78,430 square kilometers, and it is surrounded by highly active tectonic blocks. So this is the location of Assam. And many, I'm actually in this paper I will try to study like a typical monument structure or the Ahom structure, so that it resembles all the other structures of that period. And coming to geology, climate, and seismotectonics, the northeastern part of Assam, northeastern part of India, Assam, here it is diversified by hills and rivers in the plains, and is full of varied communities. This beautiful region has rich archaeological heritage, which was built by different dynasties, as mentioned above. Moreover, the northeastern part of Assam falls in zone 5, which is a highly seismic zone, and many huge earthquakes, like the Assam earthquake of 1897 and the Indo-Assam Tibet earthquake of 1950, have jolted this entire region. Moreover, due to damp conditions, vegetation growth over the monuments help in decaying the materials of the monuments. And however, many of the structures are still standing in intact conditions at present due to several construction practices used by the Ahoms. Uh, Moreover, Northeast India is one of the culturally rich areas in India, and is not lagging behind any part of the world for its cultural heritage. This part of this world as a cradle of many civilizations and carries heritage of monuments and other man-made structure construction, and it is surviving till date, which is a miracle actually. So this is a fault map of the epicenters of magnitude more than 5 earthquake which has occurred in the past. These are the fault map of the important faults near Assam. And coming to the structural sequence of the monuments of Assam, Ahom monuments, the monuments in Assam can be divided in two phases. One is the pre-Ahom phases, where gradually is basically these are the stone constructions that took place dating back to the Gupta period, and right now no more stone temples are present actually. Maximum of them have collapsed due to seismological and other hazards. Next are the home structures. The culture and the monuments of a particular region actually carry the information of the civilization of that region in a particular area. In the 600 ruling period of the Ahoms, structural activities have taken up, and it has reached its zenith during the reign of the Rudra Singha period, where brick and lime mortar came into use. The Shiva temple in Sivsagar is one of the tallest temples in India, which is around 40 meters high. And almost there are 94 archaeological sites in Assam, which give indications of the unique construction patterns used by the Ahoms or in the medieval period. The building methodology used by the Ahoms, a brief introduction. Architecture was largely shaped by resources provided by nature in the particular locality. Henceforth, the geological and geographical features largely influence the style of the building and materials used. As for example, we can see in the alluvial plains of the Brahmaputra or Gangetic Valley, it favors structures used by using brick and terracotta, while granite was used in southern or western part of India because of the availability. History stands mute testimony to the fact that the heritage and erected structures show the technical skills of the people in a particular duration of time. The size, the colors, and textures of the building materials, especially flat bricks, are examined, and composition of the mortar is studied. These building bricks are flat and bigger in size, unlike the present-day modular burnt clay bricks. The mortar used in this era is made of non-artificial raw materials, unlike present cement mixtures. Existing physical properties, along with measure chemical composition of bricks extracted from Nopukuri archaeological site, which is a typical site I have selected, are presented, which are being evaluated using modern analytical methods like XRD and SCMEDX. Indigenous construction practices and good quality building materials might have registered numerous strong ground motions encountered over time. The method of construction. Construction materials of mass content have varying coefficient of expansion, varying durability, varying absorption of moisture and heat, workabilities, and requirement of maintenance. Cautious handling is required while mixing and joining them. To erect a healthy structure, a proper understanding is very essential about the compatibility of the materials of various types. Such kind of buildings are sustainable and requires with minimal maintenance. The home monuments have survived seismically till date with minor damages when compared to the buildings of Assam of today. It is very interesting to see that the technology used in the erection of building of different vertical rise without using present day cementitious material and other admixtures. The Ahom generally chose the location of the construction site in an elevated area. They used boulders called Lotia Hill for making the foundation of the Garbhagriha, where the main deity was being worshipped. Compaction of these boulders were done with the help of elephants. Earth, clay, and boulders were used to fill up the trenches and over the superstructure, over which the superstructure was erected using flat bricks in lime mortar, making it a load-bearing structures. It is worth mentioning that the temples were constructed close to the water bodies or tanks, and the level of the foundation of temples was always in level with the level of water in the main tank. This is a typical cross section of a typical home temple site where we can see as I said, Lotia Hill, and it is compacted with the help of elephants. And these are the inner walls, and in between rock is being filled, and the length of the wall is around more than 1 meters. And these are the temple sites, the Devi Dole, the Shiva Dole, and Vishnu Dole. And as mentioned earlier, they are situated close to a water tank owing to various regions actually. This is a typical Ahom temple site where we can see which is constructed purely of bricks, and this the entrance, this part, this cross section is being described here. This is another typical Ahom temple site where flat bricks have been used. And inside, we can see how they have placed the bricks. I will coming in the next slides about corbelling, and they have constructed using this method. All of the elements of the structures are of masonry and constructed of layers of bricks, both in vertical and horizontal directions. The Ahoms use the idea of corbelling, where the spaces between the walls is covered with the help of projection of the layers of bricks or stones till they meet at the top. The bricks or stones are placed away from the gaps of the wall-built connections. This helps in retaining the center of gravity inside the wall, not letting the projected part fall down. While working during the day, the work is brought to halt when the center of gravity reaches further than the point of stability. The work resumes only after setting and hardening of the former corbels. The upper part of the structure to some extent overhangs its base. This is a method of corbelling which they use. Next, coming to the microstructural behavior of burnt clay brick extracted from Navpokhuri temple site, Shivsagar. Introduction, in day-to-day life, modernized and well-improved building materials are developed. The various properties of the building materials were analyzed by different tests and techniques, especially microstructural properties were analyzed by advanced scientific tools and techniques such as powder-based X-ray diffraction, field emission scanning electron microscope, and scanning electron microscope energy dispersive X-ray spectroscopy. However, ancient building technology are still in use today at some region. These technology were developed from maximum utilization of regional resources that are found in the surrounding area. For a long time, bricks have been widely used as a construction and building material all over the world. In the most cases, burnt clay bricks are largely available and climate-friendly options for a particular region. The extensive use of burnt clay bricks were traced back to the historic period of the Ahom people in Talatarghal, which is located in the state of Assam, India. The burnt clay bricks is a attractive alternative option in terms of cost reduction and less energy consumption for the construction industry. However, the durability of building materials depends mainly on microstructural features like porosity and mineralogical composition. No studies have been found that can correlate with the durability of old age burnt clay bricks. As a result, the microstructural properties of the traditionally handmade burnt clay bricks found in Assam are with the subject of investigation in this research. The results of microstructural analysis that was carried out and validated to verify that old age construction material that was used to build this existing archaeological monument. To ensure to establish the it ensures to establish the archaeological monument's authenticity made by traditionally handmade burnt clay bricks. The methods: the burnt clay bricks were analyzed by XRF, X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy, and it showed chemical composition. The phase identification of the burnt clay brick was done by X-ray powder diffraction, XRD. The surface morphology of the burnt clay bricks was analyzed by using FESCM, which is the field emission scanning electron microscope. Elemental composition analysis was performed on SCM, which is equipped with an energy dispersive spectrum analyzer. The results which you find out, the XRD shows that the burnt clay brick samples identify large amount of silica and alumina phases. Quartzite, mullet, and less amount of microcline was seen. The mineralogical and morphological analysis were corroborated and with a microstructure of burnt clay brick. It was also discovered that there was a high correlation between the XRD pattern and the XRF composition studies. FESM image analysis showed that the greater temperature enhanced the vitrification degree in the structure as well as the densification of the bricks. The SCM EDX analysis of the selected spots depict the presence of major elements such as sodium, aluminum, and potassium, and others were observed. The EDX results in oxide form were observed and also agreed with the XRF. So this is a chemical composition as found like of the burnt clay bricks, like SiO2 60.87%, Al2O3 14.93, and in this way, this kind of element were seen. Chemical composition was seen in these bricks, and this is the Nopukhuri temple site from which this brick was collected. This is the mineralogical composition of the burnt clay brick, showing the presence of quartzite, mullet, and microcline. This is the morphological analysis of the burnt clay brick by FESCM, showing the process of vitrification and densification. This is the elemental composition of analysis of burnt clay brick by using SCM EDX, showing the presence of quartzite, mullet, and microcline. So key discussions: the major phase composition of quartz and mullet from burnt clay bricks were strongly corroborated with its chemical composition and elemental composition. Morphology of burnt clay bricks showed the structural integrity and good texture. The compact microstructure of burnt clay brick was enhanced with the old age heritage structure due to its chemical composition. Coming to the discussion and conclusion, the monuments have survived seismic activities till date with very minor damages when compared to the buildings of Assam of today. The size and texture of the building material, especially the flat bricks, are examined and the composition of mortar is studied. These building bricks are flat and bigger in size, unlike present-day modular ordinary burnt clay bricks, because of which structural stability is still very intact. The suitable chemical and mineralogical composition of burnt clay brick made from heritage structure is the best alternative to the construction industry due to its improved microstructure. The durability of the old heritage structure is positively influenced by the compact microstructure. The scientific tool is the best option to measure the more accuracy of well-constructed old and durable heritage structure. Further, this scientific tool can compare the difference between microstructure studies on old heritage structures and modern buildings. So this is my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, Ujjwal.
Yes, sir.
Nice, very nice scientific work. I think I had a chance to visit Guwahati long back, 82. Then afterwards also I visited. As you have told, the archaeological structures have been saved due to the use of their technique, which is relevant today also. And your all the findings, your good scientific work, and all the analysis you have done, all the composition you have find out. So definitely these should be taken as the 600 years before, as you are telling. I think
Yes,
600 around 600 before, and
Yes,
the
sir.
tallest temple you are telling 40 meter
Yes, sir.
in Shivsagar district.
Sir, yes, sir.
Shiva temple in the Shiva temple.
Yes, sir.
And they were they descended from China. That's you are telling, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the structure is like pagoda.
Pagoda, sir. Not pagoda
Yeah.
exactly. It resembles like not exactly Nagara style, but because they had trade relations with the mainland of India, so temple depicted kind of Nagara style, but not exactly Nagara style, sir. And as you have said about the pagoda, you can say some kind of pinch of that artistic taste is there, sir.
Burnt clay blocks you are telling.
Yes, sir.
So those old they were both vertical and horizontal. That is, this is another thing I am noting in your presentation,
Yes, sir.
because it is either use one vertical or horizontal. But in those structures you are telling, they use both vertical and horizontal,
Yes, sir.
and the level is as of the river or any pond.
Yes, sir.
So always we think of the elevated.
Yes, sir.
So, but what is that reason?
uh, Elevated, like they used to maintain the water level. First point, like regarding because it acts like a cushioning agents to the earthquakes also. Actually, this kind of research we have to do, because in most of the monuments, and not only here, if we go to Angkor Wat temple also, we can see that the temple is surrounded by a moat of water. So maybe that kind of science they have brought it here also. So as we know in our studies, we have seen that there are like three types of waves: the body, two types of waves: the body waves and the surface waves. Like in the earthquake waves, there are P waves, the S waves. So S waves is a wave like which it cannot travel through liquid medium. Maybe this is a reason we have to do a research on this thing. So they used to construct it near water bodies, first thing. Secondly, they used to maintain the level of water so that the soil of the where the temple was constructed, it remains the moisture is intact, so that it behaves as cushioning in the pattern of cushion in times of an earthquake. And secondly, so what was the question, sir? Second question, sir, regarding, sir,
The surface is at the level of the water body. That is what I am telling.
yeah,
This,
that is the point, sir, actually, because they used to like keep the moisture intact. That's
yeah,
why,
that is.
for that reason, actually, they used to maintain the surface of water with the level of water in the pond.
Yeah, right. And then another point is, it is not Himalayan region. That is because it is other than Himalaya. All the rocks in Assam is different from the Himalayan rocks. That is also there.
Yes, sir. Yes,
The-
sir.
because as I understand that the Assam hill ranges and the Khasiya, Jaintia, other ranges, they are different from the Eastern Himalaya or
Yes, sir.
Himalayan. So that is
Yes, sir.
also a good point. And another, I congratulate you as IIT student from Guwahati.
Thank you, sir.
you, this is this a new vista, new avenue, new way to go for construction, because earthquake, as you are 1897 and
1897.
and
Yes, sir.
1950,
Yes,
both
sir.
the earthquakes they have tolerated, or they were not destroyed.
Yes, sir.
So I think we should go for the technique adopted earlier.
Yes, sir.
What we do now is not properly scientifically done,
Yes, sir.
and there is always the government side, private side, and these things are there. So with this, with few words, uh, so I once again congratulate you and my good
Thank you.
wishes for your future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And
Thank you, sir.
any question from the audience? मिश्रा जी तो बोल नहीं पा रहे हैं मिश्रा जी नहीं हाँ तो any question from the audience? Then I will hand over to Mishraji. Mishraji, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ansari, sir. Mr. Ujjwal
Yes, sir.
having a very good technical record in engineering from Guwahati and MTech from Silchar, NIT Silchar, and now PhD in Guwahati, IIT Guwahati. Conduct, attended many conference and presented paper in Paleo Science Institute, Lucknow, and even Guwahati also. So, and Mr. Ujjwal presented very good subject and his presentation in this webinar series. I am thanking you for your nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
May God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Oh, tomorrow at 10:20 a.m. Yes.
आज आराम कर लीजिएगा जाके बहुत अच्छी तरह से आप कुछ खा पी लीजिए है ना हाँ क्योंकि आप अच्छे रहेंगे तो बढ़िया होगा नहीं तो बढ़िया नहीं होगा समझ रहे ना
जी सर
रात में जाग गया तो मुझे दिक्कत हो गई तो आज जो है कुछ दवा वाला ले लीजिए हाँ आराम कीजिएगा ठीक है ना हाँ चलिए बड़ा बहुत अच्छा प्रोग्राम हो रहा है और ये भी अच्छा था कंस्ट्रक्शन वाला और देखिए रिसर्च के बहुत एरियाज हैं कि नहीं हाँ ठीक है तब
ओके सर नमस्कार
अच्छा
नमस्ते सर
नमस्ते चलिए